Now the darkness turns to light. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste, we will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, turning to a nighttime. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching new horizons. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. Nothing brings us down. Nothing brings us down. You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste, we will elevate.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
It's a little risky right now. Holo taking a lot of damage as they move in. The Smite fight is on. It gets secured by Gemini, and the fight is going. And once again, Rest was running wild, but meanwhile in the backline, what a massive combination between Mission and Atlas. Gemini acting cleanup duty right now as the double kill comes in from Mission, and they will be able to complete the delayed wipe, buying a little bit of time, or letting Eminem buy a little bit of time, as he does dish the damage out with those chakrams. I don't even think they need it. They're just going to teleport Rested and feed him the kill right now. Oh, excuse me, Mission.
See the items because we're expecting a fight here, and they're really trying.
Okay, final chapter coming through. They do manage to land the root down onto at least Enhao, but meanwhile, oh, turning it right around, Bang 2 just gets deleted into the Heartbreaker, and now Juhan on the chase, and he's turning the Twitch against Hurricane Gaming. Meanwhile, as they try to run for the hills, Enhao can't.
More, he's in position, waiting for the minion wave to put down that Herald. Nothing Taco can do about this. Well, they're gonna try as they go in with the full combo. Dragon's Rage into Q1.
Like it's pretty much all over but the Nexus, Clement.
Yeah, we're gonna find out if Kongra can get a lucky steal right here. He has no vision in the Baron pit so far. He's gonna have to guess on this one.
They turn for it. They don't really need the Baron. In fact, they just need the kill. Cascada goes for a godlike on this one as they then collapse in. Massive moonfall. The double kill for the Zeri. Even further, Lil V deleted and no one left.
Control here, so it's going to be very hard for MFT to find. But we have seen amazing things being done by this Gragas plus the Viego combo. You know, that's a great amount of crowd control. And in goes Taco. He gets the two-man explosive cast, but they can't focus on the target just yet. Atlan does make it to the top side, and that's a three-man shockwave. Once again from Mission. They just wiped the floor with MFT. Great wombo combo potential. They had their eyes on that ramp, and this is going to be a clean ace with a triple.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
As Zaun's living battery, Zeri uses her electric powers to charge herself and her weapons for any situation. Full of spark and energy, Zeri electrifies those around her when no one else will. Her foot is always on the pedal, speeding and zapping around the battlefield with ease. This current has a short fuse, but even against impossible odds, she refuses to give up.
Lightning in a gun coming through.
So get ready to swim with the sparks. Welcome to the Zeri Champion Spotlight. Zeri's passive is Living Battery. When damaging enemy shields, Zeri shields herself for a portion of the damage dealt. Any shield Zeri gains grants her a brief movement speed boost.
No slowing down.
Zeri volts things up with her Q, Burst Fire. Rather than a traditional basic attack, Zeri fires a barrage of 7 rounds that damages the first enemy hit. It has an incredibly low cooldown that scales with attack speed and no mana cost. Burst Fire will also crit and apply on-hit effects. For all intents and purposes, her Q is a basic attack skill shot. Burst Fire's passive turns her actual basic attack into an ability, meaning it applies spell effects like Riley's Crystal Scepter, but not attack effects like crits or Sheen. This ability can be charged by moving and casting Burst Fire, dealing massively increased damage and slowing at full charge. It also deals extra damage to low health enemies, making last hitting minions a little easier. But be careful because attacks drain charge, delaying her access to that big chunk of bonus damage.
Got the fuel up.
Zeri's W is Ultra Shock Laser, an electric pulse that damages and slows the first enemy hit. When the pulse is targeted through terrain, it widens and extends into an ultra shocking laser that hits multiple enemies. Zeri's E is Spark Surge. After dashing a short distance, her next 3 salvos of Burst Fire will pierce, damaging enemies beyond the first. Attacks and abilities on enemy champions reduce Spark Surge's cooldown. Zeri can surge across any terrain she touches, no matter how wide. While skating over terrain, cast Ultra Shock Laser for more voltage.
Got him.
Zeri's ultimate is Lightning Crash, which unleashes an electric nova that damages nearby enemies. Hitting an enemy champion grants Overcharge, which gives increased attack speed, bonus on hit damage, and a chain lightning effect on Burst Fire. Overcharge also stacks, providing increased movement speed per stack of Overcharge. Attacks and abilities on enemy champions add stacks and extend Overcharge's duration to ramp up the movement speed buff further, which lets her kill enemies in a flash. Or without it.
Gotta hurry. People need my spark.
While you might be ecstatic to attack, be cautious with excessive auto-attacking and draining your charge. Instead, use abilities and kite enemy champions for fully charged slow, then rail them down without a sweat.
Come on, Zeri. Fight to win. Remember that.
If you spot your team in trouble, Spark Surge is a great tool to swiftly join the fight. Target some terrain to skate over, and right before you land, cast Ultra Shock Laser for an electrifying entrance. Being a literal battery has its positives, especially in rapid-fire moments. Lightning Crash early in fights, and keep Overcharge stacks up with abilities and charged attacks. With all that extra move speed, skating circles around the enemy team is a breeze.
Look at them scramble. We crushed it.
Even if a situation looks dire, Zeri can turn the tides with a multi-target Lightning Crash.
Fight's getting messy. At least I'm consistent.
With overcharged speed, use Static Surge to quickly reposition yourself and provide Burst Fire support from a safer position. Like a familiar Shiv, chain damage among enemies and speed your way to victory. Lightning always strikes twice, or 3 to 7 times. Uncover more about the Spark of Zon in the links below.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
The difference between medicine and poison is the dosage. Allow me to demonstrate. My favorite part of the job. Product testing. Oh, I love it. Move now! Die for me. I don't need to get my hands dirty. Oh, but I do enjoy it. Kill them and suffer! Work for me or work against me. Doesn't matter. Everyone comes to my side eventually. I bankrolled your pistols naked, Samira. Those guns are mine by right. Step aside, worm. Don't think, just do. Get over here. Remember who helped you in your hour of need. Never cross Renata Glask. We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind. Progress. Competition is for the weak. I dominate. It's Ms. Glask, if you value your life.
How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye?
And welcome, esports fans, one and all, to another wonderful day on the PCS Spring Split 2022. I am Pyrotechnics. Joining me on the broadcast for this evening is, of course, Nightstar, and I am so excited to see what our last 6 games of the week have to hold. Before we get underway with everything, I would like to take a brief moment to thank our wonderful sponsors there, of course, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Nightstar, we've had a few shakeups in the standings of late, and some teams are certainly coming out swinging. Some big surprises, at least a couple of them for me yesterday.
Yeah, most doubtably so. There were definitely some surprise results, and I think at the end of week 2, our standings are also somewhat surprising comparative to how we started the week last week, where it was like after that first day, we saw, hey, Beyond Gaming, they got that big upset. We thought, hey, it's Beyond Gaming split to lose, but now towards the end of week 2, you're looking at it a little bit differently.
Yeah, really, even with some player changes and some roster shakeups, I didn't exactly expect them to be sitting at 2-2. Some of the teams that got off to a rougher start really managed to get their way back into it. I'm looking at the likes of PSG Talon, who did lose their first game against Beyond. And then, of course, some of our new faces have come out just absolutely guns blazing. And sure, they're stacked full of talent that people are well aware of, but the team colors themselves coming new into this. I'm looking at the likes of CTBC Flying Oyster. I'm looking at the likes of Deep Cross Gaming coming up undefeated. They're going to play each other today too. But before we get into that, let's talk a little bit about yesterday's games. We did see 2 Deep Cross Gaming matches, and the second one is definitely the more surprising result for me, not because I didn't expect them to win, but because they just played it so well to a T, and I think Beyond Gaming certainly have a few answers to find.
Yeah, and I mean, that game in particular was pretty hotly contested until that one fateful fight where all of a sudden DCG, they win that fight and snowball into the Baron, and then after that Baron comes through, then it's just really just game over from there. DCG, they know how to play the macro game. It's really when it comes to these smaller skirmishes and mechanical fights that maybe we can see them struggle a little bit, because Minji was doing very, very well in a lot of these smaller fights. It was just once the game developed a little bit too far, then it got out of hand. But now we are into the standings, and of course, we touched on it. Beyond Gaming, they started out hot. At least it looked that way, but they're sitting right in the middle of the pack right now, and I think the biggest surprise to me also is Meta Falcon team. They started out 2-0, but since then, 0-3.
Yeah, it does seem like this team has found some limitations. I'm wondering if they can, surpass that, maybe play a little bit more to some of the strengths that we've seen them bring before. Of course, a team coming out of Collegiate, already a surprise to see on this stage, but the fact that they had such stellar superstar coaching staff behind them that haven't really been able to find an answer in 3 games, I'm curious to see if they can turn their split around here, even though it is still early days. Of course, we have, the newcomers, CTBC Flying Oyster, Deep Cross, both sitting at 5-0, with PSG Talon, defending champions, not far behind. But also, some of the teams at the bottom of the table have managed to find a few victories. Hurricane Gaming and Impunity Esports, both with a win apiece. And Impunity definitely looking like they are more on the up and up. But let's get into today's matches, because we have Sem9 still in the hunt, still winless after having their first week of games delayed. We'll round it out with a double header here. First against Beyond, that's a tough ask. Impunity should be a lot closer to winnable, but again, it's coming at the time when Impunity are starting to look better, and they started Pinway. They're going to do it again here today, and it does seem like it's made a difference.
The second game will certainly be very interesting to watch from a Sem9 fan perspective, because we do have Caspiel playing today in the jungle role instead of Arashi. We'll see if he gets to play back-to-back, but for sure in this first game, we will see him in tonight. And if he does play in the follow-up game, Caspiel was the one to bring Impunity into the PCS. He was the one to get them through promotion, and immediately was dropped from that roster. So perhaps looking for a bit of a revenge arc in game number 2.
I do love a good grudge match, and I think if there's ever a time for Caspiel to start, as he is going to be in the first game today, I hope they keep him in for game number 2, because that will certainly get just a little bit spicy there, Nightstar. Some of the other games I'm looking forward to, obviously that one at the bottom, at the end of the day, that's going to be absolutely lit, but we'll talk about that later. Right now, Sem9, we've got Shiramine, Caspiel starting, Lazar in the mid lane, Playex and Philia rounding out our Malaysian representatives, still in the hunt for their first win. But they've definitely started a little back from the starting line. Unfortunate situation with COVID-19 forced them to not play their first week of matches, so they were delayed. That's why we have multiple matches for this week. However, it does seem like this team is still finding its footing, and it's hard to blame them, but at the same time, you gotta find the wins when it counts. Otherwise, it's going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams are still figuring things out. A lot of the newer teams with a lot of younger players, so it's not like out of the realm of expectations, but at the same time, because of that as well, you want to start out really fast because the other teams can and probably will catch up as the season progresses. But we get to see Beyond Gaming's lineup right here. Liang in the top lane, Fusha in the jungle, Minji, Wako, and Kino for that bottom half of the map. When it came to that DCG game, Minji looked pretty good. He had a pretty sizable lead over Nesty. You could also kind of chalk that up to Nesty. This is probably the first time where he's had to really lane, even in the Veigar game. You can say
he's
that
dodged
Veigar,
it so far.
Yeah, Veigar doesn't necessarily need to lane directly against his lane opponent. He can kind of just still play PvE. And Bard, we know what Bard does. He just kind of AFK roams, never interacting in lane. So you can kind of chalk it up to the different stylistic things that he's had to do. But for sure, Beyond Gaming had advantages that game, just weren't able to cash it.
Yeah, that was a very long one too at 40 minutes. Let's take a look at the comparisons because we are going to be looking at both top laners here. Shiro, obviously not having a win is going to affect your stats a little bit. Liang has played slightly less games just because of the fact that he has been subbed out at least once for Lee Kai, but so far does seem to be their man in the top lane, has favored the Graves, has favored that Tryndamere, and we've been seeing Hullbreaker on that champion as well a decent bit. So a little bit of a shared pool here, but so far Liang definitely has the credentials compared to Shiro, and I think this could be a bit of a tough one if it does turn into more of a carry v carry matchup.
Yeah, that will be the big difference, I think, right now, just because of how important top lane is in the meta, even though, yes, it's mostly been bot lane focused, but there's some of these top lane carries that can really get out of hand, like your Tryndamere or your Gwen. If you get a chance to scale, or if you get a chance to accumulate a lead in lane, it can really get out of hand very, very quickly.
Yeah, we are already into picks and bans, and I was about to say not a whole lot surprising there, but Sem9 opts to ban Aphelios away. It does prompt the Zeri. This is a little interesting because we're not going to see that handshake between Aphelios and Jinx now. Someone is going to get their hands on a higher prio.
And we'll see if Sem9 go ahead and ban away the Jinx as well. That would really determine what they prioritize for that first pick. It says that they're not looking to focus on bottom lane, at least with the first pick here, and they're really taking a decent amount of time to contemplate over it, and I wonder if that may have bugged out there. So we'll for sure come back to it at very shortly, but Beyond Gaming, we'll see what they go ahead ban away. Perhaps they decide to ban away the Jinx to make sure Sem9 don't get it firsthand, but the Zin's still left available. Karma, the one taken away, that could be to perhaps limit either an Ezreal Karma lane or to prevent the Smite top lane sort of strategy. But as expected, it is going to be Sem9 locking in the Jinx.
Yeah, Clayx has had one game on this champion. I was wondering if they would ban both of them out and then opt into more of the Jhin style, but it does leave other power picks up and available. Liang has really favored and trended towards this Tryndamere, which is going to be a problem for Shiro, and honestly a problem for all of Sem9. As he gets that lock-in, we'll have to see. So far, has 100% win rate in the 2 games he has played it in, and it's been kind of terrifying. I'm just going to say that. Also leaves up the Xin Zhao for Husha.
Yeah, then getting the Xin, Tryndamere, pretty nice 2 picks there. And the really nice part is the fact that even though you've locked in Tryndamere very early on, you can still have the potential to move it into that mid lane, depending on that mid lane matchup. Now, Lazar, I feel like he's been given a lot of the priority when it comes to these Sem9 drafts, where he gets to play what he wants, and he's brought out the LeBlanc, and it's been a bit of a struggle for him to kind of get things going here. Hopefully, you know, he's able to kind of dig deep and find an answer, but against Minji, probably one of our more skilled mid laners, that will again be a very difficult task to try and get going here.
Yeah, I think they're going to wait for a little while. Obviously won't have the counter pick. I would expect Beyond to hold that one for sure. However, they do lock in a priority jungle. Jarvan has been, I feel, a bigger priority around the world than it has here in the PCS, but we have started to see it coming back into the game outside of just the Meta Falcon team, Avenger squad, if you will.
Yeah. And J4, usually, I mean, it feels okay to just go ahead, lock him in because he has some of those early ganking possibilities, but at the same time you'd like to see the opposing AD carry or mid laner first before locking it in, because he's just so much more effective when it's up against immobile backlines, and Ezreal is definitely a champion that does not fit in that mold.
Yeah, it's a little weird you opt to ban the Aphelios and then put the Jarvan out there. It's kind of just asking to say, hey, get yourself something safe. Meanwhile, Beyond are going to try to ban out a lot of the top lane champions that can try and contest. Shiro will not get a chance to play the Gragas, and the Jax has been banned away, another good split pushing threat. It does still leave the Graves open. I don't know if you want to opt into that matchup, though.
Graves Tryndamere, very 50-50 matchup. But
Leon Shiro.
Yeah. The big thing is it skews the map very heavily, because when you go for that Graves pick, you go for the flash ghost summoner spells or ghost exhaust. Either way, you're not going teleport, which limits what your team can do without you. And sometimes, you know, a lot of these teams are so used to playing with double teleports that things kind of you get lost in the sauce with your map rotations, because you have to make those plays without that extra teleport.
And this is why I think they're not going to do that, because they've now locked in the Orianna. I think, if anything, yesterday's game against Deep Cross showed a blueprint for how to beat Beyond, because they just didn't look that good in those skirmishes, or excuse me, in those 5v5s. The skirmishes they were a lot better at. And this would be interesting, putting action up top. We have not seen this in the PCS this split, but it has popped up. No, the last second switcheroo! We're trading the grappling hook for the shotgun.
Unfortunate.
Right.
Unfortunate.
I don't like this. I feel like it's just comfort.
Yeah, it is a little bit, I would say, risk adverse here. And I'm not sure if that's really the approach you want to take against perhaps a higher class, higher caliber team in Beyond Gaming, but perhaps they just want to see, all right, we've got Caspiel in for this first game. Let's see how it goes from a more standard perspective, and we'll take it from there. Maybe this is an evaluation game to see how Caspiel does in game number 1 and see what they want to do for game number 2, because it is a back-to-back. So that is something to keep track of for Sem9, as not necessarily a whole lot of time to adapt. And if things go poorly in this game number 1, you do have some concerns, maybe mentally getting away from you in that second game, snowballing into that second game. That could be problematic.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point, right? Like, you try to keep it a little safe. You try to, like, if you're going to lose this game, you don't want to lose it like hard and fast. You want to try and keep it close and give yourself the confidence. Obviously, the win would be really nice, and they'll certainly try for it. On the Beyond side, Minji also puts his last luck in on the Ahri, which has been rising in prominence lately. Obviously, loves his assassins. It's hard to delete an Orianna off the map, but if the mid gap happens, I feel like that opens up quite a lot of opportunities for Beyond to really run things around the table. Looking at it across the board, it does seem like Beyond has set themselves up for a fair bit of split push. And based on their performances, it does seem like splitting themselves up across the map and forcing those skirmishes seems to be the style they're not only more comfortable with, but they execute better.
Yeah, and the really nice part about this Beyond Gaming composition is that when it comes into those 5v5s, who's the Jarvan going to lock down? That's the big question, right? Because if you try and lock down in Tryndamere, that's kind of pointless because you don't necessarily have the one-shot power to take him out immediately before he pops that R. And even then, like, you're blowing a lot of cooldowns on a target that can just go undying, and then
Literally
you've got other
everyone
targets.
has a dash.
Yeah,
Everyone
like,
has a dash out of the pit.
Exactly. It's just so hard to lock these champions down, and when you have an Orianna, this is the most frustrating part because you end up getting stuck trying to ult 1 or 2 members rather than getting the free 3 or 4 members that we commonly see in this meta, because a lot of these compositions are classically a lot slow moving and kind of chunky.
Yeah, that's one way to put it for sure. I'm a little bit worried here for Sem9, but maybe they got a trick up their sleeves. Obviously, they're feeling confident to start Caspiel. Well, oh boy, I think we're gonna have to get him back for just a second. Hopefully, we'll get that pause. Yeah, sometime.
Guys?
Hello.
Oh, it was
back.
probably just paused earlier.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, well, I got you baited. Egg on my face as Caspiel gets the start in this one down towards the bottom side with a little help from Playx and Philia. Yeah, I mean, I think if this laning phase goes well, that's another story, right? Because Jarvan can get in there early. He doesn't need his Cataclysm to gank once he's got Flag and Drag. But, yeah, this is such a slippery comp from Beyond Gaming, and they certainly have the experience to deal with something like this and the talent in the individual lanes to avoid it.
I think this game is going to come down to, your pre-4 gank, try and get 1 or 2 ganks off before level 6. Level 6 is, of course, going to be a big spike, but you need to be able to burn flashes before that level 6 spike where you have the additional burst because how mobile these champions are. But, bot trade.
Okay, that actually turned out okay.
Even. Yeah, relatively even, not the worst, but still somewhat favored towards the Beyond Gaming duo. But at the same time, you're going to get that extra level to make up for those difference in health trade.
Yeah, speaking of health trades, Lazar having a little bit of trouble dealing. There's balls on both sides, but Minji's goes in both directions with that Orbit Deception. Dodges that time around. That was nice, as they both ding level 3. This is a lane I definitely want to watch, because even though Orianna is supposed to be a safe champion, you give Minji an assassin, and I feel like you always need to keep an eye on mid lane.
Yeah, and if that first assassination does go off very well, then things get really, really scary. Of course, Ahri rising in prominence because of her ult changes, getting that extra reset capabilities to continue to dash and be a menace through a team fight is really what's making her such a big force right now, especially in solo queue.
Yeah, I mean, resets are the order of the day, right? This is why Jinx is such a high prominence champion. Obviously, bot laner's got a big boost once the teleport changes came in at the start of the season. Caspiel letting that crab expire here as he rotates down. A lot of vision on the Beyond side focused up towards the top for right now. Although they do ping out. I think they might have seen him crossing through river. Or maybe that was a Sem9 ward.
I mean, that's really just a prediction, right? Because you're clearing that top crab, so naturally Caspiel is going to be towards that bottom crab.
Nice hook.
Ooh.
Oh, so squishy, but so slippery. They couldn't quite get Kino on the Flame Chompers.
Yeah, just doesn't quite arm in time. A little bit unfortunate there, but you can see what this lane can do. But at the same time, on the flip side for Beyond Gaming, you can also see the makings of what could be trouble later on when they try on the Sem9 side to lock a target down. It's just mobility upon mobility all over the place. And I mean, it's really just the difference in focus right now. For Beyond, they want to make sure that Young's able to get out of, out of these first couple of levels all right. Make sure he doesn't get ganked by the Jarvan, and once he hits level 6, it becomes incredibly oppressive. While we haven't seen non-hull breaker builds, I think this is
it's already over. You can just go back to your point. Caspiel could do absolutely nothing about that.
Caspiel is just watching and was like, you're probably gone, buddy. And Filio definitely takes a big L there. That
silver lining on the reset argument from earlier. Ahri can't get resets on her ult when she doesn't have her ult yet.
That is true. And thankfully, Felia also held on to both summoners.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he knew he was dead. This is one of the risks of roaming with Thresh, right? Like, when there are so many of these, like, super tanky engaged supports, like Leona and Nautilus in the meta, Thresh kind of feels a bit more like paper by comparison. Like, sure, he's got more flexibility, but, like, then that happens. He's also level 3.
Oh, Caspiel's going to say hello.
Yeah, one level on
he has a level
Husha,
lead.
but Husha's got a bit of a tempo advantage here. Lazar should come in to help him out.
No
Minch is
cooldowns.
going to actually dash this wall.
Oh, Lazar?
There we go. Caspiel is out flagging Dragon. Unfortunately, Lazar might have
have
been
to
a little
flash.
baited here.
Oh,
Does
okay.
walk away. Okay, all right. We'll settle down for now.
Actually walks away without having to burn the flash is really, really nice. Good control coming in from Lazar. And as a result, you know, yes, you lose a lot of health if you're Caspiel, but you still have a level lead, and you're, and the only big cost is you have to recall and lose the crab. But we see a shift in vision. It started out with a very topside focus for Beyond, but because Liang is now level 6, you're not too worried about him anymore. So now you see that shift. There used to be 2 wards up topside. Now, well, there's still a control ward around that blue, and you're really safe with just leaving that as the only ward, and then really focusing on those 4 wards on that pot river.
Yeah, and I feel like they could have saved their money, to be honest, because Caspiel just hasn't made an appearance in the lane. Like, the closest he got was trying to back up Philia, but that play kind of just got stopped before it was started. And it's all the more wonder why they opted into this Jarvan, because your window to do something is closing fast. And now Shiro's in trouble as Liang looks to hunt him down. Yeah, you can't escape the Tryndamere. Flash, though, okay. All right, I was wrong. Either way, 2 sums burned for 1.
Yeah, but now Liang still has flash. Once his ult comes up, which is going to be much shorter than a Graves flash, he can just repeat the same move, and this time he will cash in on a kill because Shiro Mine has absolutely no escapes. And yeah, just going back over to the Caspiel point you brought up, it is really baffling that they would go for an early Jarvan pick. Of course, at level 6, he brings a little bit of burst damage, but yeah, unless if they try and force an early dragon fight with that ult advantage, it really leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah, a lot of their plays are really telegraphed too, because Beyond are just so much better vision,
pick.
but they're going to go for it anyways. Shockwave, they do pull in! Oh, the burst! That's what we were looking for. A lot expended for 1, and Husha is actually going to just barely walk away with this.
They get 2.
Never mind, he goes in for Caspiel.
1 for
Do they
1.
have the damage?
No, they no mana?
They got him. Oh, wow, they burned a flash for that. They really wanted to pick it up. PlayX. Meanwhile, it's action all over the Rift right now as Liang and Shiro are trading. That was Sem9 favored, but it was very forced and very expensive. But the burst was there.
Yeah. Right there you saw the base damage. When it comes to Jarvan all at level 6, it does do a lot of damage, and that's exactly the case there. Minji gets 0 time to respond, and crucially, also burned the ultimate. So, even less safety for the Fox Lady in the mid lane, and Husha also ends up going down. However, 2 flashes burned by both the carries.
PlayX got a little hype there. He did not need to flash for that, and he did not get the kill, but that's okay. You know, it's a jinx. I understand.
Yeah, I mean, in Jinx's kit, got a little bit too excited there.
Yeah,
but
Lazar getting 2 kills is pretty good right now, because he had been getting outlaned.
Yes, that is important, but now the clap's coming in onto this Rift Herald. It is a 3v3.
A
little bit more damage for Sem9 though.
Yeah, now that they have 4, I feel like Beyond might be able to just kind of walk up and steal at Sem9's lunch money. They're going to walk away with this. Sem9 know that they can't contest. So still a lead for Beyond. The Rift Herald, pretty decent tempo advantage for them.
I think they're going to try and cut off Beyond, though, as they try and make a rotation.
They got to be careful not to get caught in the choke. Yeah, this is interesting. A lot of teams, they will handshake, right? And in a lot of leagues, the prio is a lot higher on the Dragon side of the Rift. But I feel like it's a bit flipped in PCS. We've seen a lot of Rift Herald prioritization.
A decent chunk of Rift Herald prioritization. And, I mean, with these 2 compositions, it feels a bit of a shame that there's no early Dragon priority here. Yes, it's a Hextech Drake. I would say it's not a bad option, but Shiromine, I think he... Oh, okay, actually plays it quite well, able to dodge out, avoid a lot of damage, and that's actually not a bad trade there.
Well, this is, you know, what we're seeing here is the picture of history, right? Like once guns were invented, Nightstar, swords became obsolete. A much more elegant weapon, obviously, for a more civilized age. But Shiro knows that he has superior firepower, as long as he doesn't get in melee range. Oh no! No, he's fine. He's got Ghost. It's okay.
Yeah, you know what's the more terrifying thing? It's chickens. And,
Chickens is. I mean, literally, it's. I love how that animation, that little emote, has not changed since the early days of League. I'll talk about that later, talk about how old I am. But looks like we got a big old gank onto Lazar, and he could not get onto the Lantern. And with some help from friends, Minji gets revenge.
Yeah, really nice pick off there, coming in from beyond. They're really indexing into that mid lane, trying to get this Ahri freed up now. And that will just translate into a top dive. They'll throw down the Rift Herald. Nope.
They spotted Caspiel.
Like,
yeah, that's not safe.
It looks like they didn't want to over-index into this top lane play. But it does mean that getting shorter on time to capitalize on farming plates. And now they're actually going to turn their attention towards this Dragon, which has been up probably 5 minutes longer than what we usually would see in a typical game of League of Legends in this current meta.
Might live a little longer than that, although 7-9 are going to back off from this one. Interesting, I think there was an opportunity there for Beyond to pop Shelly down mid, but they just opted for the safe, neutral objective, and it does seem like there's a little bit of a slower response on this Beyond side than maybe we could have expected coming into today.
A very slow early game. Coming in from Beyond.
Oh, wow.
And now, okay, this is where they choose to fight.
Yeah, gonna go for it over the blue buff, and now Caspiel gonna transfer it over before he can drag across the map. Meanwhile, Semnai and the rest of them will limp away, but that was a questionable decision.
Pyra, I'm not sure if blue buff is more important than Dragon, but Shiromine is
a dead man.
Dead.
Yeah, Liang actually going to walk away with that one. So this is where we start to see the Tryndamere really having fun. Despite being a little bit behind on the item game, should be able to buy it right back. And now Shelly charges down mid. Time for the plates. They only had a minute left anyways to try and get them. Lazar clears it away, but one big charge is something. And Beyond extend that gold lead to about 2,500 in this game.
Yeah, and so that kill up in that top side on Shiromine, that was with Hullbreaker. So that was with the bonus defensive stats. As we get to see the replay here, I mean, Liang just chases him down. It's just
well, I mean, this is
what he does.
This is some diff right here. This was all set up earlier on. I know he flashes anyways, and he still gets him. Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't get better than that, and that's just kind of how the matchup goes. That's why we've seen a change in summoner spells as well, in just Graves running Ghost Exhaust sometimes, just because it gives you that extra dueling pressure, whereas Ghost Flash gives you a little bit more ability to play around in these 5v5s, but exclusively in that 1v1. You would like to have that exhaust, but now Liang is getting very close to either the Gale Force or, of course, the Kraken Slayer. We'll see which option he does go towards, although Gale Force has been, I would say, the more favored one as of late, because a lot of these players are favoring that extra mobility, whether it's AD carry or top lane Trinity.
For sure. And on the opposite side, of course, Wako had already completed the essence.
It's a party!
Lazar, there we're going to go! Once again, they just bait the Ahri, but Minji dashes away, and Caspiel can't quite finish it. He gets charmed right in, and they just collapse on. Will finally get that kill, but at what cost, Nightstar? Liang has shown up to the party. Chickens onto Lazar. There's the box, and Philia, well, he's going to be put 6 feet under as soon as that stasis ends. Right back in, and Liang will bite it to the tower. Wow, that was a lot bloodier than I thought. Meanwhile, down bottom, Wako! Hello.
Well, in, I mean, classic PCS fashion, the game's close until it just blows up.
Yeah, pretty much.
And that's exactly what happens there. Liang, I mean, viewers understand why I'm going what? Because Liang had ult for that exchange, ends up not using it, dies to the Orianna ball on the back end, but after, with all that mid lane action, we're gonna see this bot lane happen here. Clayx eats Q, okay, probably eats an ult.
Recall. Yeah, I think this is where the true shot comes in. No, he didn't have it actually. Clayx tried to help the fight.
All right, he actually ends up staying there, and Wako just takes matters into his own hands. He has just 50% more. Yeah, after that Q lands, then you're looking for lethal. It's very easy to find lethal there. Even kind of scuffs it just a little bit, but I mean,
yeah,
there's just a health difference.
Now that right there is exactly why Beyond we're looking for Wako to replace Doggo. That was nice. That was a good play.
Exactly. Like, it's certainly a different player, but the killer instinct is still there, and that's kind of what they lost with Doggo, is that killer instinct coming from the bot lane. And you don't see too many of those players in that bottom lane. Even, you would say, Unified, who is an excellent hyper carry. He doesn't always have that killer instinct the same way, and some of that is coming from the fact that he's a lot more experienced and realizes, hey, I can let the rest of my team kind of work its magic because he's been in PSG, right? He has been a little bit more fortunate, I would say, in his teams. Wako. Lazar.
No, you dead.
So long.
Liang, it feels like Liang does not forgive or forget any slights in this game. He will punish the tower for its transgression soon enough. Meanwhile, it's going to be another Dragon take by Beyond Gaming. They're definitely in the driver's seat, in control of this one, but they have been giving up kills. They have been keeping it close because Sem9 have been fighting back. It's just seeming like they are a step or two behind in a lot of cases. They will get Rift Herald and get a charge off. And that's good to try and open up this map. They got to get out with their lives now, because here comes the 3-man, and they are right on top of Clayx. No more Jinx in this fight as Beyond split the rest of Sem9 into pieces and tag team their way to getting themselves 3 kills for none.
Oh, Lord. That was brutal, Pyra.
Yeah.
And
Team diff.
I mean, we can also see the cooldown differential, right? Because for Sem9, they're very oriented around this Cataclysm Shockwave combination. So if they don't have those 2 big cooldowns, it's very hard for them to conduct a play. Whereas for Megabank Beyond Gaming, they don't necessarily need all of their big cooldowns to start a play. They can just have 1 or 2 ults, and even without ultimates, they're very effective in finding multi-man CC chains like this.
Yeah, that was brilliant by Kino, and this is kind of what we expect from this player. It set up so much. Meanwhile, Minji was being targeted, but he's so slippery. He's able to get away. Minji tag teams back in. You see the finisher. Husha, by the way, is going absolutely bonkers this game. And Shiro, yeah, there's that 1 second where he turns, and he's like, no. Just drops the spear and runs.
Yeah, this game has definitely gone into the dumpster for Sem9. We'll see if they're able to find any picks, but again, it's composition. Lazar, he's gone.
He did use the shockwave. I think he gets out of there. There we go. And that's the thing, right? Like, it's not just defensively. Even on the offense, they've been able to get, like, the shockwave dunk combo onto, like, maybe 1 or 2 people. And that's just because Beyond are so good at not being grouped up, at forcing the skirmishes. This comp does exactly what they want it to. And as you said, they can just use a couple of ultimates, whereas Sem9 are kind of forced into the Wombo combo if they want to get anything done.
Yeah.
Liang will just walk away with the red buff, and also looking to hunt down Shiramine. I think he's a dead man. And he actually doesn't care about being hooked, but maybe he should now as he's running out of ultimate. And the rest of his team tags back in. Rocket goes wide from Clayx, but he's trying to keep the poke on. And Husha is just so darn tanky in that Crescent Guard. And they will not be able to get any kills in return for the life of Philia.
Yeah. And once again, they expend half of their big Wombo combo combination. The Cataclysm Shockwave combination just hasn't been able to happen once the game got out of lane, right? As we saw, Lazar, once he got collapsed upon in that top side, he had to burn his ultimate to try and disengage. Then right there, Caspiel uses his ult to bail out his team, to disengage the rest of his team out of that situation. So once more, we're stuck in a position where Sem9, you can't fight anymore. Shiromine could just get chased down once more as well. So it's really, this is a team composition that really sucks to play from behind. And even from ahead, it's very frustrating because of the tools Beyond Gaming can just constantly stay out of reach. And yeah, we can see where some of those draft issues do come forward.
We're having a little bit of fun.
He really wants this.
Leong's just like, no. This is my jungle. You don't get to live here.
This is my ward.
No, like, okay, you're gonna pay for that. Meanwhile, it looks like a bait, but he's Tryndamere. What are you gonna do? He's not the only one having fun this game, by the way, because I see a Death's Dance on Husha, who is 6-1. That is a scary Zinzao.
Yeah, and the big thing here, again, this is, of course, the changed Death's Dance here, so it has essentially replaced Steric's Gauge in a lot of these Bruiser build paths, and it's just such a much better item as well, giving a damage reduction to both physical and magic damage, or delayed damage, I suppose. And now we also look at these builds, like there's not a whole lot of damage coming in from Sem9. Look at this Orianna build. Has Lucidity Boots, not the Sork Shoe, so no burst damage. And
you're just
also
trying to get as many shockwaves.
Yeah, also itemizing towards the Zanya's Hourglass. So very defensive build as well. So you're trying to get off as the extra Summoner spell cooldown and just getting more shockwaves in general, but they have to have the damage to burst the target, and that does not cut it.
Not at all. Yeah, this is definitely looking very rough for Sem9. I mean, we did not come into today expecting them to pull out the victory, but we were hoping that they were going to be able to keep it a little bit closer. Early game, we saw some signs of life still. They were able to collapse on Minji. This comp, though, was always going to have trouble from the get-go, and unfortunately, it just feels like Beyond Gaming with their level of experience and their level of expertise at playing this split style is just picking Sem9 apart.
Yep. They're really just going to work now. Probably won't see anything too extravagant happen, at least as far as team fighting goes, until maybe that Baron. I mean, Sem9, they have to figure out when to draw the line. That's the big thing, right? Because you have the Hourglass, which is nice for an Orianna, but it's not a damage spike, so it doesn't even feel like, all right, we've got this item, now we can fight. It's still more of a, well, maybe the rapid fire gives us enough of an edge, but I feel like they have to wait for what is now going to be, of course, the completed Eclipse for the Graves, so maybe that gives a little bit of an edge, but at the same time, you probably need the Last Whisper item, but to wait for one more item, the game's probably done by then.
Yeah, you're going to have to hold on for a bumpy ride here, right? Because there are comeback mechanics. You do have that Graves who can do a lot of damage. You also have Kleax on Jinx, which is a big pop-off champion, the pop-off champion in the meta right now, but you need to wait for that scaling, and you need to not just die out in the middle of nowhere. Caspiel, he tries for the dunk. I think he might have been out. Meanwhile, Wako actually getting taken low, and the flash forward. There's the shutdown. Look for Kino now. Maybe they have the opportunity, but the cavalry is arrived.
He's getting collapsed.
Husha is massive, and Kleax has nowhere to go. Never mind. The hope vanishes in the blink of an eye here, as though they got Wako. They will pay dearly with the rest of their lives. Felia and Shiro trying to dash and duck and dive and dip and dodge away. But only Shiromine will tell the tale of what went down in that jungle.
Shiromine shows up late and says, all right, hello, friends. I will take my leave, as we're going to get a replay, but not exactly the finest look for Caspiel in his first appearance in the PCS, as throws out the flag, whiffs, and now he's stuck in a bad spot. So I feel like he just goes ahead and YOLOs it.
Yeah, I mean, like, credit to him. He gets a dunk on Wako, I guess, and then it sets up Kleax for a big shutdown. Maybe they could have had Kino,
there's just too much dive.
Yeah, there's too much dive. The shockwave, it's too hard to execute. Kleax is isolated. There's nowhere for him to go. Lazar does get to walk away. I misspoke a little earlier about only Shiro surviving. But you're right. Like,
I mean, he does get chased down here, I believe.
Yeah, no, I think he gets away, just barely.
Oh, okay.
But here's the thing, right? Like, you're right. Like, Shiro, totally on another page. He gets there. It's like that scene in Community, walking in the door with the pizza and like everything's on fire.
Oh, it's just a disaster. We get to see the damage charts, and sure, there's damage being pumped out, but at the same time, how much of that is into a Tryndamere?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
it doesn't count.
How much? I mean, how much of that is into a Xin that's ulted? So, I'm not sure if that's also taken into consideration with these damage numbers, but for sure, if it is, then that's a problem. Now Liang's on the flank. They are cut off!
They are, but they did manage to push them aside. True Shot Barrage comes in. Meanwhile, now they're on the full retreat path and into the CC train. Oh no, turn off the cameras. It's too brutal to watch. Everything's going wrong here as Sem9 get absolutely deleted. Caspiel limps away. Wouldn't you know it, it's Baron time, Nightstar.
I'm surprised it's taking them this long to try and go for a Baron play, because it is 26.5 minutes into the game. They have an insane advantage already, so it feels a little bit wild that they haven't gone and pulled the trigger on this objective sooner rather than later, or at least try and bait a fight. But once more, Sem9 make a play for this objective bounty, which is of course very nice to get a little bit of gold, but it is only 250 gold, so it's not all that much. And now they turn in attention towards the dragon or dragon area, and the chase is just on. And Kino once more, just he's been outstanding. He just keeps getting these 3-man knockups, and it's not even like you need the ultimate to make those plays either. That's the big part, is like, yes, the move speed helps coming in from the Rakan, but he hits the 3-man knockup. It's not like he has to hit the charm, and now Kino is just baiting more. Okay.
Caspiel? Alright, he's, yeah, he's dead man.
He's done with this game.
Yeah, no, he oh, good lord. He had Thornmail, and it did not help. Meanwhile, Ophelia charmed and deleted by Wako and Husha. Another charm. Kino is on fire, man. Look at this guy go. I'll take the dragon while it's all happening. I mean, this is very over, but they are styling on Sem9 right now.
At the very least, they're giving BYG fans a lot of relief here.
Yeah. After
they are just hard styling on this Sem9 roster, and unfortunately for our Malaysian fans, it's you know, gotta hope that the Impunity game does go better. Of course, this was expected to be a much rougher game for them of the two games, and so far it for sure is a rough time.
But if you're a BYG fan, certainly a much happier one as they improve to 3-2 with a convincing, crushing victory over the Malaysian representatives. Beyond Gaming, I think fans can definitely breathe a sigh of relief, absolutely. I'm excited to see what they can do. We'll see them later today against J-Team as well. A doubleheader for both these squads. That should be a banger.
Should be pretty exciting. And I mean, BYG, I'm not saying that they didn't prepare for this game, but I would say that they probably took less stock and invested a little bit less prep on this game, and instead a little bit more on that J-Team matchup, but still able to execute. My only problem is they seemed a little slow in their rotations, right? Where or not necessarily rotations, but still on the map, where they were very methodical, and perhaps a little bit too methodical with a composition that could easily pick off people time after time again. You saw how much mobility they just had, and it worked both ways, right? It was very hard to lock down people, but it also made it easy for them to pick people off because they could gap close very, very quickly.
And they had a lot of CC that they could layer it just in any way they wanted, right? I mean, I think Kino set up so many of those plays just on the grand entrance, which is incredible. At the same time, yeah, I agree with you. I think there were a number of like plays that they maybe just hesitated for like a second or two on. And I don't really know why that is. Maybe that's just Beyond Gaming just thinking, all right, getting in their hoods a little bit about the results they've had recently. Even though Sem9 is a winless squad, they didn't want to give any openings. And in the early game, there were a couple of openings that were taken, mostly single target burst as soon as level 6 hit. But it did feel like they were firmly in control of the game as soon as laning phase was over.
But yeah, for Sem9, like, you could see why they went with the first phase of the draft that they did, because you did see a couple of times that Orianna Shockwave into the Cataclysm did work out, but that quickly faded away, and the bigger issue was the fact that they just didn't have both of those cooldowns up more often than not at the same time. So that was the big problem for that composition. And the other big problem, of course, was that that composition was built upon those two skills being up at the same time. So they had no comp beyond that.
Yeah, and beyond that was Beyond Gaming, and it just looked so good for them overall. I think they can definitely have some confidence going into their J-Team matchup. You talked about preparation, how teams might want to shift their focus for one team or another. While Sem9 were probably preparing more for the Impunity game, I would think Beyond were probably preparing for their matchup against J-Team a little bit later on today as well, and I'm really excited to see that, because J-Team's another squad that we saw stumble a little bit out of the gates, admittedly against an unexpectedly strong Deep Cross Gaming, but I think these are two squads that are very much in the running for a top 4 finish. Beyond, before this split, I think everyone would have thought, okay, well, this is number 1, number 2, for the most part. Doggo going obviously hurt the team a little bit, but they found more than competent replacement in Wako. At the same time, the mid lane, I think, has started to shore up its identity. Minji loves these assassins. He looks good on them as well. And yeah, just fixing those little tiny things where maybe they find a 5v5 that doesn't look as good. Maybe they hesitate too long against some of the stronger teams, the top flight of the PCS. That could spell trouble, but there's plenty of time for Beyond Gaming to really reclaim their glory and lead the charge, especially considering how well they've done in their first year. Looking at this game, 28 at 40 seconds. It feels like it didn't have to be that long, Nightstar, for sure, because you look at that scoreboard, and like, the moment Liang just started like 1v1ing Shiramine and running all over the map, it kind of felt like it was over.
I mean, 20 minutes into the game, it was already a nigh and insurmountable lead, right? It was at around 8k, which is pretty hard to deal with. And MVP is actually going to go to Liang. Of course, he demanded a lot of map pressure with this Tryndamere. I personally would have given it to Kino because of his roam's mid lane and just a lot of the dominating teamfight initiations he had, but Liang also had a pretty inspiring performance coming in with a lot of those flanks. So still well-deserved coming in from Liang on this Tryndamere, and it feels like this Tryndamere pick is going to be very powerful pick, especially against some of those weaker teams where you can just kind of free scale because you're not getting punished in that solo lane.
Yeah, whenever there's a chance to skill check an opponent, I think Liang is definitely a great player to take it. And if there was any doubt that he'd be sharing more of the limelight with Likai, I think he may have silenced that for the time being. But that is going to be it for this game. When we return, Sem9 returns once more to the stage to take on Impunity. Don't go anywhere.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? time it's going to be far too late. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. And I won't see it coming. Get my heart beating off so much more than you thought you could do. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. And I won't see it coming. I swear I'm just gonna go out and get my revenge on you. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. I am still Pyra, he is still Nightstar. We're getting ready for round 2 here with Sem9 as they take to the stage to face off against Impunity. But before we do, I'd like to take a moment to thank our wonderful sponsors, CTBC Bank, and of course, Caliber, for helping to make the PCS possible. Now, Nightstar, Sem9 came off a rough loss, but as we discussed in the postgame, this was much more likely the game they were spending their time preparing for. And I would imagine Impunity giving it quite a lot of thought to, because the teams are very close in the standings. Impunity just having gotten their first win yesterday against Meta Falcon team.
And for Impunity, I feel like they're a bit on the up and up. Of course, it's just one win, but even in all those 4 losses, they looked pretty strong. So I've been inspired by a lot of their efforts, their drafts. Yes, some of the execution hasn't been quite clean, but again, a lot of these new players, it's going to take time to completely integrate everyone together. So that's a concern, but not a heavy concern early on. And for Impunity, the growth they've shown, I think, outweighs a lot of the fumbles in game as they look to try and keep the streak going and make it 2 in a row.
Yeah, no changes to the Sem9 roster, who are looking to find their first win here, having to play back-to-back games this week to make up for the fact that they weren't able to take the stage last week around. Really would hope to see some more from this team, but interestingly enough, we have a bit of a grudge match on our hands as Caspiel was the player that got Impunity into the PCS in the first place and then was unceremoniously dumped. And I would imagine this man is looking for revenge, but I do hope his performance is a little better than what we saw out of the Jarvan game. Otherwise, he's not likely to get it.
Yeah, it was a bit of an uninspiring performance in game number 1 as he kind of just farmed until 6. Yes, he had that really, he had nice 2 ganks in that mid lane, but that was it.
Absolutely.
And we're still waiting to unlock Faith, apparently.
We are, but that, a new challenger will approach soon enough. But, interestingly enough, for new challengers, Pinway is coming in 2 for 2 on his games now, and ever since the swap, there has been a little something special in the air there, I think, on the Impunity Esports side. Certainly has given them at least the one win. I really liked what we saw out of the Rakan as well, supporting Blaze on that Jinx. I think the Yasuo comp was an interesting strategy. I'm curious to see how this all works out, but we will be comparing our bottom laners today because Clayx, of course, coming into the league, has been unable to find those wins. Did have some good Jinx play in the previous game, but he's up against Blaze, who I would argue was the best part of Impunity last year, and certainly looks to be a very strong part of it this year.
Yeah, he has been certainly the big carry on this squad, as contrary to Faith's name, I've been lacking faith in his gameplay, and really it's been more of the side lane focus for Impunity, and Blaze really stepping up, as you can see in the damage numbers, almost 30%. That's a lot of the heavy load and AD carry does get in this meta right now, but we are now headed into the draft phase. Sem9 really focusing on that jungle pool right off the bat. Taco, of course, having those really big Lee Sin games, and Diana also win those big team fight carries.
Not to mention, Impunity also focusing a few bans. They are not going to allow the Zins out through, and of course, red side Zeri must ban at this point, so no surprises here. For Sem9, and we saw them, it could have been a glitch, but we saw them not ban last time around. Camille will be removed. That's been Champion Quiet's had some success on, but we've also seen him play the Tryndamere quite well, so I wouldn't be too surprised if he gets his hands on that. And I would like to see Shiro do something different in that case, but then again, Quiet may not be Liang. Renekton banned away here for Impunity.
We'll see what the first pick is. It is going to be the immediate Gwen lock-in.
Okay.
When it comes to the remaining strong picks, I definitely would have put Gwen right at the top of the list. Of course, you can have the ability to flex in a couple of positions if you really want to. But Impunity, take a look at it, and yes, they've got a pick of the litter when it comes to the AD carries, but the Tryndamere also still left available. It looks like they want that pick locked in for themselves, and we'll see what they go ahead and pair this with. I'd imagine it's their preferred AD carry, but if they do leave AD carry up still, it could be perhaps they want to go ahead and hide a pick like the Ziggs on R3.
Well, it would be a Blaze champion, has been in the past, has been even in this split. Taking a lot of time, but at the last second, they will lock in the Jinx. I think it makes the most sense. We've seen Jinx prio by most teams in the handshake, but I wouldn't, you know, I would be surprised if Clayx does anything but Aphelios. We have seen him play the Jhin into this, but Aphelios is just pretty strong. So we'll see if they give it the prioritization. And that's a Hecarim for Caspiel. Ooh, I'm starting to see something interesting here on the Sem9 draft. There's a lot of run at them.
And it does look like they just want to go straight back to the Orianna. I'm a little bit skeptical. However, this is a combination, at least this time around, going to be less reliant on having both ultimates available, and it's going to be more focused on making sure Lazar has his ult at the very least, whereas Caspiel will be able to kind of try and just charge in and initiate fights with that charge on the Hecarim, and it will be that Nautilus locked in for Pinway. So, you know, nothing too surprising coming out from the support, but I would have preferred the Thresh personally. As we head into the second phase, it will be Aphelios taken away. I'm not too against that, because in my opinion, Jinx just wins against Aphelios, and unless Aphelios just really pops off in the lane phase against Jinx, it's really hard to play the matchup out.
Yeah, that is a good point, right? Like, even though it's been handshook a lot, it does seem like the Jinx has just so much more pop-off potential overall. This composition, I am curious to see if Sem9 are going to be going for something completely different, because right now what we're seeing is the opportunity to get some chase down. Impunity is not nearly as mobile as Beyond Gaming were last time around, and we will see what the rest of the comp has to bear. Braum is going to be banned, so a lot of focus towards bot side, as that's, of course, all that's left for Sem9 to lock in. And what will be their final ban?
So Impunity banning away the Braum takes away some of that defensive capabilities for Sem9, at least if they want to go for one of those big hyper carry AD carries or bot lane champions. So safety stripped away there, and it will be a Volibear taken away, so taking away some of that dive pressure. That was definitely one of the big problems they had in the previous game, in that it was just Beyond Gaming tearing them apart from every which way you could imagine. So much dive pressure in some of these fights, and the hover coming in onto the Xayah is very interesting, but we do know Xayah does have protection for herself using the ult to kind of give self peel, and they go ahead and lock in the Recon here as well. So they have decent tools to deal with the dive pressure this time around if you do over-index into charging in as Impunity, as we get to see the Zed locked in. Zed is going into the hands of Taco. So breaking this down, we've seen this in the LCS. So yeah. Pride Stalker plays it quite often. It really loves the pick. When it comes to this particular matchup, when it comes to the junglers, Hecarim doesn't pressure the Zed nearly enough to say, okay, I can't play the game as Zed in this 1v1. So that's why you're allowed to go ahead and lock this in. And now you just have so much dive pressure. Is it possible to stay alive as Sem9? Because we saw they had a lot of issues dealing with it in game number 1, but at the very least, Xayah will have a tool to keep herself alive. But is it enough?
That is the question, right? Because they lock in the Lovers duo, it gives them a little bit of extra range to work with on that, and that could help them in the laning phase. But again, you're up against the Jinx Nautilus. There's so much kill threat there. And then, of course, double Assassins and a Tryndamere in the rest of it. I mean, this is a composition that does just ungodly amounts of damage. The Zed jungle coming in. You talked about it being a Pride Stalker special. Let me tell you about something. Pride Stalker is an old Kha'Zix player, so that tells you everything you need to know. I'm excited if Taco can bring that same level of aggression. And, like, you know, we talk about, like, how protected you can be with certain things. Gwen is only immune if you are outside the mist. Hecarim can only not die as long as he keeps everyone feared and away. Those have timers on them, for sure. Sem9 have a hard comp to play into. I do like the ball delivery systems here, and I like the front line better. I like the Gwen. I just wonder if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, and I would say compositionally, Sem9 have a better teamfight composition. The issue is we saw in game 1, they really struggled to deal with those flanks. And that will be really the key to this game. Can Impunity consistently find flanks or just gain advantages in these side lanes and Snowball? Or will Sem9 get enough gold to get this Gwen and Hecarim ahead? Because I think these two champions will be key to their success.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our starting runes here, of course. On the side of Sem9 as well. Some phase rushes coming in. The Aerie on the Xayah. You know, Xayah-Rakan, classic combination, but we haven't seen a whole ton of it. I was kind of expecting a Sivir to come in, like we saw earlier in the North American League today in LCS. That was a composition that did work out with a very strong Hecarim pick, but this is a little bit different. We'll see if Klax and Philia can survive this bottom side, because Blaze and Binway have looked good in their combination so far.
Blaze, of course, the highlight member of last year's roster, the only person to come and make a return, although, you know, they still have Krelix in as the support, now a sub, as Pinway has stepped forward to take the starting role. And it looks like we're going to have bot side starts here for both sides, wanting to finish up top lane, to be expected, of course, for a Tryndamere, as you do want to, again, make sure he gets level 6. But at the same time, Shiromine on this Gwen pick, it's going to be a really much better chance for him to pop off than when he had that Graves in the previous game.
Yeah, for sure. All right, starting off, getting a little poke onto Pinway down bottom side. He can shrug that off pretty easily as the Nautilus. And because they leashed, of course, you know, not able to get to the farm quite as fast. And now the question is, how safely can they get it back with that rocket poke? It's a bit of a double-edged sword with Jinx, right? Like, you can rocket poke all day, but then if you run out of mana, you could be in trouble. So it is always a careful dance. Blaze certainly knows how to handle this champion.
And in this top side, just a little bit of trades. We'll see how well Shiro does in this a bit of a rematch against the Tryndamere. Of course, different player piloting the champion, but he did struggle mightily in that first game as the Graves, and this is a much different matchup. Better chance for Gwen to make plays, but more importantly, has a lot more impact when it comes to team fights.
Speaking of repeat matchups, too, well, I'll talk about that in a moment. Okay, never mind, that's it. Obviously, Lazar playing the same matchup against another Ahri, but also, by the same token, Faith, a very different player than Minji.
Yeah, very much so. We'll see how well he performs, as, I mean, already, Lazar having a better time because he's not getting bullied out from the wave. In fact, he has a bit of a CS lead. 6 CS, that's a full wave. Of course, the wave is crashing into Faith, but Lazar, much different story than game number 1, where he was just struggling mightily. This time around, he actually doesn't go ahead and go for the recall. I thought he would just go ahead, cheater, and recall, come back with boots and refill all of his potions to continue laning, but that won't be the case here, as he's going to hold on, and Taco making an early visit.
Yeah, level 4, you don't expect the Hecarim to try and match pressure, and they are falling for it. Hook, line, and sinker, but a couple of flashes, and they are out to try and turn it right onto Pinway again. I don't know if Philia wants to go any farther than that. They are going to bring Caspiel for defense. Had to burn a summoner for that, and both supports did, in fact. I'd say that's, well, support and an AD carry. That's definitely going to favor Impunity just a little bit.
I really like the trade coming in, and seeing in this top lane, like, Shiro could, with this Ghost, force the exchange of summoners, really, because he did go for the recall. He did come back with a lot more stats, of course, getting that additional item along with the refillable. He has a lot of stats to play around with here. I would have liked for him to be a lot more in your face against Quiet, because again, the Tryndamere doesn't have the teleport, so can't have those same sort of recalls. Really has to play off of wave position in that matchup.
Yeah, a bit of a roam here. That was actually just warding coverage. You can see Sem9 trying to go a little bit deep and head off any gank attempts from Taco. Still on level 5, though. No death mark available just yet. Philia waiting in the wings to try and bait a gank out of Faith, but it's also not the easiest thing to do. It does seem like Sem9 are a little antsy to make something happen. Obviously, once Caspiel hits 6, that's the go button. But we'll have to see. Actually, that word down on the Krug camp does mean that Shiro has perfect information of the jungle position. Quiet could be in trouble.
Before 6.
I don't think you'd expect this. They've also brought Philly to the party. And let's see if he burns those summoners. No, he does not. Exhaust on for an easy first blood. Doesn't get more clinical than that.
Yeah, very, very easy first blood there. So a great start for Sem9 this time around. And more importantly, you just dumped an entire 2 waves to that tower that Quiet will miss out. However, ClayX...
a little bit of poke, no follow through. Yeah, I mean, again, Xayah is a fairly slippery champion, but I feel like picking this is kind of just saying, look, we're not going to win this lane. We're going to be trying to go for those fights, and we're going to have a lot more impact consistently if we don't have the same level of pop-off, excuse me.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, of course, we do see the Aerie, which means that you are going to go for the lethality build, as we see the Dirk in the inventory at the moment. So that's going to be the decision coming in from ClayX, and also have to bring to attention that there were 3 players that went cookies and biscuits for their rune choices and have yet to use any of them. So that's a lot of gold. Or
same thing, by the way, Nightstar. Cookies and biscuits. Just depends on what side of the Atlantic you're on.
That is true. And
as someone who's lived on both.
The big thing with this rune choice is if you don't use them in lane in the early phases of the lane phase, they fall out of relevancy very, very quickly. And you're much better off taking a futures market, which scales incredibly well in this instance. But now it's going to be a play made towards the red buff. It does look like Caspiel will go ahead and concede it and trying to help out his bot lane by hanging around. He could get caught though.
That's the charm, but he's got Onslaught of Shadows, and he needs to use it defensively to try and get out. The Death Mark is on, and Taco is going to claim his life. Filia will fall, and Clayx is down with no help coming here as he goes for the Feather Storm. However, he has pushed Impunity off. Still 2 kills unanswered, and he is a sitting duck. No flash.
Yep. Oh, sitting duck, he's going to go quack. Can he hit level 6 on this? Yes, he does, but...
Feed it right into Blaze. Oh, that's going to be plates, too. Oh, Impunity, that was a beautiful setup, and Caspiel, he knew that was coming.
He knew it was coming. Looks like he didn't expect Faith, though, and yeah, I guess he wasn't expecting the burst damage coming in, but you are up against essentially 2 double assassins, so... I'm personally not very surprised by the damage.
I feel like you should expect it.
Yeah.
And Clayx knows he's dead. He's just trying to get a return kill here.
He almost has an opportunity to try and trade 1-for-1 because he hits level 6, but unfortunately he isn't able to skill up his ultimate in time. As, yeah, you see it right there. He only gets a fraction of a second to try and skill up and use the ability right away, and unfortunately unable to do so. If he was able to, maybe he trades 1-for-1, but at the same time, maybe he doesn't, and he just loses a key cooldown where now he'll just get dove again.
Yeah, also, look at where the kills landed right there. I mean, at the moment, Impunity have 3, and one of them each on all the big damage threats. Obviously, Quiet on this Tryndamere, I mean, he can get his own kills, it's fine. But, like, Taco's got one on the Zed that he earned down there. Faith had one from earlier, and Blaze picked up that other one that was spoon-fed. This is exactly what you want on the Impunity side. And they're going to do it again! Can you believe it? Oh dear, no summoners still on the bottom side. They're actually going to try and for a second sack Filia, but he was able to battle dance back. Nicely done. That's why you want the Lovers duo, because you get that extended range.
That's really nice execution coming in from that bot lane of Sem9. So, you know, Clayx holds on to that ultimate and pays off in that particular instance. And he still has Flash available for that next gank, which is going to be a lot better results than before. In this top lane, Shiromine also having a much better result in the lane phase than before, as instead of a deficit, he is in the lead when it comes to CS. Of course, once Quiet does get that first item completed, he will have the 1v1 advantage, but for now, short trades do favor Shiromine. It really just comes down to this all-in.
Oh, Ghost is already on. He wants to get the kill. Unfortunately, there's plenty of time to buy. And with Taco there, Quiet will get the kill. Ooh, no, man. Give this man an Oscar. He baited it well.
Did very, very well in that instance and nets himself a kill. Fortunately for Shiro, we'll have teleport, and Caspiel will also be able to eat up the CS. So as it stands, 10 minutes into the game, we haven't had any focus onto the dragon, or not big focus onto the dragon, and we have seen the first one go down, but it's not at like the 6-minute mark, which we've had, which I would say is kind of where you want to see that dragon come down when it comes to a lot of these dragon focused teams. And we'll see where Caspiel decides to toss down this Rift Herb. I think that's the next big play to focus on.
Yeah, absolutely. The team's kind of shaking hands just a little bit on the objective, but it feels like they want to set up a play somewhere on the map before they drop it so they can get the full charge. They are running a little bit low on time to try and pick the plates up, but it seems like top side is the way to go. There's still a flash on Quiet. He will seed this one as the wave crashes, and I think they might just go ahead and open up Shelly. They're actually bringing Lazar here to the party to try and convince him. No, they're just going to go ahead and go for the attack. It's going to be a dive, if anything, but Quiet, he's got to know something's up.
I think they just want to take away 2 plates right here and then go ahead, start it up.
There's the Feather Storm.
Rift.
Oh, meanwhile, the Flash.
Oh,
what a place! Good dodge! Can he get this 1v2? Clay almost does 1v3 even! Oh, it's just not fair. Lazar will get revenge at least on 1. But oh man, if you're Clayex, it's just so close.
Oh, that was pretty flashy though, and now they, of course, do get to execute onto that first tower and get a charge onto the second tower up top side. Really nice play coming in from Semnai to at least be able to trade pretty effectively for the side of Impunity. That dive attempt, of course, really kind of forced their hand because of the fact that they saw the jungler up top side with that Rift Herald, and they felt compelled to try and make a trade immediately. And Clayex just plays it very, very well. Waits for the ult to come out from Nautilus, uses the ult himself to counter, and when he goes for the Feather Rip, flashes right onto Blaze to make sure he gets the CC. Unfortunately, because the tower is focusing on Pinway, the tower isn't there to help him out finishing that kill onto Blaze.
It does force Blaze to use both of his summoners just to get away, though, after the heal and the flash into the bush. So I feel like if you're Clayex, like, sure, it sucks not to get the kill, but that's not so bad. You can come back and do it again. Gold game actually just about even, by the way, with all things said and done. First tower, of course, and the inner turret being charged down by a second Shelly. That's pretty nice there for Sem9. This is already looking like a lot better game. Of course, at this point, the game kind of felt like it was getting close to over last time around. But Sem9 have definitely come alive in this one. I want to see what else they can do. Dragon may be contested here. It is a Hextech Drake, and Sem9 are muscling in, but will they be able to get there in time? I think Taco can just, finish the job.
Yep.
A little slow to react.
And Taco has gone for the Stradbreaker, which is a item that has been coming back in popularity. Gives you a little bit of the extra burst damage and really locks a target down as well. Makes it hard for them to escape. And I mean, when it comes to these win conditions, right? For Sem9, it was about really the top in jungler. With the Gwen and the Hecarim, they've been, well, the Gwen's been doing relatively well. And the Hecarim's been there. He hasn't necessarily been popping off per se, but it does feel like when it comes to styles, Caspiel, it feels like he's more there to support the lanes rather than force plays. And perhaps with Lazar's tendency to kind of just sit back, maybe that's why Sem9 went for this jungle change rather than have Arashi constantly looking for these invades, constantly looking to flip. And it feels like his mid laner wasn't quite always there to support these kinds of plays.
Yeah, sometimes if you have a stylistic clash, you've got to make a change, even if on the surface it looks like one jungler is playing a little bit better than the other. Caspiel definitely playing a more supporting role on the Hecarim. I feel like if you can get a good counter engage, the Onslaught of Shadows can be massive as to try and, like, dissuade the likes of Taco or Faith from coming in, or maybe even Quiet. And of course, an uncontested Herald. However, they do end up trading for the finishing or at the tower. And they're massing around the mid lane, and they're just going to go ahead and instantly drop this. But I don't know if this is going to be enough to finish Tower of Blaze here. He might have to back off. Actually, Caspiel winning the wings. Pinway's there
collapse.
too. Danger
They're
to collapse.
collapsing.
Now we've got the teleport
They're
coming
everywhere.
through. Shelly will get the charge. Here comes the big rocket, and Faith over the wall, and this could be huge right now. Health bars are starting to melt, and Quiet will open up the casualties.
Oh, look
by
at
taking
you!
down Philia, and then Caspiel. Clayex falls as well, and it's absolute disaster as Shiro tries to get something back. He grabs Blaze, but it is just not going to be enough. Lazar will fall to Quiet too, and it is almost a wipe.
Shiro shows up to the show late, and unfortunately, Sem9, they fall victim to that multi-directional flank once more. Impunity coming in from all directions. This is what happens when you push up a little bit too excessively and don't wipe out the wards. There was just a lane ward right there, right behind them, and that means the cavalry arrives, and look, they're surrounded from all sides. Clayex, he has to use the ultimate early on in the fight, which is not good for his chances of surviving. And you really need the Gwen to show up sooner rather than later when it comes to these fight setups, because you know your backline isn't going to survive very long against this dive, and you need the extra pressure coming in from Hecarim and Gwen to put threat onto their backline. So at the very least, you're able to exchange backlines, but that wasn't the case here. And by the time he's able, like, he still assassinated the Gwen or the Jinx, right? The Jinx only did 1200 damage, but still 500 more than the Xayah. And as he brought attention to, like, Faith did a lot of work in that fight, dancing around, diving into the backline. And because, well, Xayah, yes, she's safe, but she only dodges the first. She only dodges the first engage. If you have follow-up engage, well, sucks to be you.
Yeah, he had flash, but you know, not really much of an opportunity to use it there. Faith going to be able to push down this top side. Lazar, man, how many times have we seen this poor man collapse on? He is going to use his shockwave, but he's always forced onto one target because of how slippery these two assassins are. Taco claims another on the death mark.
Yeah, I know during the pre-show, or at least during rehearsal, we were kind of talking about, hey, Orianna, pretty good right now.
It depends on the player, I guess. Quiet, well, he's out. It's, you know, every time I see a Tryndamere getting low, I'm just like, you know, I shouldn't really get excited. And then the Tryndamere dies, and I'm like, oh, I should have gotten excited. Right now,
to press R, darn it.
Yeah. Sometimes you do. Sometimes it's such a simple thing. But you know, you can forget these things. You did.
And we got a win from some night. They steal away the blue buff at no cost. Now they can collapse on mid. Blaze!
Oh, Blaze just dodges out of the onslaught of shadows, but will he be able to collapse on him instead? They're looking for... Oh, they do not actually have the ultimate from Orianna. Lazar doesn't have the cooldown. That could have made all the difference. As the rocket does come back just to dissuade them, they're pushed away without getting the kill. But they do burn everything from Blaze.
Yeah, and now they still have the shockwave for this dragon fight. That's going to be really important. Lazar, he has to hit a multi-man shockwave in this fight. Otherwise, it could just be game over.
And Impunity know it right now. They are going to back away, look for the collapse onto the dragon. They may actually see this one, but here comes Faith around the side, and Quiet as well. Shiramine trying to cut them off, and this is going to be close right now. The health bars, Philly already talking low. They're going to back off from this one. They have seen this film before, but unfortunately for them, it does mean Impunity get the Cloud Dragon.
And there's just no coverage on the sides. This time around, at the very least, they have a minion wave coming in from mid, so they do see where Quiet is coming from, but they don't have vision on where Faith is. And it's just really difficult to play these fights out if you are that backline. And now Shiro, immune?
Not anymore.
Immune enough.
You can't be immune to 3 people diving on you, unfortunately. Even Gwen's not that good, but it will stop the tower from being taken. Oy vey, though, Nightstar. This is getting out of hand. 20 minutes Impunity open up quite a lead here of about 4,500. Faith will try to make that more on this mid-tier 1. And as Baron has hit the rift, I don't think it's a take, but there's a lot of damage on this Impunity side. They can certainly threaten sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they certainly have a lot of damage, right? You have Tryndamere, you have Zed, you have the Jinx as well. The only issue is you don't necessarily have a great tank. So if Sem9 do show up in a timely fashion, especially at 20 minutes, you're going to take a lot of damage from that Baron. And that might be what Sem9 need in order to find that Hail Mary team fight to get back into the game. So I think Impunity will kind of play a little bit safe here. And for Sem9, they're really hoping that Impunity do go for one of these Baron plays prematurely because, again, you still have this Orianna Shockwave. You have the Wombo coming in from Shockwave and Hecarim and Gwen. Especially when you're trapped in the back of the pit like that, Gwen can find a lot of value. But once more, we do see a very safe build coming in from Lazar, going for the cooldown boots along with the Luden's Echo. I feel like you should just synchronize your 2 items. Either you go Sork boots and Luden's, or you go cooldown and...
Oh boy.
Okay, that's...
Seen that one before. They set that up for so long, but
yeah,
man,
Shiro.
This is the problem. Shiro can't side lane safely because Gwen is only immune as long as people are trying to hit her from far away.
Yep. They have plenty of people that can just kind of dip in and out of her mist, which means that they are able to deal damage to her. And now Impunity pushing down in this bottom side, which means Sem9, they're forced to go for a recall here. And this is a little bit of a rough spot because they do need to allocate someone to take care of this bottom wave constantly. But if they, you know, leave just one member and they get kind of double dove by, okay, they're
gonna dive.
Going for the engage.
Okay, they do find Blaze here. This is massive right now. I believe they can delete him with the exhaust. Yes, they can. One hit would do it. They manage it. Meanwhile, the shotgun pulls back in. Faith here. They're going to open up the feather side. That's enough to do it. That's 2 massive kills, but Quiet is going to try and get revenge. Rooted down forever, but he flashes and dashes and spins the sword. Sem9 trying to hang on, but Pinway is trying to get some extra kills. It was a knockdown, drag-out fight, Nightstar. And as the dust settles, it's 3 for 3. Holy moly.
It's actually 3 for 2 because there's 3 remaining from the side of Sem9. That's a massive win as they finally find a team fight for themselves.
And they're going to get tower.
Find Taco as well if they're... I don't...
They got this. They got this. They got the objective bounty. This is big.
Yeah, that is big. But Felia is the one to cash in on the bounty, unfortunately, as we get to see the replay. And this is what makes it fun as an AD carry play sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
When they just run at you, you only have 1 dash. It's not like you're running Flash Ghost yourself. And this time, because Quiet's not there at the start of this fight, it makes it a lot easier for the backline to play. And so, credit goes to Sem9, still searching for plays and being able to get the pick.
Absolutely.
71 damage. Woo! That's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Blaze spent most of that fight running away. And unfortunately, when Hecarim wants to chase you, you're not getting away. You got to flash a wall and hope the rest of your team covers. But that was a great setup, a great execution. And I think the only reason it wasn't a more like
dominating fight,
dominating fight was because Quiet comes in and cleans up, and because you can't really stop him. I mean, Klax did everything he needed to, but it's Tryndamere, and now this is going to be Soul. They have to make the play here. It's already down to half health. They actually have managed to catch Pinway, but that's a lot expended just on the support. Klax does take him down. Do they have enough? They need to get that smite off in the time. They do not get it. That Soul going over, and Quiet is running amok here, but he's going to run out of ultimate soon enough. There it goes. Never mind. Taco is going to get shut down. That's huge for Klax right now. They can take the fight. Shiro cutting him down to size. Massive win here for Sem9!
Shiro lives! Gwen is immune! And also heals so damn much! Conqueror along with Riftmaker. In fact, going for the Randuin's Omen, getting that extra defensive stats, bailing her out in that instance. Quiet wants to take this tower, but unfortunately unable to. And unfortunately for Sem9 as well, they aren't able to turn onto the Baron because of the low health bar onto the Hecarim, but we get to see it a replay. Quiet starts out the Baron, and Faith this time around not able to get on the flank fast enough as Sem9, they immediately turn for the fight. This is what we needed. Don't take things too slow. Allow those flanks to develop. Instead, just go straight in right away. Unfortunately, they don't get the soul, which is so important, because of the extra move speed garnered over to Impunity. That will help him out quite a bit later. But Blaze being stuck in the back of the pit is every AD carry's nightmare against Gwen.
Yeah, and look at the Gwen damage starting to come out here. This is where Sem9 are coming into their power. They do lose out on Soul. They don't get the Baron, but they prove they can win a fight. And really, they just had the jump on Impunity for the second time now. You called it. Faith just was not there in time to make a difference. Pinway might have been tanky, but they shredded through him. And then just a great job of stiff-arming Taco and Quiet away from Klax, who was playing out of his mind this game. This is a very different Sem9, and I think they really did do their homework when it came to facing off against Impunity.
Yeah, and I mean, Klax, he's 2-4-3. So the stat line is not pretty. But when you get to watch the game, and the fact that this is a very hard composition to play into, man, he's really putting on the moves as hard as he can to make things possible for Sem9 to play these team fights. Shiromine, if he goes a little bit too far, could get dogged down here. Has face chasing as well.
Yeah, this time, though, he knows what's up. I don't know if he's going to live through this one. Very, very tanky Gwen
He
build.
heals a lot.
So much heal. I mean, and Quiet he's going to delete him at the second. Yeah, there's really nothing you can do about this Tryndamere. He's like an 80s horror slasher, right? He just keeps chasing you down until he kills you. But let's see if Sem9 can make a play here as they're both back in the brush waiting to teleport. It's actually going to channel back onto base because the push didn't stop.
No.
Oh, dear. Things
No.
have gone a little sideways as Caspiel gets deleted. The teleport comes back up. This has got to be a Baron play here for Impunity.
Yeah, that's going to be a free Baron, in fact, because they did lose their jungler, and of course they lost their big carry in Shiromine.
They're going to try and make Pinway at least pay for this one, or at least peel them off. No, that's going to be the knockup. They have some damage here. They're trying to threaten, and there's no more threat on their own base, but man, you're not going to outsmite Taco on this one. Maybe they can take the
big
fight.
shockwave.
Shockwave isn't going to happen, and they're going to go for the Featherstorm pullback, but it's just not enough. A desperation play ends in disaster for Sem9 as Impunity cleanly pick up the Baron and cleanly pick up 4 kills, or 3 I should say, as Caspiel still had to come off cooldown.
Sem9, they try and essentially go for the Hail Mary in that instance, make sure they stop the Baron, but unfortunately Baron still goes down and they all die. So it's really gone from bad to worse. Now Quiet has a Baron buff to play around with. So this game has pretty much come to a close. It was pretty well contested, I would say, coming in from Sem9. They show signs of life at the very least, but now against this Baron buff, it's so difficult to imagine them being able to find those fights, because now these waves will just constantly be pushed in. If they want to try and force a fight, if Impunity are able to disengage, they can just continue to play these map movements.
Here was the play once again. You saw the idea was to bring Lazar in, go for the Hail Mary Shockwave, see what you can do, but it's a risky proposition, right? Because you've only got Philia and Clayx to do it. Philia tries to go in, he gets stopped for ages, and he just gets blown up before he gets the chance. Shiromine, he's up a little bit too late to do much about it, and the Baron.
Yeah, that's probably the dagger right there, Pyra.
Yeah, ironically, he kind of bought a dagger after that. Yeah, I agree. I mean, this feels a little bit rough. I mean, Sem9 were able to contest for a long time. Impunity, they have played this out pretty smart. A couple of mistakes in the team fights, and really just not anticipating the speed of the engage that Sem9 had brought out. But overall, just looking like the better squad on the day. And even though Blaze has been shut out of a number of these fights, the issue is Taco, Faith, and Quiet have not, and they do a lot of damage to single targets. Meanwhile, Quiet just doesn't care about this Sem9 team. He's perfectly fine to just keep running back in. Shockwave or not, doesn't matter. He's got Undying Rage, and unfortunately for Sem9, they are not undying at all. Gwen might be immune, but I don't know how long that Nexus is going to last, as this is going all over the place. That's going to be the Onslaught of Shadows. Don't know if it matters here. Clayx is going to try and outplay Quiet. Nothing doing. Caspiel is going to get deleted by his former team, and 30 minutes on the clock is all it took. Impunity will crack open the base and claim their second victory on the split.
Well played from Impunity from the side of Sem9. Signs of life. Not the worst result, but we do have to examine the draft once more, and I don't think that Lazar on this Orianna, early picking the Orianna, showing that he really wants this champion, whether or not it's for the Wombo potential or he just doesn't feel comfortable on anything else. Well, it kind of remains to be seen, but for sure, in a lot of these setups, like we talked or I talked about to you, how Orianna right now is in a pretty good spot against the low range compositions, but against some of these compositions that have high mobility, that's where the trouble comes in. And when you early pick it, it allows the other team to say, we just won't play into your game. We'll play ours. And they completely warped the game with their second phase picks.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like there were more chances, more opportunities for Sim9 to play the style that they wanted to. The issue is then the Assassins started getting out of control. Then Quiet became big side lane Tryndamere, and then, you know, all of a sudden it doesn't matter if you have a Shockwave anymore, because sure, you can get one, which is what he did a lot of the time, but then there's a couple more. They just keep popping up and you're playing whack-a-mole the whole time. So Impunity, I think, had more trouble dealing with the Sim9 squad, and there are signs of life there, despite the fact that they are 0-6 over the first 2 weeks. But I do think that Impunity just had the better strategy overall, and they gave themselves a lot of weapons, right? I mean, you usually look at a Jinx in this meta and say, okay, that's the prio target. We've got to shut her down. And fair dues, you managed to do that to Blaze quite a lot, but everybody else stepped up in the clutch. Taco and Faith were comboing up, and it was like the jump scare game against Shiramine. They just kept popping out of the bushes right into his face, and it didn't matter that he had the Hollow Mist. And at the same time, yeah, Quiet was just stacking it up. I mean, I think Impunity knew exactly what they needed to do with this composition. Wasn't as clean as the Beyond game, but it certainly looked good when it was firing.
And Tryndamere making yet another roaring appearance in game number 2. So I think we might see back-to-back Tryndamere MVPs here, because this pick is just so oppressive once you get ahead. Once you get going, even, like, you don't even need to be that far ahead. You just have to be even, get level 6 without taking a death, and all of a sudden you just kind of run away with the game very, very easily. And more importantly, like, don't build Hellbreaker on this guy. You don't need it. You do a ton of damage, and the resistances don't mean anything when you're already invulnerable at 1 HP.
Yeah, I feel like they knew exactly what they needed to do here on Quiet, and there just was never any pressure up topside, right? I mean, they went for a dive once or twice. He did die one time, knew that was coming, and the second time he was able to fend it off. It's the laning phase didn't end up mattering all that much, right? Because Quiet knew he would eventually get to this point. And also, like, sure, Shiramine had a much better time in lane and a much better time even out, but he ended up, you know, going this tank Gwen build, which meant he wasn't going to contest in damage. He wasn't going to burst the Tryndamere down. Still was able to heal through things, but his job that game was kind of frontlining in these team fights that, more often than not, Impunity just didn't give to the side of Sem9, and as a result, I think Sem9, they're still searching not just for a win, but I think searching for what they really want to do on this squad. And I am a little worried about Lazar's tendency to show that Orianna early. I'm starting to wonder if there might be champ pool issues in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's a major concern there. We need to see more out of him in general. I suppose I'm not completely sold on Caspiel coming into this roster, as Arashi does give you a little bit more early pressure, perhaps gives you a little bit better chance in the early game, but some of those mid-game chases were really good coming in from this Hecarim, and perhaps the junglers have a difference in champ pools themselves that you want to be able to kind of flex between the two players.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall it's definitely a much more active style when Arashi's in there, but I agree that maybe they wanted to try and play more passively or play more back and defensively because of Lazar's tendencies. But that creates another concern, right? Like, if the issue is coming out of the mid lane and you don't have a sub in that position, then you could be in trouble. That being said, I think there is strength on the Sem9 roster. I think we saw it showcased. I think Clayx had a really good game on this Xayah. He was able to get out of situations that honestly he should not have been able to. He nearly outplayed Blaze, who I still think is probably the best player overall on this Impunity side. Although, you know, maybe Quiet and Faith are shutting me up a little bit with those damage numbers. Faith had a really good game on this Ahri as well. Out of lane phase, he was just everywhere on the map. He never was under pressure, so he had an easy time of it. However, he showed that give him a assassin, let him get a few kills, he can certainly take off. Taco did the same thing on this Zed. Some fun champions, some fun gameplay to see, and it worked out well this time.
Really happy that we got to see Faith step up. That was the big question coming in from week number 1, as we will get to see Quiet take away the MVP. 27% of the team's damage. That's pretty high given the fact that he is a top laner, but he is Tryndamere. So
Everything's coming up Trindamere, baby.
Yeah. We'll have to see how this trend goes moving forward through the rest of today, because right now teams just don't have an answer to this pick, and they're not coordinated enough to deal with the side lane pressure.
Yeah, I think that this is going to continue to be a powerful choice. I wonder if some teams just say, all right, you know what, throw our hands up. We're going to ban this because we know this is going to be first picked on the opposite side. It may be the difference maker between, the top and bottom half of the tables as things start to shake out a little bit here.
Yeah, and the top and bottom half of the table is really starting to kind of separate really the top 5 and the bottom 5, but Impunity making a case for them to kind of enter that top half of the standings. That, of course, not quite there, as they will be in a tie, I believe, for 5th. We'll go back and take a look at the standings later, but good showing.
Things are going to keep shifting for sure. Absolutely. All right, well, we have got to go on break. When we return, though, Frank Esports look to rock their opponents like a hurricane. Don't go anywhere.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
too familiar with pain, I'm too familiar with pride. I've been on my knees 6, but gotten up 7 times. It was never even a question of is it gonna be mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. I've been watching the clock, 10,000 hours go by. I keep putting in work, the tears are filling my eyes. I swear I've never been tested like this, but this is mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something's standing in my way, I always push back. If something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever. The waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. The deepest waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. I'm taking it to the sky. I'm never taking a break, I'm only taking what's mine. You say it's taking too long, I'm taking that as a sign. It's not a matter of faith, just a matter of time. Never look back, if something's standing in my way, I always push back. When something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever. The waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. Blood and sweat is what made me. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. The deepest waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
Wake up in a different room, mascara on the pillow. Midnight, flowers bloom, never on the down low. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar, you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. Your kiss is dangerous. I'm walking on a wire. You're just the same as me, dancing in the fire. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar, you're gonna get burned.
All right, welcome back, everybody, once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. I'm still Pyra, and he is still Nightstar, and we are about to get into Frank Esports and Hurricane Gaming. But before we do, I'd like to take a moment to thank our wonderful sponsors, CTBC Bank, and of course, Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Nightstar, I know your namesake is playing. Who do you got in this one?
I'd love to say Frank Esports, and for sure I'm going to be cheering for them. However, Hurricane Gaming, they showed a lot of signs of life in their previous game, and to come away with a win, and I think the most surprising part about that game was how dominating it looked, which was never the case for Alpha Esports last season. Even when they did come away with the win, I believe, against Liab, it was still a mighty struggle, and there were so many coin flips, so many moments where you were just on the edge of your seat. This time, it was just like, once they got the lead, slap down, smack down.
Yeah, it does seem like it is a bit of a new era there for Hurricane with the brand change and with also some of the roster changes. Issues still persist for this team, but we found out that they can close, they can execute. And a lot of it is due in part to talent on opposite sides of the team, but we'll talk more about them in a moment because their opponents today, Frank Esports, are going to be the ones on blue side, Kurt up in the top side, Holo in the jungle, Pretender in mid, and Eminem is once again joined by K2, and I feel like this is the stronger of the two supports. But we do have to talk a little bit about the elephant in the room. Frank have tried some stuff that just did not work. They clearly did not have a handle on the Enchanter support meta, and yeah, it was a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, they went for the Smite Karma top lane, and that did not work out whatsoever. However, I would pin that onto Holo more so than Kurt, and for the most part in the split so far, Kurt's been left out to dry, whether it's been the blind pick Gragas, which has put him in a really dire position from a draft position and just constantly bullied out and taken advantage of, or in that Karma game where Holo never coordinated roams with him and played together with him to make these plays to invade jungle, gain pressure, and then turn that attention towards that bottom lane and orchestrate dives. But we are going to see the lineup from Hurricane Gaming: ICU top lane, Alia in the jungle, Chacha in the mid lane, Bang 2 in the support role, in the AD carry role, and Hal in the support role.
Absolutely, and I do think, as I was alluding to earlier, there is power on opposite sides of the rift for this team. You got to talk about Bang 2 having a great Ezreal performance. Has certainly looked good, but ICU has just continually shown strength when he's given these carry champions, and his Gwen went deathless yesterday in the bout versus Sem9. Clearly Sem9 have a lot of things to work out, a few kinks to adjust to, but we will be taking a look at the top comparison because while Kurt has been left out to dry, ICU has just had the hammer placed in his hands and he's been sending out shock blasts. I do think of the two of them, he is the one to watch.
This is a very, very stark comparison when it comes to the comparisons here, and it also highlights how each of these teams play. Of course, you do have karma stats factored in, so that's going to skew things, especially the damage number and the
we don't talk about that one.
But at the same time, it shows that ICU is a player that Hurricane Gaming want to try and play around in the early game, and even yesterday when they were able to get the win and Bang 2 had such a stellar score line, it's still an Ezreal, so you do want to play somewhat away from him and then come back to him later on, and that's kind of how it didn't exactly completely pan out that way, but Bang 2 really performed, but ICU also carried a heavy load.
I think the biggest difference between these two is, like, okay, yes, the karma is going to skew some stuff a bit, but just look at the damage percentage difference. Kurt has been on tank duty for most of his games and has just not really been able to do damage. He's been there to try and absorb it and stop it. ICU is there to carry. I mean, this is two very different styles of top lane that will clash. And I feel like Kurt's side is going to give, unless there's a side of him we have not seen yet, which is entirely possible, and Frank may need to shift a strategy because they have not found a win since week 1. They're both sitting at 1-4 now, but it's Hurricane that have the momentum to build.
Absolutely. And when you compare where Frank are strong, it's in that bottom lane, right? With Eminem and K2, they have been a strong point of the roster, but at the same time, Bang 2, we would also say, is a very strong player on that Hurricane side. So I feel like if you're Frank Esports and you're looking for a way into this game, it either has to come in from that 2v2, because Enhao has had some moments where he's really flopped, but this could be an opportunity for Pretender to really step up, because Cha-Cha has also been a heavily underperforming member of the side of Hurricane Gaming.
Yeah, I do think that the mid lane is going to be another one to focus on because there's a lot of question marks, right? I mean, Pretender, of course, formerly known as Kana, the mid laner substitute for PSG Town, loaned out to Frank Esports as they built their roster at the last minute to start the PCS. It does feel like we want to see a little more out of him. I think, there have been some highlights in some of the Victor games, perhaps. Cha-Cha, on the other hand, yeah, we also want to see more from him. He's had more champ diversity, but a lot of it hasn't really panned out. I almost want to say his Azir was maybe his best game, but it's kind of hard to really see, what they're looking to get done. There's just so much more power between ICU and Bang 2, and that seems like they have the carry potential. Maybe Cha-Cha just needs to stick it back to the tank Rise and try to get them around the map. That could be a winning strategy for this team.
Yeah, the other option is they really need Hollow to keep track and match Aliel, because Aliel loves to flip the game. It's just what he has done consistently time and time again on Alpha Esports from the mid lane position, but now starting out this split from the jungle position, he's taken a lot of really risky early fights that put the game on edge. And if Hollow is able to catch him out in those moments or be able to match in those moments, then Frank Esports can really come out of those fights with big leads and perhaps snowball off of those leads.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity there, and we'll see if it ends up working as we are into the picks and bans. Karma, Jace both banned away by Frank Esports. And on the Hurricane Gaming side, they will remove the Tryndamere. So we did talk about this potentially being a thing. It looks like it is coming through. I mean, for all of the carrying that ICU has been looking to do, he has not picked up the Tryndamere. It has been available a couple times as well. So clearly not as much of a fan of that champion. Zeri, of course, the ban on the red side, no surprise. We'll see if we get that handshake of the AD carries. That's been the case most of the time. And both of them are happy to pick up Jinx Aphelios. I do think Bang 2's Ezreal is probably his best champion so far. And it's quite a doozy, as well as a safe champion in what could be a very explosive 2v2. But that's a lot of speculation. Let's wait until we have all the bans in before we start talking about that. Taking some time here for Frank in the final seconds. They'll get rid of the Graves, so just so much focus topside. And it's not a surprise why with ICU's performance.
Also, with just a stark difference on resource allocation on over towards that top side, Hurricane Gaming will go ahead, ban away the Renekton at the very end, leaves Xin available. That's probably Hollow's best champ, but there is still a Gwen available as well. So I feel like if you're handing over Gwen to ICU, that already spells trouble for me. Because your best options are perhaps a Kennen to deal with the Gwen in lane, and that also requires coordination with your team to be able to then use the Kennen in team fights. And we've seen time and time again, Kurt, while he can kind of make his own play when it comes to coordinating with the team's just not connected or synced up with him.
Yeah, I think that's the trouble here, and they put a high priority on that Zin's out for Holo, and I want to see if they can maybe coordinate a little bit better on the engages to make that happen. On the Hurricane side, we do see as the Gwen gets locked in, the Lee Sin for Olio will as well. So first time he's playing a champion that he's already played and shown once in this spring split, and although they've only won the one game, it was not with the Lee Sin, it was with the Jarvan. They managed it. I do think the Lee is something that even though your role, you got to be able to perform. Olio, I wasn't super convinced last time. Let's see if he has more in the tank. And that is going to be an Akali coming out. And that should be for Pretender. He's already shown the likes of Ari. I am curious to see how this one shakes out now, as that has been banned by a number of teams in this league. And the Aphelios will get locked into boot.
Still could be a Akali to go top lane. Decent. It's like an okay matchup against a Gwen. Of course, there are two champions that will end up sort of doing different things or how they play out, even though they're both looking to assassinate backline. We'll see what the answer is to this Aphelios. It will be that Jinx. Not surprising, but when it comes to Eminem, I kind of fully expect to see the Aphelios over the Jinx, just because you have the ability to put more pressure onto the Jinx in lane phase. Again, when it comes to this matchup, the Aphelios does have a little bit more pressure during the lane phase against the Jinx, but if the Jinx does get out of lane phase pretty scot-free, then she really runs away with the matchup. So it's really on the Aphelios to put this Jinx into the dirt.
Yeah, obviously that matchup, of course, always going to swing on the skill. I want to see what the support lock-ins end up being as we get into the ban phase 2. We do see that pool getting hit pretty heavily. The Nautilus Thresh both off the table. No hooks today, unless somebody wants to try for a Blitzcrank or something. I wouldn't be too surprised to see it go even deeper in there. Maybe even a Leona.
Yeah, I expect to see the Leona be taken away by Frank Esports. Just because Hurricane Gaming will have first pick of the litter when it comes to support picks, and if they leave the Leona up, I fully expect Hurricane Gaming to go ahead and lock that in. As time ticks away, it could also be something like a Braum. I think if you want to play defensive, the Braum makes a little bit more sense, but if you are playing Aphelios, you want to be more aggressive. So they'll go ahead, as expected, take away the Leona. Hurricane Gaming, now we'll get to see what kind of power that they are going to bring down in that bottom lane. I fully expect the support pick to come out and save counter pick for mid lane here, as it is that hover on Tahm Kench, which I feel like opens things up for the Braum to have usefulness in this instance, because you are dealing with the Lee Sin and the Gwen to relatively low range. It provides peel for your Aphelios, and you can deal very well with this Tahm Kench if you want to, or something like a Lulu does have a good time, can scale up, and when Gwen does dive in, you can turn her into a cupcake.
Yeah, there is always that option to try and play the poke style. So we do see the Orianna locked in, which does mean this should be the Akali flexing up towards top, and the Lulu would make a lot of sense here to try and turn this into an interesting team fight, engage, counter engage, with that Akali kind of flexing on either side of it. And I kind of like this bot lane. I mean, for all the Enchanter Lulu that we see around the world right now, I think it is worth remembering that she is, technically speaking, designed as a support, and that is how she functions in a different lane as well. Last pickup into the Orianna, pretty safe blind pickup. And Cha-Cha, as we've mentioned, has not been the strongest. The Syndra would be a good matchup, but they opted to the Ryze instead.
It is going to be Ryze here, and I don't really like the Ryze pick. I mean, I think those watching already know that I'm not a fan of tank Ryze, and in this instance I feel like tank Ryze is probably his better option to try and get into these fights. But again, that's another issue, is that he needs to go tank in order to even make it into these fights, because of how much ways that they can keep him out of those fights. They have Orianna Ball to zone him off. They have the Xin ult to zone him off. They have Lulu slows to keep him away. And then by the time you get in range, Aphelios can just unload onto you. So there's a lot of problems with this Ryze pick. What you are able to do with this Ryze pick, though, is really attack these side lanes aggressively once you hit level 6. So we need that level 6 ultimate to be very impactful, very similar to a TF ultimate, where the first ult has to come early and it has to get kills or a lot of summoners.
Yeah, they do have a lot to ride on that with the mid lane, but I do think that this champion choice for Cha-Cha, or excuse me, for ICU plays into that strategy as well. I do feel like this could be setting up for the 1-3-1, and that might be what Hurricane Gaming are aiming for. On the opposite side, Frank Esports in the hunt. for their second win on the split. Looking to stay a little closer together. Whenever you have an Orianna, it certainly brings the gravity a bit in. And with the support champion pool so decimated in the ban phase, we do get to see more of these picks coming through. I do like the Lulu Aphelios lane. That can be a big pain in the butt for a Jinx. However, the Tahm Kench can dissuade a fair amount of that poke.
And the big thing here with this Tahm Kench pick is it allows you to defend your hyper carry away from this Xin Akali dive that is coming through. And we are going to see Kurt on this Akali pick, which we didn't quite get to touch on, but I think this is a very interesting matchup. I kind of expect him to go for the tank version with, of course, the Turbo Chem tank, which is like, yes, it's nerfed on Akali, but it's still usable. And in this instance, I think you just want to be as annoying as possible rather than just one-shot the backline.
Yeah, I do think that's going to be an interesting thing here, putting this into Kurt's hands. It's also kind of saying, hey, let's go, because we've got Ignite TP on both sides. That I expect from ICU. But Kurt is a bit of an unknown quantity here. I feel like we haven't really got a feel for what this guy can do. And, I mean, talk about a road test. ICU is going to try and pound him into the dirt, so we'll see if there's a difference to be made.
Yeah, and I am absolutely cheering for Kurt here because I feel like he's just been done dirty too many times by this Frank roster, whether it's been through draft or been through gameplay and not really help facilitate his gameplay this time around. Should be very interesting as they're going to fight for bush control, and neither team will be able to save their own ward. But when it comes to range versus melee matchups, that bush control in that middle bush is actually pretty important. It gives you, allows you to dictate a lot when it comes to this lane phase. And surprisingly enough, we are going to see Frank Esports get the first shove. Well, of course, with double range, that can certainly happen. But usually we do see Jinx be able to get control of that first push because of that rocket.
Yeah, you can get a lot of poke out early on. The AoE certainly makes a big bit of difference. And always want to keep an eye on the top lane because even though at level 1 we don't usually expect to see the all-ins, again, ICU is not a usual player. This is a man who named himself Aurelia Carryu, and I think that tells you all you need to know about the mindset of how he approaches the top lane.
Yeah, and I mean, he's been really trying his darndest to carry this squad. He's done very well when it comes to early on in the game. It's just sometimes the game just gets a little bit too far out of hand when it comes to the 5v5s with the rest of the team falling behind, that one man just can't do it all sometimes.
Yeah, that's been the issue, right? Like it's early game, but Hurricane just seemed to have such a hard time doing much outside of that. With Bang 2 just trying to hold on and carry. And that's the lack of coordination. But, you know, yesterday, it looks so much cleaner. Admittedly, it's against the Sen 9 that haven't found their team identity yet. But, I mean, it kind of proved they can win games, and that's already a big improvement over what we saw in Alpha Esports last summer.
Yeah, and Sem 9, they did start out that game very, very well. So credit goes out to Hurricane Gaming to be able to find the opening to swing things back around. And now Hollow will take this bottom scuttle. We'll see if he decides to go a little bit aggressive towards this bottom lane. But Aliao is also in this half of the map. And well, I'm not sure if Hollow knows, but he can go for the double scuttle, which would be a really nice advantage for him.
I don't think he's aware of it at the time, but did know that there was no ward down in the river brush if he wanted to try and make a play. But of course, Bang 2 and Enhao playing very safe. The shove is on here. Eminem and K2 will be able to get this in, but they got to be careful because here's Olio around. And Eminem stepping right into it as he gets the ward down at the worst possible time, instantly flashes to dodge all the skill shots. But they do turn onto Enhao, not stepping on the Flame Chompers as well. It was a nice turn, but Burning Flash, that's a feels bad, man.
Yeah, that's really nice, at the very least, from Hurricane Gaming to get that flash out. However, they do lose a pretty sizable chunk of their health bars in order to get that. And
Round
Alio,
two.
he's just going to brute force this, but they have full vision on him.
Yeah, and Nenhao is a little bit low right now. This is, I think, maybe a bit ill-fated, so he'll choose to back away. They're calling for help. Meanwhile, up in the top, some love taps traded back and forth. I can't wait for level 6, man. This is going to be explosive.
Absolutely. And ICU, he is going to be in. Oh,
well, there we go.
Okay.
Already burning the Ignite. He wants the dive. Oh, Gwen is not immune. Oh, they traded. And it was Akali that got the first blood, I think. No.
No.
It was Gwen. Okay.
Gwen that got first blood. And more importantly, ICU gets that kill under tower, so Kurt actually loses a couple minions in that instance. Now the wave's going to start bouncing back towards ICU, so it's very much worth it for Gwen in that exchange. Alio is just going to start out the dragon right away. Starts it off with the smite, knowing that he has 2 charges, and they're actually just going, like, this is the dragon timer I expect to see when it comes to taking dragons, because that's a 5.5-minute dragon right there.
That's like half the time we saw in the first 2 games. We really, I do think our first 2 games of the day, like, really had very low prio on the dragon, and that kind of surprised me, to be honest. But both teams clearly had a lot more on their mind. There was a lot more Rift Herald focus, and that is something about the PCS, is that I think we have a higher concentration of teams that are willing to handshake Rift Herald.
Yeah, Rift Herald's certainly an interesting one. I think some of that may have come from last split where PSG really...
Oh!
Okay.
Double root! Yeah, they're going to get this out. Hollow waiting in the wings. They're going to look for
Good
Bang
chase.
2. And how can't quite get him in time.
Good finish.
Didn't have 6 either. No Swallow, no Devour available. And well played. A few attempts later, Hollow comes up with a kill for his team.
And Frank Esports getting off to a good start, and that's really nice to see. There is one of the difficult parts of ganking a enchanter bot lane is you don't necessarily have the setup, but thankfully with the Dephilios you can set things up through the Philios, because he does have Gravitum here as he gets a double root, which means they're able to force their way past those Flame Chompers, able to get the tag onto Bang 2 as well. He really tried to play it as well as he could, got the Flame Chompers out, also tried to sidestep, but the sidestep wasn't enough, or wasn't good enough, and he does go down.
And that's why we see first pick Xin Zhao in League of Legends right now. Holo, though, is going to have to contend with Olio. He does have K2 at his back and health picks, but Chow Chow comes in as well, and the Shockwave is a little bit too late. Pretender. It's going to turn onto Cha-Cha, though, and ICU knows there's no help. At the end of the day, it still ends up being a pretty good play across the board. Frank Esports getting 2 now.
What did I tell you, Pyra? Alio, he wants to flip the game more often than not, and all you have to do is make sure you match him once, take advantage of it, and what do you know? Hollow was there for the play. Alio goes in, and Hollow has the backup of his supports, and this is just, he has no business. Absolutely no business going for this play here. He wants to try and snipe it away, but all of a sudden, look at the position coming in from his top lane. Kurt's the first one to make the roam, and I mean, both mid laners roam about at the same time, so that's pretty much a wash. And Cha-Cha, he just donates his body to the cause. Frank Esports come away with a clean 2-0 in that instance, and I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good, Pyra.
Feeling good if your name is Frank for sure. And meanwhile, Kurt's starting to show his carry colors right now against ICU.
Ooh, ah!
I don't think Gwen's immune for very long right now. A couple of shurikens tossed, and Holo's going to get this one donated straight to him. Dash and dive, and ICU is put in the hospital.
Nice kill there. Kurt starting to come on to his own, saying, hey, if the team's not going to play around me, I'll just play Akali. You know, he pretty much makes his own plays.
Where's this guy been the first 4 games, man?
I mean...
No more Gragas for you.
Yeah.
That was great. That was
Thankfully,
really
it's not
cool.
Gragas. But I think it also shows that again, this team was put really last minute. I'm not sure if these players were comfortable at that point and wanted to play more of these slower standard compositions because sometimes you get caught up in the meta. But now, trying to decide on their own. And now this bot lane coming under fire.
That's a good read. That's a good read from M&M and K2. And this is kind of what we expect from this squad. They have a lot of experience. They have good game sense. Yes. They're already winning the lane, so they know that there's incentive to try and get a play going bot. I'm pretty sure Pretender called that Chacho was out of lane. And that whole play is read like a book.
Yeah, and Frank Esports looking a lot better when it comes to coordination, or at least communicating cross here, because we saw the roams together coming in from K2 Hollow. This is essentially the synergy we expected to see with the amount of experience coming in from those three members. But now, you know, Kurt and Pretender, they're starting to find a little bit themselves here. We'll see if that continues through the rest of this game. Of course, it's only 10.5 minutes. There's plenty of game to be played. But at the moment, 2.5K gold lead for Frank Esports. The Mountain Dragons now live, and with these, with the extra power you have coming in from your laners right now, hopefully they can come around, set up, and try and find a fight around here, or they can kind of pass things up because again, they do scale pretty well with the Orianna Aphelios.
Yeah, teleport's not available just yet. I think they might give this one away. They might go for the play. Instead, Olio gets swallowed up by Enhao. That's probably going to be the end of that, but nicely played by Hurricane on the timing. But at the same time, you know, I think you're right. Frank, they're definitely showing the level of synergy we would have expected had this team maybe had a little bit more time to play together. We don't know exactly when the roster was finalized, but, you know, that's always a lot of question marks. And then you have to get that practice, get that synergy built on the Rift itself, which is always tough. We saw Sem9 struggling with it earlier today. Now Frank Esports are starting to come into their own, and again, I think this is a squad that you have to consider a dark horse. It's still very early days as Bang 2 gets fired down on Hollow, going to fire him down. A little bit of
they should just
tip with the spear at the end, and now they're going to try to get out in time. Maybe still some ganks to work out as they overstayed their welcome there. Nightstar, Hurricane are going to... Wait a minute, Kurt, what are you doing? Oh, he's inside the smoke. I don't know if he can ninja his way out of that one, but he certainly can, I guess. That was a bit of a heart attack moment. And they're right back to the push.
That was pretty fancy, but I don't think they can do a whole lot here. It is a 4v4 down in this bottom lane, but, I mean, they don't have anyone to really shove in. Of course, Aphelios, yes, he can do damage to a turret, but he is still low range. We get to see the replay. Kurt. Oh, he took the free teleport.
Oh my goodness, you have got to be kidding me. That is the coolest, the dopest ninja thing I have ever seen. I didn't even realize that's what happened.
Of course,
what the absolute hell?
Yeah, as a Kali, you can follow. Your shuriken is global, so that's what happened there. Kurt, he didn't need to teleport to the play because he had shuriken flip, and what do you know? ICU was his bus all the way to bot.
All right, Nightstar. I am on Team Frank right now. Where do I get my merch? How do I get a shirt with your name on it? All right, this Kurt. Where has this Kurt been?
Oh, I'm very happy to see that we do see this Kurt now, and it's a 2v2 up here. Can he perform?
Well, Olio follows the chase onto Hollow. It's a little bit tanky here, and I think they can turn this. The tower is Swiss cheese at this point. There's not much left in it. Chacha gets a free plate, but I mean, yeah, okay, cool. That's fine. Yeah, Frank Esports on the momentum swing at the moment, still with a pretty healthy gold lead of just under 2,000, and they should be able to extend that a little bit here by knocking down first brick.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about giving a plate over to this Rise because it is tank Rise, so not too scared of that. And when it comes to this top side, you were able to get first brick gold along with that last plate onto Kurt and split it with Hollow. But more importantly, Kurt out to a really comfortable start here, even in CS, 1-1 and 2. So yes, belt. ICU does have that extra kill, but you look at the item differential. And he does have the Rocket Belt with the Sork Boots, so a lot of burst potential coming in from this 2-item combo.
Yeah, and crucially, I think one of the questions we had for Frank was like, we're kind of holding out for a hero here, like in this squad. We wanted to see what they could do, if it was going to be Pretender or Eminem. Eminem's definitely been stepping up, but Holo in this game has been everywhere he's needed to be. I know you had some very strong opinions about him for what happened with Kurt in that Enchanter game, but at the same time, I'm really liking these engages he's bringing. I think the team is playing around him, but Kurt is the unlikely hero that has stepped up to make some plays and neutralize ICU, arguably one of the stronger parts of this Hurricane roster. But meanwhile, Olio going to try to get the fancy footwork in, and he can't quite do it through the flash. Excuse me, through the dash there. As Eminem and K2 again read a bot gank, or at least react in time. Well played.
Yeah, and now they could have Kurt teleport down here, as he's going to have the teleport advantage. Remember, he did kind of take a trip down into the bot lane with some help. Ooh,
no way! Oh, the flash! It's a K2 kill Sakir. And you could tell they just baited that so hard. They knew he did not know he was on a ward, and now Shelly's going to get shepherded to another charge here. It's all coming up Frank right now.
It's looking good. I am pleased with the results so far in this game, as Frank Esports, they are out to a 7-2 lead when it comes to kills, but also 4.5k gold lead is even more impressive here. We'll see how it's distributed. Obviously, a lot of kills onto the Xin Zhao, but he is behind in farm, so Alio has been able to find that, but at the same time, Alio's tendency to try and flip, so I can understand why Holo is trying to match the roams and sacrificing a couple of his camps to do so, because he knows, like, all I have to do is be in the right place one or two times, and that's pretty much game over because of the tendency for Alio to flip the game like that.
Yeah, and really just Frank Esports doing their homework on what this squad likes to do and trying to outplay them at it and deny their ability to do it. They also cut off the Drake stack by taking down that cloud. They'll be able to secure bottom tier 1. And with all the outers destroyed and none on the side of Hurricane, this opens up the map and gives a lot of options to Frank Esports.
Yeah, and now things get really hard to play out for the side of Hurricane Gaming because now that you're out of lane, you needed to get more from the lane phase, especially with this Rise, who is 0-1-1. Hasn't done a whole lot on this pick.
Nope.
Really needs to, because now that it's getting to that team fight phase, unless if he just finds a bunch of 1v1 kills in the side lane, now you have to try and navigate the Oriana ball. Now you have to navigate the slow coming in from Lulu, the knockback coming in from Holo's ult, and Kurt trying to dive your back line. Yes, you're tanky, but because you're tanky, you're not super helpful in providing peel for your Jinx.
Yeah, that's always the threat, right? So Bang 2 is going to have to try and come up with something if his team can keep him safe. And there's always pop-off potential in a Jinx, but so far, Frank Esports have shored up their advantages all across the way. Eminem has been able to stay safe and deathless despite multiple attempts on his life. It's been a really good job by Frank to really keep themselves at arm's length from Hurricane Gaming here. And I feel like we're kind of in the waiting game for the Baron and the Dragon. Those are the objectives that are going to be the next up on the menu. Of course, Baron a little bit later. Frank would not be looking to contest that very early on and give the straight-up 5v5 over. Kurt wants to head back up and deal with ICU once again in the 1v1. Should be able to do it despite being down a level. Yeah, kind of weird tipsy, topsy-turvy situation. And ICU doesn't want to face it. This is the first time we've really seen ICU kind of afraid to take a 1v1. And maybe I was wrong about that, because now Gwen is immune. Kurt actually bites off more than he can chew, and Olio comes in and kicks him in the back of the head.
Unfortunately, he took that fight when the rest of his team were in a 4-man death squad, hovering this mid-bottom half of the map. So even in that situation, like, if someone else shows up, you're in a guaranteed 1v2 situation or 1v more situation, because for sure your team is too far away to try and respond and bail you out. In the end, like, ICU didn't really need his help for that fight, but thankfully for you know, the rest of his squad, we're able to find something to trade off of. They're able to really ransack that top or bottom half of the jungle, take all those camps for themselves, take a bunch of farm and crash those waves here, and now it sets them up relatively well to go ahead and contest this next dragon in 2 minutes because of where they've positioned themselves, and now they have the opportunity to get really nice resets.
Yeah, so still set up in a good position as we crest that 20-minute mark. Questionable single decision by Kurt, but doesn't get punished too heavily for it. Loses a tower, does give some gold to Hurricane, but you know, certainly nothing they can't recover from. And we will be keeping an eye on that dragon timer as both teams try to set up and jockey for the position. Curiously empty of wards down on that bottom half of the map, but that is probably about to change. And K2 waiting here with Eminem in the wings and hoping somebody goes for the juicy dangling bait of the Aphelios by himself, air quotes, in the mid lane, but not anymore, not anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Eminem was looking for a recall here, because if you look at the 80 carry comparison here, when it comes to itemization, we do have completed 2 items onto Bang 2. Interestingly enough, he has gone for the Kraken Slayer, which means that his damage output's going to be a little bit higher, but the issue is there's not a whole lot of protection for him. So if he gets caught, he's just dead. He doesn't have a cleanse. He only has 1 flash. The heal's not going to be too productive for him. And he doesn't have a great defensive support. He has, yes, a Tom Kench, but I don't think that's going to be enough to protect him.
Yeah, and look at this. This is, yeah, I don't know if they have the damage for it, but they might. Oh, dear.
Oh, they're spotted.
Yeah, and they were only ICU and Olio. I feel like that was not a serious attempt, but you know what? Bluff called.
I mean, with the CDR coming out from ICU, he might have had enough snips to be able to really actually make a case
talk about
for
a flip there.
That. Yeah, I mean, it for sure would have been a flip. But if you're able to get away with it, why not go ahead and try it? See if Frankie Sports do forget about that objective. But it will be the dragon going down into the hands of Frankie Sports. That's great for them because they've really stifled Sasaki now, and they're on their way towards getting that Soul Drake themselves. So the extra move speed is really, really insane, and the slow resistance because of the fact, I mean, look at Hurricane Gaming. You don't have any ways to just jump on you unless if you get this god tier rise ult, you just kind of run away from them. The extra move speed makes it harder for Hurricane Gaming.
Oh, Holo's actually going to get caught out on a ward clear right now.
All right, he's griefing.
And he's dead. Thanks to
big heal.
Oh, wait a minute! Oh, I don't believe it!
It's just a bait.
All of the support
Eminem
has come in there, and they're trying to cut him down, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
The backline,
Holo is still alive as ICU goes at snipping. 2 for 3, but Holo, the one who started this all, is getting away with it scot-free, and ICU is just caught out in the wrong half of the jungle. Let's see if he gets out of there one alive. I think he might. Kurt goes on the follow. Here's Cha-Cha, and no, he can. That's going to be one. That's going to be the root. That's going to be the flash. Pretender is the one to finish the job. What a ridiculous fight that turned out to be.
I want to see the replay because while we on screen, we saw that it was just really focused on Holo, but on the back end, it was the solo laners teleporting in, really taking control of the fight on the back end. It really was kind of a dive both ways coming in from both squads here, and Holo, he just gets so much value out of that core drinker, gets a 4-man heal, and he just buys so much time. Eminem, unlucky. He is the one that has to take the fall for his jungler, but on the back half, you see the teleports come in, a lot of pressure tossed down, they delete Bang 2. I believe they were all, I mean, they also get the top Kench in that instance. And, yep, we get to see the chase down afterwards, and there's really no one to deal with Kurt. Like,
yeah,
they have no answers for him. You're a tank, Rise. You don't do anything.
I know that you really don't like this champion build. Anyways, yeah, Frank, like, I guess, you know, kudos to turning Holo getting caught into a fight in your favor. I mean, not only the Gore Drinker, but the Wild Growth comes out at the perfect time. ICU is going to get a tower bot in frustration, but again, he's playing catch-up right now on the side lanes, and now it's going to be Barret Bait time, and Cha-Cha's caught out in no man's land. That Rune Prison does not have a long enough sentence, my friend, and Holo is on top of him, so is Kurt. They can't quite finish him off, so I suppose Tank Rise at least doesn't die when he's caught out.
That is very true. He does not die when he makes some positioning error. And that means you bought enough time. You don't die, which means that you still have the numbers needed to try and contest this Baron if you are able to get back here in time, as he does use the Realm Warp to arrive. And they have teleport onto ICU, but they're trying to buy time for him to take this inhib tower and then go for the fight.
They got to turn it. They got to make a decision. And oh, Kurt just blows the Benhao, looking for even more here. But on the base right now is the Gwen. ICU trying to make it happen. Baron goes down. So does Enhao. And so does Kurt. Can they stop ICU? He's already got everything he wanted.
It's 1 for 1. You would say that, I mean, like, short-term advantage goes to Hurricane Gaming because they were able to get themselves that bot inhib, but I mean, very shortly, within the next 2 minutes, you're going to see that advantage swing back over to Frank Esports because they're going to be able to get a lot of map control with this Baron buff, shove out, get a lot of that gold. Of course, they also cashed in with the extra 1,500 gold from Baron buff as we get to see the replay. A solid ult coming out from Pretender, hits 2 people, as we get to see it come out right about now.
Now wait for Kurt to dive in.
And boom. Soon.
Yeah, it's happening.
Soon.
Eventually. There we go.
Boom.
That opens up.
Kurt goes in.
Good Moonlight Vigil too. Like that's the other thing is Eminem really made his ultimate count on that. They really didn't have a chance to contest anymore. Olio was low. Sure, he could have gone for the 50-50, but it wasn't really a 50-50. And he was definitely going to die. But, I mean, honestly, the big thing for me in all of that is ICU just chewed up towers and got an inhibitor while it was all happening because of how much time that Hurricane bought. And the fact that they only lost Enhao is actually pretty big.
Yeah, honestly, it wasn't that bad of a trade coming in from Hurricane Gaming, given the fact that, again, this composition is not fun to play against an Orianna. You are Rise into that composition, very low range mage, and it's also a little bit frustrating to play out as the Gwen in some instances unless you get the perfect flank, and that requires ward coverage, and for the most part, Hurricane Gaming haven't been able to do that.
No, they have not. Shockwave is going to pull an Olio.
Looking to try and end.
He's going to get... Oh, no, he doesn't! Just deleted at the final second on the tick. Meanwhile, in the picture-in-picture, we've got a 1v1 going on here as Kurt and ICU are tangling with the smallest of health bars, but the base is what we got to keep our eye on here, as it is a 4v3 to try and end the game here. Frank Esports can smell the win that they have been craving for oh so long here, only managing to get that one of the PCS as things are finally starting to come together. Yeah, it's going to be a long one. He's going to back away. Meanwhile, though, low health bars on K2 and Pretender, and they cannot end this.
Eminem
not here,
going
not
to
now.
town.
Super Minions, Eminem on the front line AD carry. You got to love the bloodthirstiness, but they've got to go home. We're not done with this game just yet.
No.
Kurt's like, I got
please.
I got the party invite. Where's everybody? Oh, Kurt never changed.
In on Kurt. I mean, I feel like this has been a recurring issue, is that they're not on the same page. The 4-man is not on the same page as Kurt. Unfortunate that he has to burn his teleport, and that could be important coming in for the next dragon, but it is, of course, Cloud Soul on the table for Frank Esports. They might go ahead and chase this, start out a fight.
I'm not getting excited for Holo getting caught. I won't get excited for Holo getting caught. Yeah, no, that's it. I don't think Hurricane want that fight. Now, interesting enough, there's super minions on both bot lanes now, and that's one of the reasons it was hard for Frank to push this in. And now they're going to go for mid. That could change the calculus, but yeah, this is this is kind of on a nice edge despite the
ICU
advantage.
on
Look
the
at
backside.
ICU. He's spotted on that control ward, but he's going to go anyways. Right now, Gwen is immune. Right in the middle of the needlework trying to fly, and they will tag Olio in the kickback. Not enough to delete Holo, not even close.
Eminem going into
Here
town.
comes Kurt on the front. Eminem looking for more damage, but they retreat behind the turret, not losing anybody. Oh, never mind! Pretender takes down Olio, and that changes things here. Look at those low health bars looking for more. I bet they wish they had a Jinx
One for
Rocket,
one.
but the Moonlight Vigil seemed to be solid enough. And they'll back away for now. Nothing to take on the map except the turret up top.
Ends up being a 1-for-1. Kurt goes a little bit too far, gets punished in that instance, but the side of Hurricane Gaming, they don't have the power to continue to push forward into this Aphelios. Trying to deal with Lulu Aphelios is just way too difficult, especially when he has Severum, Crescendum, and also that Bloodthirster. You can see how massive these shields are, and even if you're able to get through the shield, he heals for so much. They don't have any heal cut for this man, and they don't have the burst damage for this man because they're running a tank ride.
It all comes back to that in the end. Yeah, you know, it feels like slowly but surely, despite Hurricane's best efforts, they're just going to run out of steam here. Unless
Gwen.
or Jinx. Because there is an eye-edge that just got bought, and that's not nothing. But let's take a look at this fight again. ICU gets the flank. He's obviously spotted a mile away from this, but they opt into the fight anyways, and, you know, they keep it close.
Yeah, but because he's spotted this far out, it allows Frankie Sports to at least recoup and figure out how they want to try and disengage and reset the fight, and that's how it happens. They're able to get the reset off. Kurt, unfortunately, gets a little bit too excited to try and help finish off some of these kills as Pretender. Yep, that's like whenever Hurricane Gaming, they want to step up and try and chase things down, they immediately get stifled by that ball.
Kurt and ICU are just...
He's 2 levels down.
Yeah, they've got a vendetta, but Pretender's here. I mean, it's all of 8. I don't know if Pretender wants this, actually. Kurt's gonna die. And
he's dead.
ICU. If he does this, he's a legend. He's an absolute legend. I don't think he will. But he's gonna try it. No, okay, never mind. I shouldn't have gotten excited. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, Holo goes in. The Moonlight Vigil gets popped, and Olio trying to frontline, but running out of health real fast. As Holo dashes in on the audacious charge, goes for round 2, onto Bang 2, and there's nothing they can do. Double kill. Holo looking to clean things up. This has got to be GG, everybody. The ace comes in, and even K2 gets involved, and they're marching down mid lane.
Yeah, it ends up being ICU trying his darndest to try and carry, finds a 1v2 win down in that bottom lane. However, on the flip side, the rest of his team dies, which means there's really no one else to hold up the map. They can't protect the Nexus with 0 people alive, and Frankie Esports come away with, you know, a pretty convincing victory besides some of those mistakes against in that 1v1 matchup with Kurt and ICU. But at the same time, like, we thought that it would be a very one-sided matchup for ICU, and it did not turn out that way.
No, I think you need to give Kurt Assassins or, you know, playmaking champions more often. I love the Akali. That was definitely a game of highs and lows for Kurt, for sure. Definitely some head-scratcher mistakes, but also some absolutely insane outplays. And then, of course, the entire cross-map shuriken follow that just had my jaw dropping to the floor. I love when I see stuff like that in League of Legends. There is a number of interactions in this game that do that. And here is the play down mid lane that I believe we missed the start of. This was opted into. Oh, dear. Not that tanky after all.
Yeah, when you are the Rise, your value is just from that ultimate. And unfortunately, it doesn't stretch quite far enough. And Enhao also, because he goes forward, uses the Devour in an aggressive fashion, or trying to help out his Rise. Well, he can't help out his Jinx, and the Jinx is the carry. That's all their damage.
Yeah, that was really not a whole lot they could do after the fact. So Hurricane Gaming, after building some momentum, will fall back down without a win today. However, Frank Esports have definitely shown that they have the capability to level up in that. I really liked what we saw. I think the Aphelios in particular did a lot more work than even I was expecting, because you normally expect an Aphelios to do consistent damage, but the build path as well as the really well-placed Moonlight Vigils really made all the difference, especially in the laning phase. But even in some of those fights, still it was a bit close for comfort at times. And I think Frank Esports still have a bit to work on that synergy, especially between the top laner and everybody else.
Yeah, there's certainly much more to work on. It's not like beating Hurricane is that big of an achievement. And like for Frank Esports, it's still a nice little boost. Give that morale, because I feel like the morale was certainly sinking a little bit given how hard they were kind of getting smacked in a lot of these recent games, but that should help them out. And hopefully they're able to build momentum off of that, or at least figure out why they were successful in this game and really take away the positives and build upon that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of the times, teams will say, oh, you can lose and get experience, or you can win and get happy from it. I think you can still win and get that experience, get something to take from it when there's always things to learn about your win, when it wasn't the cleanest, when it wasn't the most dominating, but it was convincing at the end of the day. And I also think Pretender stepped up in this one too. I know we talked a lot about Kurt and some of the highlight reels he was putting out. I think we started to see the Pretender that we were hoping for when we first saw the signing from, or rather the loaning out from PSG Talon on this squad. We're also starting to see the team come together. There may need to be more time, but I think Frank definitely has the makings of a dark horse.
I don't know about dark horse, but they're certainly in contention to try and make playoffs here. I mean, it's not exactly a high bar, but you make playoffs and then really anything can happen to a certain degree.
Yeah, we'll see what comes next.
See the damage charts.
Oh boy, that Gwen.
Clearly, yeah. There's a stark difference in what Gwen was able to do and what the rest of the team was able to help out with. As Hollow, he comes away with MVP. I mean, he really dictated the early pace of the game, coming out to a 4-0-2 early lead. He was there whenever Aliel tried to flip, and I mean that's really a lot of the solution against Hurricane Gaming. Make sure you match where Aliel tries to get aggressive on, and then translate that into objectives.
Yeah, strong play from Holo, and despite the fact that he kind of appeared to be caught so many times, he always escaped from the Pokeball. He was able to get out of harm's way. A lot of help from the Lulu, a lot of help from his Gore Drinker. He was where he needed to be, and he was also leading the charge down the line every time they went for the 5v5. Really no notes. I mean, this was a good game from Holo, good game from Frank, and excited to see what this team can do going forward.
Absolutely.
All right, well, that about wraps us up for halfway through the day. We have got a few more games on the horizon, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Mascara on the pillow. Midnight, flowers bloom. Never on the down low. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar, you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight, and a heartbeat. Did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My just the same as me. Dancing in the fire. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I leave my teardrops on the dance floor. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. the darkness turns to light. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste, we will elevate. Moving up the blue skies, journey to a new time. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching new horizons. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling
And welcome back to the PCS Spring Split 2022. We are halfway through the day to close us out on week 2. Hey everybody, I'm Pyrotechnics, and I am joined, of course, still here by Nightstar, and our wonderful sponsors haven't changed at all. They're CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, this next matchup is a pretty tough bout, I think, for both squads here, Nightstar. We've got J-Team coming off a loss, still sitting at 3-2, facing off against Beyond Gaming that just got a little bit more hope for themselves, and it does feel like both teams maybe in a very similar situation, not just in the standings.
Both of these teams 3-2, looking to try and create some separation from kind of that second tier and make a case to enter that upper echelon. Just because right now it feels like CFO and DCG on another level, and then we kind of have PSG, J-Team, and BYG in that level right underneath. But as we get to see Taipei J-Team on screen, it feels like J-Team had a bit of a... They tried to overthink the game yesterday because they went for a lot of fancy picks, and the draft, I felt like, completely got out of their hands.
Yeah, against Flying Oyster, it looked a little oddball. I think Kwongye kind of baited and outsmarted himself a little bit with that Poppy pick. I am interested to see how they change things up, because J-Team, a very storied franchise, of course, a lot of players that have played for them gone on to a lot of these other teams here in the league, as we've seen and talked about at length. At the same time, I think this particular iteration, we still haven't seen it deliver on its promise yet. Kwongye and Uniboy haven't been the dominant duo that we really expected. Driver's obviously not necessarily going to be the big carry. Lil V needs late game before he's going to be especially relevant. So we're kind of missing that key ingredient here in the mid-jungle duo for J-Team to really start to shine. And I feel like that's a problem against the team who I don't feel like has that issue. Husha and Minji have definitely looked solid together. And also, this team is coalesced around their new AD carry, Wako, who stepped in to fill the shoes of Doggo admirably.
Yeah, when you look at this Beyond Gaming roster, you feel like everyone up and down that lineup has the ability to carry, make big plays, or, you know, just get 1v1 kills on a side lane, which certainly isn't the case for this J team. And I mean, for J team, my personal expectation was that they would come out very, very strong at the start and start fading as some of these other teams that have upgraded firepower wise, but maybe not necessarily synced up or built their synergy completely early season, would catch up to them later season. As we get to see the stats comparison, it's going to be the mid lane that we're going to be taking a look at. It's Uniboy, it's Minji. So far, Uniboy's had better performance when it comes to KDA, when it comes to gold differential, but remember, 3 of these games were really heavy-handed stomps, whereas for the side of BYG, it's been a lot closer.
Yeah, I think Beyond's games have been closer, and that's also somewhat a credit to the opponents. I think at the same time, like, Minji also is, because he plays like a lot of these assassin champions, he can end up a little more coin flippy, whereas Uniboy, he's playing the safe stuff. He's playing Ryze and Lissandra. I think like his most aggressive pick, I mean, I'm not even going to talk about the Renekton, is the Syndra. Where, yeah, Minji, he's kind of not afraid to mix it up, and I feel like the KDA might suffer for it, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's not getting it done. The one stat that he's going to top Uniboy in, it's the kill participation. When they do things together, especially skirmishes, he does really well. And honestly, above 80% KP when the team doesn't like to 5v5, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, as we are now headed into the draft, a lot of focus coming in. I'm glad that J Team have banned away the Tryndamere. For sure, BYG would have gotten that into their hands and really run away with the game, since again, Driver doesn't necessarily have those big answers up in there in that top side, as it will be first pick Lee Sin. All right,
Kongye special. So, let's go.
Kongye special. I fully expect the Syndra to come out for Uniboy, so BYG should also fully expect that, and an early Graves pick here. So wanting to really assert themselves up in that top side, especially with Gwen and Tryndamere removed, and they're going to be able to compensate the magic damage by going for that Diana. So already very different looks when it comes to compositionally. Because stylistically, the Diana is very, very different from this Lisa.
Absolutely. For J Team, getting the champions that they want, though, it will be the Jinx pickup in that handshake for Lil V. Definitely has been his preferred champion over all 3 picks to the 2 of the Aphelios. And yeah, I do think we see the Syndra coming in for Uniboy, unless it gets banned away in the second phase. It seems like they want to round out with the support, so we don't see the support pool hit. And for Enzo, he will get his most played champion in the form of Nautilus.
Nautilus locked in for him. Not too surprising. He does have 4 games on it. And for BYG, they want to go ahead, lock themselves to the Aphelios before it gets taken away. Makes a lot of sense here. And nothing overly surprising in this first phase as we head into the second. As expected, we will see the Syndra take it away. I kind of expect the LeBlanc to get taken away as well here, because that's yet another classic combination of playing with the Lee Sin, being able to just one-shot a target very, very quickly. And then it comes down to J Team. Do they want to go ahead and ban away the Minji Zoe here?
I was about to say, that does kind of feel like a big pick that we're not talking about just yet. It will actually be the Ryze banned away by Beyond Gaming. Oh boy, we could be in for some Uniboy shenanigans. Let's see. As the timer ticks, J Team are going to have a little time to work with, and I do think picking up the support early actually works out well, because you kind of can't ban Kino out. This man plays set support, so there really wasn't any point in like trying to contest that pool. I think it makes sense to focus on your bot lane in the first phase, and they are actually going to ban the set support. The respect, I love it.
This feels to me that they're going to look for some sort of dive combination here when it comes to either this top side or this mid lane. Maybe they're considering the Sylas pick. As now we're going to see a Pike hovered. I don't think that's going to get locked in. The Tahm Kench would make a little bit more sense, but I'm also disappointed. But that's neither here nor there. And now we're gonna see the Sylas hovered. This is, I mean, this is exactly the pick you don't, or you'd like to play if a set does get banned away. But currently they're hovering the Jace, which I like the Jace. Fits very well here because of the low range on BYG. You're gonna find a lot of value if you're able to land Shock Blast. That really deters Beyond Gaming from just taking the fight to you.
Yeah, so that should land in the hands of Driver. This is going to be a little bit of a different one, and they did leave the Zoe open, and wouldn't you know it,
Uniboy's pretty good on this champ too.
We're good. I mean, it was respect banned away from him at the start of the split, if I recall correctly. I think there's no reason not for him to lock this in. It dovetails perfectly with the comp. You want the assassination, you can land that Sleepy Trouble bubble and line up the easiest kick of your life. So J-Team, I feel like they got everything they wanted out of this composition.
Now for the side of BYG, what do they round out their composition with? If they want to go for Sylas, this is a pretty bad Sylas game. You're pretty much exclusively picking Sylas for lane. They're going to kind of default onto this Orianna. It has been Minji's most played champion career-wise, but this Orianna pick makes no sense in this composition. You really need this Wombo to land with the Diana Moonfall Shockwave. If that doesn't land, you're in for a world of hurt against this J-Team roster because there's just so much range. You have the poke coming in from Jace, from Zoe, the extra range, the Zap coming in from Jinx is a lot of poke as well. So it's very, very difficult for this BYG comp to get rolling unless if they instantly start out the fights.
Yeah, I think for BYG, like it's interesting that they picked themselves like a last minute safe choice that kind of forces them to try and combo up when typically they've had a lot more success on the skirmishes on the side lanes. And I wonder if they just kind of got a little blindsided by the comp that J-Team was bringing out. That being said, we have a bit of momentum on the Beyond Gaming side. Yeah, they beat Sem9, and a lot of teams have been able to do that lately. However, it still means that they should be playing with a little bit more confidence, whereas J-Team are still smarting from their loss last week against CTBC Flying Oyster. For the composition, J-Team should be pretty happy with how things shake out. We'll see if Beyond can hold on here. Which of these two teams will emerge with 4 wins, and who's going to come out with 3 losses instead?
Important matchup here is both of these teams are tied at 3-2. Let's get on the Rift and see which team will be able to create that separation.
Absolutely. Bringing us onto the Rift to kick things off. I do like that we're going to get to see the Uniboy Zoe. It had been banned away from him a lot at the start of the split. Taking a look across the board at all of our rune choices. No major surprises on that one. And yeah, I feel like Beyond may have drafted themselves into a little bit of a corner, but perhaps they can pull this one off. They do have a lot of damage. Husha has been looking really good lately, and a Diana can make all the difference. That is your primary ball delivery system after all.
Yeah, this comp is going to be very, very reliant on Husha to make the plays. And while he doesn't necessarily pop off during the early game, mid-game, mid-late game, really where he finds his stride here. So look for him to farm up, get those full clears in, and be explosive towards those portions of the game. Whereas on the flip side for J-Team, Kongyue wants to get a little bit done. Doesn't have to do a ton here in the early game because he knows the scaling is going to be good enough with the amount of range he has on his backline. But he just needs to make sure that they're able to still find some advantages here. And nothing too extravagant, but it will be a bot side start for both teams. So finishing on that top side, of course, when it comes to Jace, you want to try and give him a little bit of those early resources.
Yeah, if they can funnel a bit into Driver, that certainly can make a difference. The Driver's not normally the player that I look at on the J-Team side as being the one to give resources to, but he's not usually rocking champions like this Chase anyways. He's been a lot more on the Gragas duty, maybe doing some Graves of his own, but yeah, this is actually going to be an interesting matchup up there. And of course, the bottom, We do see Enzo starting off strong by getting Wako on the hook. It does allow Lil V to get some poke out, and this is something we've seen time and time again in this matchup, that the Jinx can out-poke and force back the Aphelios. Doesn't matter what support is there with you.
Yeah, exactly. The Jinx, with her rocket form, is able to push out that back way very, very easily. Now the Young's going to get a ward. That's going to spot out Kongre, and that helps out BYG considerably. And just keeping track of where Kongre is, make sure you don't get ganked and have to burn early summoners against a Lee Sin gank.
Everybody who plays against J-Team knows that they have to pay the Kongye tax. It's a very, very inexpensive fee for the low, low cost of one ward, but you can always get on your trinket. You, too, can spot a Kongye today.
And it looks like Husha is actually going for a recall, and that might give an opening for Kongye to try and make a play for Graves right after that scuttle, but he'll just one-shot the crab, make his way through that river and straight towards that next crab. But yeah, I mean,
they're gonna get double scuttle,
setting it up for him.
That's a pretty good start. And you know, you mentioned he doesn't have to do as much. I do feel like Kongye is always going to try, but he's certainly going to wait for the first back before he does anything on that one. It feels like bot lane is you know, it's a natural target, but that's why the Tahm Kench is here, right? Like Kino should be able to body block a fair bit, even if he doesn't have access to Devour just yet. Husha's kind of preempting this on level 4. Interestingly enough, they don't know that Kongye has backed. I don't think they expected to get double scuttled.
Yeah, I think they probably got lost a little bit where Kongye was, even though they did, of course, spot him out on that blue buff. And I think they were just expecting Kongre to stay in that bot lane to try and sneak a gank in once that wave started to push out. But I mean, the wave's kind of a bit trapped in a good spot for the side of BYG in this instance, and they're going to be able to have control of that wave. But it also means Lil V gets to go home, gets himself that cull, so looking to, you know, slow this lane down and scale up. So I like this look coming in from J-Team so far.
It's a chill J-Team game.
Exciting.
Yeah, and that's okay. You know, like we've had some real slobber knockers. We've had a couple of stomps. You know, J-Team. It does feel like even with the roster changeup, it's a team that kind of likes to take it a little bit easy in the early stages of the game. The meta certainly favors it right now with the hyper scaling on the AD carry. Just don't get caught. You'll be all right. You don't need to wait for the Diana gank because it's not coming until 6 happens. Kongye a little bit down, going to be on ward clear duty, and actually just solo starting this Ocean Dragon. One of the things that Lee Sin does allow you to do, they are going to be bringing in Uniboy's Zoe here, as well as Lil V and Enzo, so this is telegraphed, but there's not much they can do to stop it. It's good, clean, fun macro play. It's League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of tell it was a bit telegraphed when Jinx went into rocket form and started really hard shoving that bot wave when it was starting to come towards them. So it could have definitely just froze and threatened a freeze there in that instance, but instead they go ahead, crash it, and turn their attention over towards that early dragon. Once again, a pre-6-minute dragon. Thank God those first couple games weren't the trend for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely more of an anomaly, just how long the Dragons were getting to live. J-Team started this one. I'm actually really curious what the Soul's going to be, because we've had so many Ocean Souls in this league, so many Cloud Souls. I am so excited for the prospect of like another like Hextech one or like an Infernal. Those always make the games really spicy. Husha really wants this gank, though, and he actually rolls up top for the lane gank. Kind of blew his experience advantage against Kongye, still at level 5, and he's just going to be forced to back. Husha's kind of spent a lot of time waiting around.
Yeah, we kind of saw a little bit of this, of course, last year. Just playing for his lanes, making sure that they don't get harmed. But as a result, in this instance, Kongre actually hasn't turned his attention to the lanes because he hasn't needed to. He has winning lanes, and these lanes will outscale as well. So it's like, why should I force the issue when I can just continue to farm up. Yes, Lee Sin's not exactly the most ideal jungler to just power farm on, but at the same time, why ruin a good thing you have in these lanes?
Yeah, it's working out well across the board, and if the jungler isn't happy, at least the rest of the lanes can be. That's going to be the shove in, down, bottom, and back. And, you know, the leads on the CS are not, like, massive. They're not insurmountable by any means. It's like it's a wave or less in most cases, and I think the only really example past that is topside with Driver. Of course, he's getting free farm while Liang had to back away. And that might be where we start to open up on the kills, but this is definitely one of our slower games, our more chill games. We're going to have to put on those lo-fi hip-hop beats and just kind of like kick back for a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely a kickback kind of game where we're going to be relatively slow until perhaps attention gets turned towards this Rift Herald. That could be a possibility. But for the time being,
that might be now.
AD carries haven't made their way up, although supports have. So both teams certainly turning their attention towards this, but will one of these teams just go ahead back off if one side does show numbers?
Yeah, I think while they're aware of this happening, it should be a decent take. You have Kino coming up here, and there's Liang looking for a collapse. I don't know if they want this, though, on the Beyond side. Driver's here, too, and they have more than enough firepower to pop that eye a couple of times, take out the big glowing weak spot. And, yeah, this is J-Team just kind of like objective victories across the board. It's slow and steady wins the race, but it's kind of how they've typically liked to play, and even with Konge in the roster, it feels like that style is winning out.
It feels a bit of a mistake for the side of Beyond to go ahead and give that up, but because they rotate their support or Kino back to bot lane much faster than Enzo, well, as a result, Wako actually gets quite a few plates for his trouble, and that's actually quite a bit of extra gold going into his pocket, which is really nice, and it completely overrides the advantage you would get from the Rift Herald, at least initially. We'll see if they're able to cash in on first brick because of this Rift Herald. That will be important to track because that gives you that extra gold advantage that you would have lost for that even plate trade. But, I mean, for BYG, again, this is a composition that's really a molasses composition. It's very slow.
Oh, no.
Slow and steady, but there's no explosiveness to it. And if there's no explosiveness, how do you nail down this J-Team backline, which has a Jace, which has a Zoe, and has the Jinx?
Yeah, I feel like that's the hard part, right? We were asking ourselves this question at the start of Pick Ban, or at the end of Pick Ban, like, okay, well, what are you going to do? Because all the explosive potentials on J-Team, of course, they're keeping it nice and slow. But man, what a way to call it a molasses composition. Konge is going to look for a place to pop his Herald. Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the reasons we're 10 minutes in with no first blood, right? I mean, this is definitely kickback and relax type of game. Konge is going to look for opportunities. I think if they can get a dive down bot, they might be able to secure themselves first brick. But you know, with Enzo,
still a Tom Kench.
With Enzo, yeah, Mia, and Tom Kench there. I feel like they know something's up. It's just going to be the Dragon start once again. Kino is in a position, so is Husha. We might actually have our first proper skirmish this game, but all of a sudden the warning bells are sounding, and J-Team actually bail out.
Konge immediately leaves the pit when he sees BYG starting to approach from that ward, and just allows it to reset. I mean, again, like J-Team, they don't want to fight or force a fight here. Because, again, they have better scaling. If they're able to land a couple of poke, that's really nice, and that might get them to try and further commit to the fight. But with teleports here, maybe they kind of go for a teleport exchange play, bringing down their top laners. Because, again, while... okay...
No, he's going to go for it. Oh, and he had the level disadvantage, but he did force the flash out of Husha all the same.
Chat.
Hey, you take those. It's as close as Konge is getting to first blood all game.
It's the closest we're getting to action. And because the flash is burned on their jungler, it means that J-Team are going to go ahead and start out this dragon. Can Huxia get in here? That's the question.
Enzo hook interrupted. Here we go. The first proper fight. And they do get the knock up onto Huxia, but he gets swallowed immediately.
GG
There's first
split.
blood as Enzo gets taken down. And a good
There we go.
two-man moonfall into the ball delivery system. Beyond Gaming hunting for more as Wako takes out Lil V in the end. They make J-Team pay dearly for that Dragon take. And Driver, ooh, a little bit of misfire, but he does go to the skies. And Liang trying to absorb the damage. Driver should be able to walk away from this one.
All right. Recapping that fight. Okay, Kongra, he's hunting.
Yeah, we don't have time.
He's hunting.
He's going to pop the Herald, wait for it, and that is the blowback. The flash away. Liang might live, but this should be a lot of plates at the top. They do need to make up for how many they lost down on the bottom. There goes 3. No, they actually just trade even all said and done. And meanwhile, Wako is actually doing even more work on bottom. He might secure first brick for himself. Not quite yet, but close.
He is very, very close. He won't be able to finish it on that wave, but it sets up for a kill opportunity here. Huxia is hanging in the bushes. Doesn't have his ultimate, though.
No, that's the preemptive flame chompers. I think Lil V knows that the game is up here. So, Beyond Gaming, after all of that, turned first brick, despite losing out on so many of the neutral objectives. Let's take a look at this fight again, because even without the flash, Huxia was still threatening quite a lot, and this collapse did come in when it needed to. No hook for Enzo at all after that.
Yeah, Enzo walks up here, tries to create space for his carries, but, I mean, like, again, for the side of BYG, they want to fight because their opportunity is when J-Team kind of funnel themselves and corral themselves and give BYG the opportunity to use this Shockwave Moonfall combination, and in that instance, they were very, very successful. However, that was without the full 5v5 squad, right? When you bring in the Jace, all of a sudden the poke gets a little bit more oppressive. Uniboy wasn't given an opportunity to use the Sleepy Trouble Bubble a whole lot, or at least try and set up for poke with his kit. So that will also change in future fights. But for the time being, BYG, they get themselves a small gold advantage. Whereas on the flip side, J-Team, they still have a 2-dragon advantage and are setting themselves up to try and make a soul play.
Absolutely. Beyond will need to try and cut them off on that one. But you do see the game plan coming in. Well, the 4-man is perfectly happy to fight. Liang has got himself a hole breaker, and I do believe there's going to be a lot of side laning happening in the future.
Yep, name of the game. Hull breaker obtained.
It's a PvE item, really.
Yeah. It's, we'll see how much he can get done with this item as Driver. He, instead of completing the Manamune first and getting that to stack faster, I actually like the pivot over towards just rushing the Eclipse here because he needs that extra sustain. That's going to help him out considerably in making sure he's topped off, so he's able to take some of these trades. Now with second Rift Herald spawning, I really don't think J-Team want to go for a fight here unless if they bring the rest of the squad and land a couple of these poke tools.
Well, so far it's just been a couple love taps. Minji does get hit on one, and Rift Herald is pulled out the pit right now. Should reset very quickly if they move even an inch away from it. And Huxia's kind of locked into this one. Nope, there it goes. Meanwhile, Liang taking a fair bit of damage. Sleepy Trouble Bubble is going to dodge and force the reset. J-Team, I think they're a bit leery of starting this, though. I don't know who this 5v5 favors, and Huxia's wrapping around the side for the slow collapse.
Huxia wants to try and find a collapse. I mean, for J-Team, they really don't want to force the issue here. They want to take these fights a lot slower and allow the poke to land. Now, interestingly enough, we do have Mountain Rift. Mountain Dragon about to spawn in 40 seconds, but when it comes to Mountain Rift, it means that these choke points are going to be a little bit tighter, which means also that the Wombo potential is that much better coming in from BYG because you have so much burst damage, right? If you land the Shockwave or the Moonfall, that makes the Graves kit really, really easy to land, right? You Q Rs and it's just a bunch of damage unloaded onto the side of J-Team, and that's really their hope here. But with Lil V taking this top tower, I don't think they're going to look to try and contest this next dragon, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Gonna handshake.
Because, I mean, this is a power spike here for the side of BYG when it comes to getting that proto belt completed. It's just so much burst potential coming in from this Diana pick, and you let that one go, just continue to delay the game just a little bit more. Once you get that second and third item here for J-Team, that's where things get real nice, because now those shock blasts, these sleepy not these sleepy trouble bubbles, but the paddle stars really start hurting like a drum.
Absolutely. I do like Lil V with the optimistic Jinx rocket. You always want to try to cross map. It's a little harder than it used to be, not as much AoE damage as in the past, but Lil V on the side lanes trying to affect the map as far as he could, maybe snipe away the dragon, which would have really changed the calculus of this game. But yeah, as we are getting into the 18-minute mark, still very much slow and steady, wins the race for sure, as it's only 2 kills, and those in the pockets of BYG finding themselves in the power spike for the time being. But the scaling still favoring J-Team. Driver on the side lane, and it does seem to be that this is going to be the Rift Herald popped bot looking for another charge. It'll certainly kill the bottom lane turret. Meanwhile, Sleepy Trouble Bubble landed! Oh man, Kino, his health bar evaporated, could not get the gray health on.
Yeah, can't charge up the gray health if you are asleep. And he went straight to the grave.
Too big of a meal. Sometimes you just get a little sleepy after those, you know?
Yeah, too much of a food coma right there. And now Konya trying to set up for a possible play here, knowing that there's no protection for the backline. There isn't a Tahm Kench Devour, which is why BYG are playing so far back. Because they know if they get jumped on, they are just dead. There's no protection.
It's actually over. Husha, though, is going to try and flank the flankers here. Minji somehow dodges every skill shot thrown his way, and Uniboy gets rooted for just a second. Meanwhile, Husha as well as he goes forward, but it's Enzo there, and now Liang trying to chase into the choke point, doesn't find the damage. J-Team gets spooked enough to back off, though.
And they go ahead back off. It ends up being a bit of a reset, which I think is much better, of course, for J-Team in this instance, but you can already see some part of their compositions coming alive after just getting those mythic items, even though I would say that second item even better for this squad once you get that upgrade in Muramana from Driver. That's going to be a massive boon.
Pretty good objective strength from both squads. That does mean that backing away changes a lot, and Rocket comes down, looks like it whizzes past Aphelios' ear. They really want that mid tower. That opens the map up a lot for J-Team.
It does indeed, and Liang's going to expend the ult to try and clear the way. Driver!
Whoa, that's going to be two-man pull-in for the Diana. That changes things quite a bit as Wako gets the kill credit.
Huh.
Beyond, yeah, that was ill-advised. Driver, you should have backed up and reversed, not gone forward.
I think he fell asleep at the wheel there.
Oh, no. Too many sleepy puns, man. We're casting from North America. It's not fair.
That is a baffling play,
yeah,
say the least.
Okay, I want to see where this rocket was supposed to go. Was that like a Hail Mary, steal the red buff? I mean, Lovi's been really fast and loose with these.
It looks like that was what he was trying to accomplish, but
okay, Driver, why? What? Also baited Uniboy, too.
He ends up sucking Uniboy into that, and as a result, Uniboy has to expend his flash. So 2 key flashes down for J-Team means that it's going to be very difficult for them to contest this next dragon, which I would say is the fight that they're really building up towards. Why? Because you now have to compete in Manamune or into the Muramana. That's when this should have been a really big power spike. But now you're kind of put in a position where perhaps we just have to wait one more dragon and contest on the 5th dragon rather than this one.
And the sustain is there too. Wako completes the Bloodthirster now, and it's going to be a little bit tough to deal. Immortal Shield Bow on the side of Liang, and they'll keep him up top side as they look to pull this. He does have teleport. He's not this, come at me Graves. He's going to be a little bit more of a team player this time around, and they should be able to just start up Dragon with Minji right now. They're strong enough to do it, but J-Team will not give this up without a fight, and they're actually turning. The teleport comes in. They've caught Enzo. He's on the run, already at about half his health, but he stays alive. Liang, meanwhile, on the flank side, does find a little bit of chip damage onto Kongye, but now that they pulled the trigger, they have to commit.
Yeah, and there's no healing on Lil V, so that catch is very, very critical here for BYG. That's going to give them a massive advantage when it comes to starting out and getting posturing around this Dragon. But for the side of J-Team, they still want to try and contest this. They are going around the other side. So it will be a 5v5, and we're just going to see a big flip right here.
Yeah, with the Dragon being pulled all the way out of the rift, resetting back in due to that
poke?
mountain.
Okay, that's a pick, possibly.
They've got him. Kino, a little low in this one. Does have great health when he needs it again going forward, but this is going to be a 50-50. I'm not sure if Beyond Gaming really want this one. The jump in, the kickback! Kongye wants it, and he steals it all away. And now they're going to try to steal the lives of Beyond Gaming. Shockwave, not enough to kill anyone, but it does push J-Team back. Dragon stolen, no kills gained on either side, but a close call across the board.
Oh, that was just a razor's edge. I'm really going either way because Wako is just so strong right now here. And if the side of J-Team made a misstep, that would have allowed Wako to really pop off. You saw how many chakrams he had charged up at the end of that fight. But it was, again, the poke coming in from Driver, from Uniboy, and then Kongria lining up the kick, getting a multi-man kick to combine with those poke tools to really set up a large health advantage to dissuade BYG to continue to push for that fight.
Yeah, my goodness. Kongye sets it up, lines it up. I don't think I've seen a kick that impactful since the beginning of 300. That was... like, how could you not know that was coming? But it was brilliant all the same. Shockwave pushes them all back. And Beyond Gaming, you know, I mean, I think they're finding this J-Team a little bit tough to swallow. Very close gold game, however. It is now Soul Point for J-Team.
Yep, and that's really important here. Because with Mountain Dragon, like, Mountain Soul is really good for both sides, right? Because it's going to be a lot harder to get burst down by the AP combination coming in from BYG, as Enzo is possibly caught out.
He does get to Dredgeline himself away. Yeah, he's going to be okay. And Sleepy Trouble Bubble lands on Kino, but no follow-up. So both supports kind of just, you know, doing their job sniffing. But Enzo's the one who gets caught out. And you're right, you know, Soul is going to be incredibly important. This game has definitely teeter-tottered a bit, but the gold game has never been more than 2,000 in anyone's favor. And it's just such a low-kill game. I mean, I feel like it's a bit of a cosplay LCK, at least in seasons past. Got to check with the Rocket. It's on a low enough cooldown. That's fine. Beyond are not doing it.
Interesting that he went for that, because of the fact he did have blue trinket up and available. Could have just walked a...
It's faster than blue trinket.
Doesn't even have to go too far as well.
Yeah.
But at the very least, they... you know, mission accomplished. They got vision of it, and really it's all about stalling here for J-Team. They want to make sure BYG don't start out the Baron within really the next 1.5 minutes, because after it gets into that 1 minute range, that's when you might not necessarily have enough time to reset if you're trying to do a Baron dance into the next Dragon, and that's going to give a lot of space over for J-Team to capitalize and get that Mountain Soul. If J-Team get the Mountain Soul, it allows them to become that much harder to one-shot with the combination from BYG. But if BYG are able to somehow get 3 in a row, the amount of resistances they are going to get from those Dragons is going to allow them to take some of this poke to get in range to go for that combination.
Yeah, well, the way this game is going, I think it's entirely possible we see 3 more Dragons going the way of Beyond Gaming, unless J-Team pull off some more of those steal shenanigans. We could be in for a very long one. I believe the longest we've had this split so far happened yesterday at about 40 minutes. But we'll see if things keep going on this one. Now, the meta, though, is an interesting one where a big fight past 30 can really just end it. Depending on where and when, exactly. But with the stakes right now, the Dragon being so important to the side of J-Team, Beyond by Virtue really have to try and contest this, or really have to try and deny this, it does mean that J-Team could just choose to trade and grab the Baron instead. But they want to go for the fight. They've teleported Driver already in, and not even engaging, just poking here. Seems like a bit of a snap judgment. They don't know where Husha is, but it's going to be the Dragon setup here for Beyond Gaming. Still 40 seconds for the spawn.
Yeah, this is incredibly scary for J-Team to go ahead and face check, right? Because they don't have any vision, so they're going to have to check with essentially their poke tools. And it looks like they understand that as well. Go ahead and back off, and for Beyond Gaming, they really want to try and force this fight here with 20 seconds before the Dragon spawns. Both teams splitting off.
Yeah, they do manage to find Liang and Enzo. Kongye is going to safeguard to him. Liang is on the front line looking for more damage. He's the one that can dish out the poke, and Enzo just has to tank it. Meanwhile, Beyond are going to try to back away. Sleepy Trouble Bubble is going to land onto Husha. Rocket comes in, onto Minji, and that's some huge damage onto the Orianna. That might open up the opportunity as Uniboy deletes Kino off the map. It's a 5v4, and the go button is pressed, baby. Husha's going to get caught right now. Onto the Flame Choppers will go as he does flash away just in time. Meanwhile, Shockwave turnaround. Enzo Lilvi, meanwhile, on the back line. Everything's going insane, but it's Uniboy on the front to turn on the pressure to take down Husha. Liang is by himself, and it's all JT.
And the side of JTD come out with an explosive win on two fronts there. Really well played coming in from Uniboy, playing around the walls and choke points and using that to really put these Sleepy Trouble Bubbles in really nice positions to split the side of Beyond. And now they're going to have that Mountain Soul to their name, and those extra resistances just makes it that much harder for the side of BYG to play this game. And we're kind of seeing the range at play here as we get to see the replay of this fight. Starts out with a hook. Enzo, I mean, he has the Glacial Augment, which makes it easier to go for picks, but the issue is he's not very durable himself. That's why he gets chunked out so heavily. And then, I mean, Uniboy, he's just such a massive hero. Like, he lands Sleep Trouble Bubble.
We gotta talk about this fight, though, man. Like, we got a whole other thing happening.
We continue on. Oh! Driver, he's dead, 1 for 1.
Yeah, that's 2 stasis for Lilvi and Enzo. Really good support and AD carry synergy, but it might be them both going down after the Baron. The double kill. Nightstar, my, how the turntables.
I think they didn't reset.
No, they
got
didn't.
a little bit greedy off of that play. And while they were able to secure that Baron, as you can see up in the Baron power play, it's a negative 1500. So
yeah, they got the Baron, but at what cost? Either way, they have Soul. They've taken Baron off the board. We're going to go into that replay as well, because things got a little hectic as Minji teleported in. Not a lot of opportunities to steal. You could maybe see the Shockwave happening, but he just opts. Okay, yeah, not a chance on that one. A little bit too late. And yeah, the Kino gets deleted. Oh, great.
Oh, that was a nice play.
That was pretty cool. But yeah, then they really overstay their welcome here, especially Driver. And Enzo and Lil V, oh boy. Synchronized stopwatches.
They just didn't have the tools to continue fighting that, right? Because Driver, he's pretty low on mana. Uniboy also low on mana. And when you expend a bunch of cooldowns to also try and burst down that Baron buff, you don't have the follow-up cooldowns to then take the ensuing fight. You need to be a little bit more patient, allow those timers to come back up. However, still, J-Team do have the Baron buff, and that will allow them to establish a little bit of a shove, but for the most part, because they lost a couple of them, it means that they aren't able to really try and crack these or all of the tier 2s. They might be able to get 1 or 2, but I don't think all 3 are falling.
Yeah, either way, I think J-Team, despite that fight loss and the fact that they can't get quite as much out of their Baron, while they do have a very annoying cannon minion working his way on that tower, I still think they're going to be okay with the fact that they have the scaling on their side, they have the tempo advantage. The game is solidly theirs at the moment to dictate. Not theirs to win or lose just yet, but certainly to dictate the pace of it. Beyond are going to have to dance to the beat of their drum. Beyond Gaming have to find a big fight, but you know, you talked about how the way this team fights, it is a little slow like molasses. It's consistent damage. but they have to find a pickup. They have to get Lil V. They have to get Uniboy. Heck, they have to get Driver. They've been able to at the very least, but there's a lot of deep threats on the J-Team side now.
Yeah, and for the side of J-Team, they just have to play patient. They can't just immediately force the issue, because if they do that, they will be walking into a very easy to land combo, right? The Shockwave Moonfall, very easy to land if they're just kind of delivering themselves to you handpicked. So I think the next play, of course, is going to be around this Elder Dragon. That's coming up in 1 minute. So you're just trying to get as many items as possible to set yourself up for success. And I mean, on the flip side for BYG, really the member to look out for. Yes, you want to keep track of those 2 big ultimates, but after the fight ensues, it's really all up to Wako to try and carry. Yes, Liang is relatively strong. Okay, they just go ahead, kick Kino.
They've got him again. He's gonna go ahead and take the Abyssal Voyage, but the rocket, it doesn't quite connect. That's the first time I've seen Kino getting caught and not just getting blown up. But okay. Shock Blast. It does chase them back. That might open up a turret.
I think it's going to be a little bit more important than just the turret, because now they have a lot better posturing around this Elder. That is coming up in 15 seconds. They will be able to burst down this tower, and then it's about falling back towards this dragon. They've got a lot of forward positioning here, but I think that is the Scuttle Crab vision obtained by the side of BYG, so they'll know if they start falling back towards that area. But I mean, all eyes on the dragon setup, right?
Minji does just ding level 16 as well, so a little bit of a milestone there. And for J-Team, there were some backs. Looks like it was mostly Driver. That was about it. And the rest of them have stayed, looking to try and find a pick. Kino is the one that gets caught for just a moment. Meanwhile, the rest of the team comes in. Oh, man, those Shock Blasts are starting to hurt. They've got him corralled, and here comes Kongye looking for an opening around the side. Meanwhile, Enzo is going to get caught right in the middle, but he is tanking through. And they've got the kickback, and Wako goes to the skies and buried 6 feet under. Minji on the run from Uniboy. He might have the shockwave, but it just doesn't matter. And the team is cleaning up. Liang does get a double kill on the back half, and that might be enough to save the fight, but they turn their attention over to Kino and Usha. Big Shock Blast. They just need a little more, and they will be able to delete him. Driver on the front, chasing down Kino. It doesn't matter what Liang does, because he's out of teammates.
There's no one left on his side. Uniboy has the red smite, will be able to use it, reduce some damage, but Liang's still quite strong, but not strong enough. Gets those bonus resistances from the Hullbreaker, but that doesn't matter against a Void Staff Serelda's Grudge on those solo laners, and it will be the solo lanes also able to capitalize and get this Elder Dragon. That's a big boost to them, and it will be all 5 people able to get the buff, because they're all going to be respawned.
Yeah. Driver just taking this by himself. I mean, you're level 18 right now. You got all the damage. Okay, Uniboy was trying to make a token effort to help out, but that is a big win for J-Team on this one. It looked like for a second Liang was going to maybe even the odds a bit, but didn't end up happening. Minji forced to blow the shockwave to try and chase Uniboy off. Of course, it's already back up off cooldown, but oh boy, this J-Team sure knows how to fight.
Yeah, and again, like BYG, they don't have a whole lot of defensive tools, right? When Kino, oh my god,
yeah, that's late game, Jace.
That could have been a one-shot. That could have been a one-shot with the extra execute coming in from the Elder, but now it should just be a very, very easy Baron, because the side of BYG, they don't want to fight against this Elder Soul. That's just way too hard to contest. Like Uniboy, he has most certainly the ability to one-shot with the bonus damage coming in from Elder Soul and the execute. And now, can they walk out of this?
Look at where Husha is right now. He seems to be thinking they can fight it, but I don't know about that one. I mean, they have damage,
Enzo's
they have the ball
marking
delivery.
it. Yeah.
I think they're going to back away. I mean, J-Team are playing, they have every advantage right now. Baron buff, Elder, Mountain Soul. They should be able to knock down whatever objective they want, but there is always the chance that the fight turns, because even though this is the biggest gold lead it's been, it's still under under 10,000, and now you're at a point in the game where that starts to mean a lot less. Liang has been showing up huge in these fights. That was off the back half, obviously, when everybody else was dying. But he's going to have to pull triple duty if he wants to get these kills, as he's fast asleep right now. Uniboy looking to hit him with the Paddle Star, not going to find it. Inhibitor number 1 taken, and it looks like we've got the slow burn coming through. This should be a J-Team victory pending an insane comeback fight here from Beyond Gaming. J-Team looking to rebound after a bit of a wibbly-wobbly start to their split.
Yeah, only losses to DCG and CFO, so pretty much their sister teams. As Wako, oh my god, he almost died right there.
Anji's gonna get caught in this one. Husha, he tried to find an opening, but you can't assassinate the members that are just so darn big. And as he comes back off the stasis, everybody on Fountain is gonna get deleted. Even Kino is not safe here, and the Nexus will fall. Slow and Steady wins the race for J-Team.
And J-Team, they come away with a big victory. As you can see, Driver just absolutely popping off. He understands how massive that victory was. Being able to bounce back from those losses against really the only two, they are the only two undefeated teams in DCG and CFO. So establishing them as really the front runners in that next tier. Of course, PSG has the better record, but you could argue that they haven't been put to the test completely. But we'll see that matchup, no doubt, very soon. So we'll see how the next echelon of teams perform. But for sure, J-Team have put their name into the mix.
Absolutely. I think we expected this team to come out the gate swinging maybe a little stronger, but I don't think we expected, both Deep Cross and CFO to be quite as strong as they were, and I do think that changes the calculus a little bit. Take a look at this replay. We're actually going to be getting it from Uniboy Vision, and honestly, this is the Uniboy I think we really wanted to see. It may not be necessarily just with Hongye, but when he gets to Zoe, oh boy, this is why the teams are banning it away.
Look at all those things left on the ground. He's just picking up everything. Yeah. And yeah, it's just so hard to play on Mountain Rift against a Zoe as well, because of the fact that, there's so many walls for that Sleepy Trouble Bubble to go around and extend that range. And yeah, well done from Uniboy and Driver in that fight. Yes, Driver didn't exactly have the prettiest game overall, but in that moment he really did shine, along with Uniboy being able to clean up.
Yeah, there were definitely a few mistakes from Driver, but normally we don't get to see a whole lot out of him. We didn't really expect a whole lot earlier on. And then he gets to late game lethality Jace, and you're like, okay, I guess I could just two-shot people with Shock Blast. And that's a fun time to be a Jace player. They managed to get there. They knew what their win condition was going to be. It was going to be a slow game. It may not have been, the most exciting in every single point of the game, but J-Team had a game plan. They managed to shut Beyond Gaming out more often than not, despite some really good comeback fights from the Beyond Gaming squad. I really liked the combos that Husha and Minji were bringing, but it just wasn't enough once the scaling took over, once the Dragon Soul took over, and yeah, so a couple of key mistakes really did them in.
Yeah, and the key point to why the J-Team composition did outscale was just because they had the range advantage. And the side of BYG, you didn't have an instant go button, right? You needed the flash Proto Belt into a Diana ult to actually get things started. And we factor that in, that means you can only start fights once every about 5 minutes. So it's just way too long of a fight window to actually be able to try and really dictate things if you're the side of Beyond Gaming. So while you could say pieces individually they might outscale across the board, but as a composition it was very, very difficult to play against that composition from J-Team.
Yeah, and I think it showed that Beyond Gaming still have some work to do for themselves. Obviously this was a very close game, as it was expected to be for a fair amount of the time. Beyond Gaming definitely got stymied in their attempts to try and make a play. I do think they kind of drafted themselves into a bit of a corner, and that was part of the reason why it was so hard to play against this. Here was the gold graph. You did see it swinging a little bit over the course of the game, but once we got into that late stage, that's when things started to take off. A couple of fights went the way of J-Team, and then we were out to the races, and man, end of the game damage on that Jace is just disgusting. That's all lethality Shock Blast right there.
Yeah, the only downside of this composition from J-Team was that it was difficult for the Jinx to really play out fights because you don't have a really big, hard frontline tank. But that kind of went the same way for the Philios, right? There's no big, hard tank for the Philios to sit behind. And, I mean, no one wants to eat any Sleepy Trouble bubble for that team. So Uniboy just feasted in this game.
Yeah, he did. Earned a well-deserved MVP award. Really coming up huge and just so much more damage percentage than we normally were used to seeing. This is the Uniboy we wanted on this roster. I don't know if he's going to get this Zoe again, but either way, it looked good. The team did what they wanted to, and he got to shine today. Well earned on the MVP.
Absolutely. I think BYG thought they'd be able to get Zoe all the way at the end, and then J-Team were like, yeah, you guys kind of forgot. Uniboy made his name at Worlds on this Zoe pick, and he really showed in that game.
Absolutely. Man, we've definitely had some hype games today, and we've got some really good ones coming up next. I cannot wait. Don't you go anywhere. When we return, PSG Talon taking on MetaFalcon Team.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. We got a couple more games to play to close us out on week number 2. And up first on the docket, it is PSG Talon bouncing back after their first game was a loss on the split. To go 4-1, taking on Meta Falcon team. The boys out of Collegiate. Hi everybody, I'm Pyrotechnics. He is Nightstar, and our sponsors are, of course, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the Spring Split possible. And of course, all you, the viewers, thank you all for tuning in. So, this one, Nightstar, it feels like PSG have found their footing once again. It does seem like they've taken a little bit more time to do it, a little bit slower in this one. And that may give an opening, maybe just a small one, for Meta Falcon team's preferred style of play, that big old 5v5 wombo combo.
Yeah, it does seem like they're pacing themselves a little bit more, a lot differently from last year, where it felt like more pedal to the metal all the time. Not a whole lot of yes, it was measured to a certain degree, but it was predicated on aggression. This time around, this year's iteration is a lot more predicated about patience and being able to find those openings and take advantage and roll with those rather than force the door open.
And part of the reason why is they have, newer players in the jungle mid position right now. Juhan and Bay coming out of NS Red Force, challenger team out of Korea being picked up and scouted by this squad. The rest of the core remains intact. Of course, you have Hanabi, Unified, Kaiwing, mainstays of this region. However, they just hadn't been quite the same, and they lost their opening match against Beyond. But they've been able to pick up the victories all since, so it seems like until we're proven otherwise, PSG Talon definitely still sitting in that upper echelon, not quite at the level of CFO or Deep Cross Gaming, but close.
Yeah, there's still a lot to prove from PSG Talon. You could argue that the loss against BYG was really the only opponent that they've played that you would expect to be in that top half of the standings. And Meta Falcon team, another team that we don't necessarily expect to be contending in that top half. Although at the start, it felt like there was a little bit more. But we get to see the Meta Falcon team, Taco in the top lane, 665 in the jungle, Wen, Whale, Epoch, coming back into the roster after Ren Hao replaced him yesterday. And this team, it feels like a bit of a one-trick pony, but beyond sort of this one-trick draft style, I will say Taco has really popped off to me, at least in my eyes, and being able to carry a load. Of course, this is a rather heavy load given the fact that a lot of these drafts are very lopsided, and hoping that 665 and Taco get ahead and do a lot more damage that they're expected to do from those roles.
Absolutely. 665 coming into this roster was hyped as the carry. Hasn't really delivered or lived up nearly as much as Juhan on the other side has for PSG. While we were expecting Juhan and Beta to come as sort of a package carry duo, it definitely has been the jungler from PSG that has been carrying the weight on his side. Solid kill participation, and really just picking up a lot of the slack. On the other side, 665, I think we're still waiting to see a bit more from him. He's had some impressive champion picks, but not as much impressive champion performances. But that could change today. It's always an opportunity.
Absolutely. And given how PSG are a little bit more methodical, perhaps MFT could find that one big fight that gives them the opportunity to try and blow up the game. But PSG have just done such a well-calculated job in keeping track of junglers that it's going to be a very tall task for MFT to get the coin to flip heads.
Yeah, that's going to be the key for that one. So, banning away Taco's Akali seems to be good play, and of course the Diana has been a bit of a threat in 665's hands. Xin Zhao off the board on the other side, and of course Nephelios ban, which is curious. Some teams have opted into this one, but we don't see the Zeri removed just yet. I feel like MFT have got to get rid of that third, because if they don't, Unified's going to have another field day.
Yeah, and the question is, what do you ban away? Because the Zeri or the Gwen should really just be that first pick here, whichever that they don't ban it. I mean,
it's open Zeri. This has got to be first pick.
I don't know what they're looking to plan here for the side of MFT. Maybe they want to go for the Twitch cheese that we saw Hurricane Gaming try and pull out. Unfortunately, to little success, because, I mean, that early game was just disastrous. But MFT, they did make conscience decision to allow that through, and they will go for a very aggressive Tristana pick to try and match. So I like what at least they have a plan for it. We'll see how well it works out in this case. PSG currently hovering the Viego to try and match the Lee Sin, but the Hecarim has been a pick that's shown up lately that does outgank and outscale the Lee Sin, but they will pivot over towards the Viego.
Yeah, a little bit more risky, right? You really need to kind of feast or famine on this champion. But I think the confidence from PSG is there that they'll be able to do that to the Meta Falcon team side. So far, some deep damage threats. They can definitely give Bey his rise. I'm with you when it comes to Bey. I don't really like it because I feel like he opens up a lot more. His Syndra was so much more fun to watch. But hey, all right, I guess you need somebody to get you into the back line. All right, go ahead, Bey. Have a rise game. You've earned it.
I mean, with this rise pick, I fully expect some sort of engage to come out with the top or the support. I mean, clearly, Kai Wing, an elite engage support player. We'll see if Hanabi ends up being on Gragas duty on top of that. That could be a possible play with the Realm Warp. But we do need to see Bey be really active and in roaming around to these side lanes. Now, it will be a LeBlanc locked in for the side of MST. This is a much different look from this squad. They are looking for a large pick composition, not that 5v5 12-minute or bust comp that we've consistently seen from them. So at the very least, they are changing some things up.
Yeah, I think they heard you, Night Star. Yeah, I mean, after a while, you know, it's not working. You got to try something different. You got to go for a change. I like the LeBlanc. This is an interesting style of composition that we could see either great success or a full-on faceplant. But let's take a look at the rest of the bands before we get into any more speculation. 2 supports thrown Kaiwing's way. No Braum and no Yumi this time around. They still leave up some of the more, you know, like standard things like the Nautilus, though, the Leona. It's always an option. Kaiwing is perfectly at home on those champions. And also, critically, the Thresh is there if they wanted to use it.
Yeah, really, Kaiwing's bread and butter champs all left up available. It just really about, hey, we want the damage to stick coming in from this Lee Sin LeBlanc, so we want to remove the Yumi. And we also want to remove the Braum, which is really good at just deterring all-in fights. Just full dive attempts because of that ultimate coming in. And they will go for the Nautilus pick here. I mean, clearly that's just going to have PSG just pivot towards the Leona.
Yeah.
It's not really too surprising. It's just kind of a handshake with the Nautilus Leona when it comes to engage supports. And now it's really about this last pick for the side of PSG. What do they go for in this top lane for Hanabi? If they go for this Gragas, it allows Taco to go for some sort of carry to match in that top side to try and go for a hull breaker top laner.
I mean, how about this focus from PSG on the top side? They clearly identified a threat in Taco and just said, all right, you're not going to get to play any of the fun champions. What else you got? And I think you called it, Nightstar. No, wait a second. Last second shift off. It's going to be the Graves. So Hanabi blind up top side will get his first Graves game of the split. And what is that? A Darius for Taco? Oh, boy.
All right. The insta-lock for the Darius top lane. It works well into low range compositions, which is exactly what Ryze, Viego, Graves, and Leona are. However, you need to get snowballed in the early game. You need to be able to, once it hits that mid game and you join that first fight, you have to be monstrous to be able to just constantly run over him because he's a very linear champion. So it's very easy for him to get kited out and get chipped down before he even gets in range to spin all over him.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to hinge pretty heavily on the lane phase. Every time I've seen a Darius topside, there is no like average laning phase. You either full on just snowball your lead, or you just die miserably and don't get to do anything all game. This is a statement from Meta Falcon team. They're saying I mean, it kind of is the center strategy. It's like, all right, either we win this hard or we just get stomped into the dust and go next.
Absolutely, they are. I mean, one of the reasons why we harped on their draft so hard was you look at their lane setups and it's like, okay, well, maybe we have a great 12-minute or second or third dragon 5v5 composition, but our lanes suck. We have no way of winning these lanes. Here, at the very least, these are very coin flip lanes, and if they get advantages, they can just run away with these lanes in a couple instances.
You are absolutely correct. Now, the one worry I have about topside for Taku is he's landing into quite possibly the most experienced weak side top laner in this entire region. Hanabi, I'm pretty sure Hanabi knows how not to lose this lane, this exact matchup. I'm willing to bet that.
It will be interesting to watch this top lane matchup because not many players do bring out, I'd imagine, the Darius and Scrims. So, at the very least, Hanabi has identified one way of trying to deal with it, and that is going for the Ghost instead of the Flash. You need that extra move speed to kite out Taco, and now we will see when on a champion that's not just a mid lane bruiser that's looking to look for shove and just roam bot lane, constantly, we are going to see a range champion that can also have solo impact on his own.
And also keeping an eye on the bottom lane, I do want to see what Whale does on this Hail of Blades Tristana up against the likes of Unified on Zeri. I can't help but feel like this is a mistake. The last time Unified got his hands on this champion, he racked up a 25 KDA. It's a good champion, and Unified is probably the best bot laner in the league. With Doggo gone, I think there's really not a whole lot of question there. Despite some iffy performances in the early parts of the split, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that Zeri was left open is always going to be a question mark in draft. And I mean, Zeri has just been omega bonkers when it comes to performance on this patch. We'll see how well it performs. I mean, MFT were clearly prepared for this matchup because they did opt for this Tristana very, very quickly, mind you. So, fully prepared to take this matchup in, and hopefully they're looking for kills for sure, but Zeri, very difficult champion to lock down because of how much distance she can create with her jump.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, right? Is like you're going to try to match like range with range. Whale can leap in if he wants to, although he also wants to save that as an escape tool. A little easier to do it against Leona than the likes of like a Thresh who can still hook you through it. But also keeping an eye out topside. Taco, he's got his work cut out for him. A little bit behind early on, but he dings 3 just after. And, you know, it is a short range matchup, but technically it's still a range matchup. I feel like Darius does his best work into melees, and that's why we don't really see him a lot these days.
Yeah. It's really a lot better into... Oh, ooh, this is the apprehend. That's trade over. Nothing more to come through that. That means Hanabi gets a lot more safety. He can be a little bit more aggressive with how he tries to get some poke in. But, I mean, ideally in this spot, you would just go ahead and reset and then come back. Because when you do play up against these non-teleport top laners, it's really about abusing your back timers because you have a lot more freedom in recalling and then immediately coming back to lane with a teleport.
Yeah, as long as you respect the combat summoners, for sure. Now, the mid lane has kind of gone pretty heavily in favor of Wen to start things off. I didn't really see what was going on with Bay there, but he does have a wave shoved into him, and Wen has just kept him on the back foot. Looks like he's sniffing to try and, there we go, stop the back. Ooh, that's got a sting for Bay. Not a whole lot of mana to work with here, and Wen was happy to take a tower shot. They also know where Juhan is, and not a whole lot of fear of him at level 4. I think Taco is perfectly happy to just sit this out as he dodges the end of the line.
And the big part is the fact that Bay is low on mana. That means Wen can afford to stay here because there's no... pretty sure there's not enough mana to go for the flash route coming in and lock down that LeBlanc, but we still will see recalls coming out from the both of them, and so far, you know, when having a CS advantage, I mean, it's a lot better than what we've seen in a lot of other games coming in from him, and now
there
it's
we go. Yeah, they do this. All right, got to respect those summoners, and you are going to get the decimating smash. 665 waiting, looking to line it up. Oh, the minion block! No! Oh man, Hanabi thanking his minions for the assist on that one. Stops the gank short.
I kind of expected 665 to just go for a flash Q to flash around the minions, but now Wen could become in trouble. 665 going to face check.
Yeah, right into Juhan. Already half his health bar is deleted on that Blade of the Rune King. Now he's got a flash. Oh, things just got a little bit upside down there for the MFT jungler.
Absolutely. Now Juhan's going to have control over...
Oh, no.
Okay.
Has to fight his own chickens.
Still fighting.
All right. That's aggro junglers.
Absolutely. But for 665, he does have a little bit more burst damage given the fact he has that pickaxe, right? So it's going to be a lot better for trying to get these executions early game. Do like that purchase in this instance, and not a whole lot happening, but MFT able to get themselves a small gold advantage But as it stands for PSG, again, this composition is going to be a lot better as time goes on. And for MFT, they really need to find advantages during the lane phase. So for them to have small advantages here or there, it's not too wild. And it shouldn't be anything really to worry about if you're a PSG fan.
No, not at all right now. And honestly, a lot of confidence with the way this composition is built out. The way the roster started to develop, there's still a lot of questions that need answering. We probably won't get them all today. I think Juhan has certainly turned up as a carry, but this is definitely going to be a different squad. I mean, this isn't your grandfather's PSG anymore. There's no more Maple. He's over in the LPL. And Bay is kind of a mid laner of a different color. I really think that this Rise is... It's almost like a little bit of a trap for him. It's clearly some comfort, but I liked him so much more on these like burst mages like the Syndra. I want to see what he can do on more of those types of champions, especially because this meta certainly could suit it. But he's been on tank Rise duty, and you know what? Maybe that's just how the team wants to play.
And right here, he is level 7 now, so looking to start moving around the map. Perhaps get a play going down in that bottom lane, but for now he's got mid-wave controlled, which means that Juhan has the ability to go for this red steal and will be able to secure it, knowing that, of course, 665, he went down bot side to secure that dragon.
Yeah, it's all a little bit of handshaking. So far this game is starting out a little bit similar to our J-Team Beyond game, but maybe for slightly different reasons. MFT are on a timer. They're going to try and react to it. But 665's been held far behind. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Epic
right
trying to hang with the PSG bot side. But this is oh so difficult. And Whale, you're walking to the wrong base, my dude. He does cleanse out.
Oh.
That's going to be dinging level 6. He's able to get the Buster, but Unified just blows him up.
Yeah, I think one champion's ult button is a little bit better than the other champions, and that's Zeri, able to easily chase down both of these kills. They will start the side of MFT. They will try and play around this top side, knowing how strong, of course, the Darius is, and having Epoch on a faster recall timing, let's say.
Yeah, that's just one way to put it.
Yeah, he gets there to the action first because he died. Genius.
He died faster. Look, sometimes you gotta fail fast so you can succeed later. Let's see how this skirmish started. Epic
They were
wanted
the ones looking for the fight.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I mean, look, Whale's got 6 already, but Unified clearly levels up in the course of this. And, yeah, you jumping on Tristana, you need the reset.
Yeah, absolutely. And the core issue there is Whale wasn't able to quite participate in the fight fast enough. That's why once PSG turned after that Aftershock fades, they just have a lot more battle stats.
Oh,
but
boy. We've seen this movie before. Everyone from PSG's down bottom. It was a party down there. And Hanabi's job is now to just not die, and I think he might be failing at that. As the dunk goes through, it's so close, but he bleeds out anyways.
Oh, no.
But Taco! Oh, no!
Okay.
Oh, he almost made a snack out of himself.
He almost trolled that. Thought he needed a little bit more damage, but the bleed is more than enough to secure it in that instance. They still are able to secure that kill, but the cost is pretty hefty. PSG able to get yet another kill down in that bottom lane. You could start to see the separation come in the bot lane. CS, Bay makes his first roam down in this bottom side. They're shown on a control ward, but that doesn't really matter. You're able to rotate just, okay. They don't back off fast enough, and Epoch ends up being sacrificed in that instance. And up in the top side, I mean, we saw it live. He misses there, but he gets the dunk, and the bleed is more than enough. Almost ends up going 1-for-1 because he wasn't sure about the damage. And thankfully, he doesn't go down.
Yeah, that was, there's a few scuffed things about that, but that's okay. MFT do trade 1-for-1, but they find themselves down 2,000 gold at the moment due to that kill differential, and you can see it there on the screen. Whatever this bot lane was intending to do, I mean, we've seen people try unconventional picks to, if not counter, do something with this area. It just hasn't worked. The Apprehend goes in. Hanabi doesn't have summoners right now. Here's 665. I think they really want to drop this Rift Herald, but he does walk away, and Taco takes a tower shot. Meanwhile, Wen now under fire in the mid lane. As Juhan, Kaiwing, and Bei just wave right by him.
Alright. Wen just clearing out some of these minions. And saying hello to the PSG trio squad right there. And Taco, he's still hunting. He's still hunting.
Taco wants the kills right now. He wants Hanabi.
He smells the weak side top laner.
This is not just a weak side top laner. This is the weak side top laner. Hanabi knows how to, he's a survivor, Nightstar. He knows how to not go down.
He does indeed. And that's all he needs to do in this matchup. As long as Darius doesn't get snowballed out of control, he's going to really struggle against the rest of PSG's lineup when it comes to these 5v5s. He essentially has to become a hull breaker or bust kind of champion. And, I mean, Graves is just, in general, a lot more useful in these instances.
The reasons we see him more. I feel like I'm watching this top lane. I feel like I'm watching, like, a nature documentary, like, narrated by, like, David Attenborough. Like, and here we see Darius in his natural environment attempting to hunt the elusive Graves. But meanwhile, down bot, we have a fight. And it's Dragon, at the moment, when isolated from the team. Not in range of a lot of this damage, but this is a bit of a coin flip on the Drake as they do get the stun up, prompting another cleanse, but too late for Whale to really do anything about it as Bei claims the kill. 6-5 is still on the Dragon. He gets it. Mission complete, but he dies for his effort, and now Bei's got 2.
Hey, I mean, they got what they came for, but once more, the cost was hefty. It's a double kill into the hands of Bei, and with how much HP he is going to build up here, he is going to be a very difficult target to burst out, and that's kind of what this MFT composition is built around. But the big thing is, I don't think Epoch has Aftershock. He goes in here. Let me see. He goes in. Okay, he does have Aftershock, but it's clearly not enough as he
got Aftershock, dude.
Yeah, he just got blasted.
I love how 6-5's like, all right, this whole thing's scuffed. I'm getting Dragon. See you guys at Fountain.
Guys, I have one goal only, and I've obtained it.
Yeah.
See you later.
I mean, like, they're building a Drake stack. I'll give them that. Also, one critical thing we haven't really talked about with this Tristana is you can destroy tower plates, but you got to be around to live for it. Yeah, as soon as he sees Unified coming, it's time to go. Also,
so long.
Oh dear, Realm Warp, and he is just, yeah, he dead. Goodbye.
He gone. Yep.
Unfortunate.
That's the issue with the Tristana, is that she doesn't get the ability to shove out in this lane because of the fact that Bei is ahead, which means that he's not that scared of Wen anymore. Also, having that additional range at level 11 for that ultimate helps out considerably in making faster rotations. Hanabi is coming under fire, but this time Juhan. Oh, okay, they still want to get him.
I don't know about this one. The kick. Oh, the flash away from Juhan. However, he is a little bit under fire. The chains are going to land, and that should be the kill for 6-6-5. But the rest of the cavalry has arrived at Bei. It's just unloading damage after damage after damage. But Taco comes in to try and even the odds right now. The dunk on Hanabi, not enough damage. They are just chasing them through. But Wen might give his life for this one as the tower keeps coming in. Meanwhile, Kaiwing's still holding the rest of them at Bei. MFT, they just go way behind enemy lines to clean up 2 kills. Hard earned.
Alright, that was a pretty buck wild play, and I fully enjoyed that one as MFT understand that right now they are in a bit of a deficit. So they have to go really crazy with some of these calls. They have to really reach for these kills, and this time it pays off. They hang around, and it looks like it's like, come on guys, you can't secure any of these kills. But they continue to persist. And persistence pays off here, as now Epoch flashes over the wall. He tries to secure one more, but unfortunately, he doesn't get much. But the rest of his squad are able to.
Yeah, and the fact they don't get punished for that, I think PSG just didn't expect the level of sustained aggression. You saw that Unified was nowhere near that as he was split pushing down the side lane. He had already secured tier 1. PSG are going to get a little sneaky themselves. It's starting to set up a death rush here, but they don't stay in it for long. Have to respect that MFT sometimes just do the crazy stuff. 6-3 in kills. The gold game hasn't really extended past the moment it's at, which is about a 2K and a bit of change lead for PSG Talon. Next objective to hit the Rift is going to be that Infernal Drake, and we do have Infernal Rift. This is a pretty big one, especially for a squad that's going to want a team fight. I think despite MFT's unorthodox champion choices, they certainly want to group 5v5.
They pretty much have one shot to have a 5v5, and they have to pick that opportunity carefully, because if they lose it, then it's pretty much done dusted. They're gonna try and burst Unified. He's that close to a wall!
Oh, wow, that was perfectly executed. Wen and Whale combo up to take Unified down. Did not expect that one. Now, will they be able to... well, they're perfectly fine. They actually just dropped the Rift Herald, looking to take down Tier 1 mid here.
This is massive, Pyra.
Yeah, this is a big play. MFT are showing they still have some teeth. We talked about how they kind of got exposed and seemed to only have one style. Well, they clearly have proved the haters wrong here. They're mixing things up a bit, and it is throwing PSG off.
Oh, that's the hook used from Epoch. Perhaps they look for a Leona ult here to try and go for a pick, but now dragging up in 25 seconds. So MFT, if they're able to secure this dragon, that will be critical in trying to get this upset victory here, because that sets them up for a soul point, and you know, with the additional power from Inferno Dragon, then you can kind of talk about, well, maybe we have a chance in these later game 5v5s, but for now, we'll see if they're able to win this one.
Yeah, you got to respect the PSG charge right now as they were backing off. 665 is going to take a position a little closer to the Dragon Bit. It has started. They're going to aggro it. When is the safest one to be behind the line? And now PSG are taking their time about this. It's already down to half. We've already seen 665 attempt to just secure it at all costs. They do. Will they get out with their lives? They've got the stun down onto the jungler. 665 is going to get blown up before it can do a whole lot of anything. But the rest of the team is there. No, the dump down. They take down Juhan. Kitako walk away. They're going to try for this one. Look at the Decimating Smash. Not going to do enough. They're dodging and ducking and diving away. Epic is going to be left for dead, and Wen is going to be chased down by Unified. That is going to be the ace for one. But MFT do manage to grab themselves a Drake.
Once again, they come and get what they came for, Pyra. But, as
they get a lot more than what they came for.
After each and every single one of these plays where they get what they came for, what is the cost? And the cost is every single time just way too much. And this
like tuition, man.
Exactly. You come for education, you go into 20 years of debt.
Well, that's America at least. Anyways, that's not where this region is. We've got 665. Like, he is the ultimate soldier here, man. He's going for the play. He doesn't care. He knows it's a suicide mission, and he does it anyways. Focus? You gotta respect it. But yeah, after this point, it's like headless chickens. They've got nothing. You see them trying, but it's just easy pickings for a squad like PSG that just have so much better coordination, even with two new players.
I think all three of their damage dealers were focused on 3 different targets on the side of PSG, so it was just completely absolute chaos coming in from MFT when it came to target selection. And that just makes it difficult when your compositions solely focus on bursting one target at a time. You have to unload all your cooldowns and damage on a single target, and hopefully you get a clean reset and it allows you to turn to the next one. In that case, they got the first kill, but definitely weren't able to get much afterwards because they got completely wiped. And now, like, this Rise is definitely getting out of hand. Has a very large health pool, and this tank Rise from ahead is incredibly oppressive because he just runs at you, and because you're behind, you don't have the damage to burst through a target that has a lot more stats than what he should.
Yeah, that's one of the issues, is that Rise can still kind of get that machine gun online, even in the tank mode. And also, to top it off, Unified's kind of been unleashed here. He was sort of held a little bit at bay. You know, wasn't quite popping off in the kills, but that changed now that he was able to chase down a couple of players. He's got 3, the Trinity Force and the Titanic Hydra's out. Bay's solo pushing on the side. Yeah, things are starting to come apart at the seams here for Meta Falcon team. The only saving grace is they are on Soul Point. If they can hold out for 2 minutes, that is a chance. That is a very good dragon to have when you want to take a fight and you are losing the scaling game.
Yeah, it's going to add a little bit of damage for the side of Meta Falcon team. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough damage to erase the gold deficit. That remains to be seen. But we get to see the player gold pulled up here, and I mean, it's Zeri, it's Rise,
Yeah.
very, very high up the gold net worth charts. And on the flip side, it's the Darius and the Tristana trying to do as much as they can, but still, even they are 1,500 gold behind the highest grossing members on the side of PSG.
Yeah, PSG definitely banking it all up right now. And they will just look to try and keep MFT away from this Dragon. Of course, there's also Baron to contend with right now, but neither team seems all that keen to go for a shred. If one was going to do it, it's probably PSG, but why would they, right? Like, they have the time on their side. They just need to let MFT come to them and make the mistake. And that's the key here, is every fight that Meta Falcon team are going to take, it's probably going to be on PSG's terms.
Now for PSG, they can go ahead and try and bait around the Baron. For MFT, it's very hard for them to try and sneak a Baron, just because they don't have anyone that can really tank up the Baron without taking massive damage. And really the only member of their team that does damage to the Baron is going to be this Tristana. And Tristana, yes, she has Kraken Slayer Phantom Dancer, which is a really nice combination to, once again, delete a single target. But do you have a member tanky enough to be able to endure the damage coming out from that Baron? All eyes on this next Dragon, though, Pyra. 18 seconds, 15 seconds, and
everybody teleports in.
Their game is predicated or going to be decided on this fight.
Yeah, look at all the vision that PSG have managed to get inside the Meta Falcon team jungle. They see Taco coming a mile away, and Kaiwing goes in. Epic is going to go golden for a second, but 665 is going to drop like absolutely nothing. Epic gets blown through. Hanabi is distracting everybody else, and the fight is over before it begins. Goodbye, Whale. Goodbye, Taco. And goodbye, Meta Falcon team. That is going to be everybody but Wen taken out of this one. Wait a minute, I might have spoke too soon. Wen wants to harass Juhan just a little bit, but nothing doing here. They don't just take the Baron, they can probably grab both at this point. And it's not Nexus yet, Nightstar, but it's starting to feel like it.
Yep, starting to queue up the eulogies right now because, I mean, MFT, you like the thought process, you like the fact that they're at least changing the plan from before, but yeah, I mean, Inferno Dragon's still technically up, so MFT I mean, he was hoping to maybe sneak it away, but that's not going to work out, and we get to see the replay. I mean, at this point, like, you don't really have a front line in Epoch because your other frontline champion, and the Darius, he has to come in from flank to actually be useful, so he's just spending the entire time set up for this fight, trying to find a flank angle. And, I mean, again, Rise from ahead, incredibly impressive with this tank build. It's really when it's even or behind that it really falls flat.
Yeah, and you could see in the picture-in-picture as well that PSG made short work of the Meta Falcon team resistance on the Dragon, picked it up for themselves, were able to back away. Big Zeri damage coming through, and I believe that was actually the Dragon fight that we were looking at there. Unless Darius really didn't get a single shot off, which I guess I wouldn't be all that surprised by. Kaiwing really setting up these engages on this Leona, though. It's kind of what he does. It works out well, and this is going to be the death knell for sure, unless MFT have a miracle of a fight in them. But oh, it gets so hard. They weren't able to secure the soul. The Baron pushing in. They've got Hanabi on the side lane, just making life difficult, and it won't end on this push, but it does feel like it's only a matter of time.
They're going to push two lanes at once. There's really just no answers coming in from MFT. The only way that they can get back into this game is some sort of flash engage, but they're out of a lot of key flashes on their engaged champion, so...
And they're out of towers almost. Yeah. Meanwhile, that's the kickback. Kaiwing denied, but now there's no chance for 665 to make the kickback into his team. Down goes an inhibitor in the middle, and it's wash, rinse, repeat for PSG Talon, well on their way to a 5th victory in 6 games. Not the perfect split or near enough dominant PSG that we were seeing in last year, but with a new couple of players, they are certainly well on their way to reclaiming the title if they can but take out the teams right above them. We'll have to see when those two teams face. I'm getting ahead of myself in this one, Nightstar, because right now they are definitely flexing on Meta Falcon team.
Yeah, and if Meta Falcon team want to get back in, Whale has to do so much damage. Goes for the recall. Not sure what he... Okay, he got one more crit cloak. So a little bit more crit damage, but PSG, they get the maximum what they want. And remember, this is a very controlled squad, so they don't go for the end straight up right there. They get so many advantages that they don't need to. They're going to go home. They're going to spend that extra gold first and really end the game on this next dragon fight.
Yeah, that does seem to be the play. So 27 minutes, they are taking their time to do it, not trying to push too far ahead and risk the comeback mechanics that we have seen before. Meta Falcon team going to be looking at the game footage and trying to see what they can glean from this one because they had an opportunity. They did have a timer that they imposed upon themselves, but giving away the Zeri, I feel like the draft certainly needs to be addressed for this team. They've given away a little bit too much in some of these cases, and against a squad like PSG, with some very, very strong members in key roles, it sometimes feels like an unforgivable crime.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Wen has gone for a utility build coming in from
Everfrost.
From this LeBlanc. It's not only just the Everfrost. You can argue that Everfrost allows you to get more picks and they need picks, but it's the fact that he's gone for a second item Zanya's, which doesn't help you in securing picks. It's a nice defensive item, but at this point in the game, you need kills rather than staying alive just a fraction of a second longer because you're not going to last very long regardless. Right when you come out of stasis, you're just dead again. So I'm a little bit baffled by that purchase because they need the best chance to one-shot one of these carries.
Speaking of one-shot, oh, goodbye Epic. At this point, things are looking dire as Unified just rolls ahead with the rest of the squad. Looking to go for one, go for two. 665 never gets a chance to kick in this one. Oh boy, they're bringing everybody to this one. And now, I do believe the term is ending here, Nightstar. School is out, but MFT are going to have to take remedial courses as they get taken down a peg by PSG, improving to 5 wins on the split, just under 29 minutes.
Nice victory coming in from PSG once again, showing their dominance over the bottom half of the table. And I mean, to make a case for the top of the standings, you do have to take care of business towards the bottom of the standings. So for them to do so in this dominating fashion against all of the bottom 5 teams is really, really impressive still.
Absolutely. As you see the look on the faces of MFT, I don't think they quite believed that one. Although they were behind for so much of the game, PSG Talon definitely flexing their muscles and showing they can still compete amongst the top 4. The big challenge ahead for this squad will be to try and knock off one of the top dogs, and I feel like that is far easier said than done when it comes to CTBC and Deep Cross Gaming, but you never know, Nightstar.
Yeah, and I think it's really good from like PSG for them to take care of business. That's obviously good, but it also allows them to kind of hide a couple of their cards, right? They haven't necessarily shown a whole lot from the draft phase when it comes to going into these next couple of matches. So that will also be nice for them to perhaps come out with a surprise in their first next big test here coming up. As we get to take a look at the draft, it really just comes down to, well, you give away the Zeri pick, you try and counter it with the Tristana, it doesn't pay off. It all of a sudden allows Rise to snowball, and all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, I mean that was the trick, right? I mean I think that was the best Rise game we've seen from Bay, but also most of his Rise games have kind of just been him running around the map and not necessarily getting off to a flying start. He was able to have a very good game by virtue of just being so far ahead of his opposite number, never having to worry about dying. I think Hanabi played perfectly in his role. Like, he just needed not to die to Darius. And yeah, he did die, but like, I mean, once. That's okay. That's forgivable. It's understandable. He also just kind of kited the rest of MetaFalcon team around the map in the fights. He was sort of using himself as live bait the whole time and just like trying to get MFT to like chase him, and they did, and he just kept dodging away from them. The rest of the squad, I mean, Kaiwing on these Leona engages. I swear, when he plays Leona, the Zenith blade is like 3 inches longer. It always feels like he finds the perfect distance to go in at.
Oh yeah, I mean, Kaiwing on the Leona is definitely a masterclass on how to play melee support engage champions. And I mean, still, I want to give credit to Bay because he brought out the Tanker Eyes and was able to really pop off on the champion this game. So credit to him and being able to really take advantage and snowball his lead. A lot of the issues that come with playing Tank Rise is sometimes you get a little bit too passive, and when you wait as the Tank Rise, it gives the opportunity for the other team to outscale you. Fortunately, in this instance, there really wasn't a whole lot of scaling to be done on the side of MetaFalcon team. And I mean, I think Bay understood that, and that gave him extra juice to just chase him down.
And gave him the MVP as well. Well deserved by Bay. I think we're starting to see the fact that PSG have really weapons in every side of the map. We were wondering about Bay. We were wondering when this was going to be a more carry-oriented style. Obviously, he's still Tank Rise. Don't want to forget that. But he was able to step up and deliver when given the right tools to succeed. Also liked his other champions, the Syndra game. That's been good too. I think Bay is got quite a bright future ahead of himself if he can keep up this level of performance.
PSG is setting up themselves up to succeed. And we'll see going into week number 3 how well they're able to, how much experience they were able to get from those 2 weeks of live action and transition that into a much more difficult half of their first round robin.
Absolutely. All right, we have got one more game left, and it is going to be an absolute banger. 2 undefeated teams will enter. Only one will leave. CTBC Flying Oyster versus our last undefeated team, DCG, coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution. But we're not stopping there.
Is Taiwan's
We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
goodbye. It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
And welcome back for the final game of week number 2 here in the PCS Spring Split. I am Pyrotechnics, he is Nightstar, and here to close it out. We are so excited for this final game with the undefeated squads, but I want to take a moment to thank our wonderful sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber, for making the PCS possible. Now, Nightstar, like I said, this one's going to be a real Thunderdome. CTBC Flying Oyster, one of our new squads with some familiar faces for sure, coming into this one and flying high at 5-0, but Deep Cross Gaming showing a mastery of the double enchanter build and just running wild with an undefeated score as well. They are their opponents. These two teams will clash. It does feel like we are going to be in for a wild ride.
It's going to be a very exciting game. Of course, for DCG, the excitement really happens in the draft phase, whereas for the side of CFO, it more so happens in-game with how much firepower that they do bring to the table. These two rosters I've kind of dubbed like the brains and the brawn of former J team, whereas DCG, they've gotten all the brains with Hana, Woody, Nesty.
Nesty's Galaxy brand, man.
Yeah, they're the rotational pieces. They make the macro moves, whereas CTBC, they got mission and rest, the big firepower tools and what got them to a lot of wins, and the main engine to getting those victories on J team last year. So
not to mention Gemini. I mean, I think Gemini is probably the best jungler in the league since River's departure, and he's certainly been making a name for himself on this on this Rift. And to top it off, Atlan and Koala, we considered them to be the potential weak side of this team. Absolutely not. They have popped off with some ridiculous score lines. Atlan has played it incredibly well. He's done the stock standard, but he's done it to a T, and he's shown that he can hang with everybody. It's hard to find a weak side or a weak point on this team. They really are like an oyster in the shell, except they come out swinging rather than staying hidden. This is a team that is not to be messed with.
Absolutely. And I mean, you would still say Atlan, Koala are the weak points if you are going to target a lane on the side of CTBC Flying Oyster, which makes it interesting to see if the side of Deep Cross Gaming, if they do go for the double or the Smite Enchanter lane, whether or not the Bard comes into play, because I certainly think Bard will get banned away very, very easily. Do they go to the next one down? Do they go for that Janna, or do they have an even deeper enchanter pool to reach into to try and force the strategy? Whereas now we're going to see the Deep Cross Gaming roster, Leaky, Hana, Nesty as the top side, and then Stado, Woody in that bottom half. When it comes to the lane that you're looking to exploit, if you are on the side of CFO, I would say you really want to focus on that top lane. And it comes down to Leaky trying to abuse that matchup, because you have the best top laner in the league in Rest.
That is the opportunity there for CTBC. On the other side, I do think Kriskata is a very hot rookie right now, and he's paired with an experienced support in Woody. Definitely have looked good. Admittedly, some of those games he's had the Zeri, so maybe not getting that is probably going to change things a little bit. But we will be comparing our mid laners, Mission and Nesty. You got to talk about the experience level, especially on Mission's side right now, that both these players are bringing to their teams. And just comparing the stats right now, putting up some high-flying numbers, but then again, shouldn't be all that surprising given the fact that they are both, that they are both undefeated. But of course, the damage percentage, you might be scratching your head at that, and that's because Nesty takes Bard top Smite, and that's okay. We still love him.
Very interesting stat comparison here. Of course, first blood percentage, Nesty also has a very high percentage in that because of the fact he is roaming down, making plays, and then the wards per minute. Again, when you're playing a Smite support, you're going to be getting your sight stone, so obviously you're going to have a lot more wards per minute in that regard. But it's really just a clash of styles. Mission, he wants to farm up, be strong, get to that first big team fight, and really pop off from there. for Nesty, it's really everything but that. He wants to attack much before that first team fight and accumulate such a lead that later on, the rest of his squad can kind of just snowball from there.
Well, we are into picks and bans, and after today, we will have only one defeated team in the PCS. So far, focus is on the Diana, the Tryndamere, the Renekton all banned away. Following through, DCG get rid of the Zeri and the Gwen, which makes a lot of sense, but of course, they get rid of the Orianna. This is a mission respect ban, and it gives Gemini the opportunity to insta-lock the Xin Zhao.
They immediately target a lot of those CFO champ pools with the Orianna, with the Gwen. I like that look there. And DCG are the ones to go ahead ban away the Zeri, which is very interesting because CFO have banned Zeri in every single one of their games, whether it's blue side or red side. So very interesting that DCG go ahead and ban it away themselves, especially on that first phase. But now we're looking at that first rotation. It is, of course, the Jinx Lee Sin to match the Philios Xin Zhao. I think these are pretty standard, as standard goes for a lot of these openings. And there we go, CFO lock in the Syndra. It's the next pick down. It's really nice into a lot of these low range compositions, but
Nesty.
DCG haven't shown a whole lot, and that allows them to go for this Veigar pick. And I think Veigar really skyrocketing in popularity lately, and it just comes down to the fact that his laning is really solid. And then when it comes to these mid-game team fights, he's so disruptive with his cage, and later on as the game progresses, he just scales like none other.
Yeah, just really gaining all the stacks he possibly can. And of course, this being an SD special, for all the talk of all the big brains and all of the crazy drafts we could be seeing out of the Steep Cross, they've definitely been able to play their cards very close. And I like what we're seeing out of this composition. It kind of just says, all right, I think I can go toe-to-toe with Mission right now. And Nesty, you got to admire the confidence that he's bringing to this team. Into the ban phase 2, we see a couple of supports taken off, the Tom Kench, and of course the Nautilus. Also following up at the top side, no Graves this game, as everyone is just trying to suss out what the remaining power picks will be.
See what the last ban is. I expect it to be yet another bot lane ban, but they instead throw it onto the Camille. So Leona
try to put Leaky on the back foot.
Still left available, although Leona might not be the ideal pick in this composition because it is a champion that kind of overcommits forward. And when you do have a Jinx and a Veigar, you kind of want to play things a little bit slower.
Here's something we don't see all that often in the top lane right now. The Gnar comes in for Leaky, so that's an interesting choice.
So Gnar is a champion that can still build the Hullbreaker, which is, you know,
every champion can build a Hullbreaker, but I get what you're saying.
It is the item of choice right now. It is the flavor of the month. And CFO, they'll go ahead and lock in that Leona. A little bit to be expected there. They want to be a little bit more aggressive with their picks. And okay, it looks like there's going to be a hover on this GP pick. So Rest has traditionally also been a default Gnar player when it comes to just trying to lock in something blind or a lot of these answers up top lane because of the really 1v1 skill check potential up there. And more often than not, Rest does come ahead. I think Leaky, as someone who's been played behind Rest, also picked up that tendency, and that's why we see that pick come out here. And it will be a last pick of Alistar, interestingly enough, so has the potential to play back and be a little bit more defensive if he wants to, but also has the ability to dive forward and be incredibly tanky with that ultimate.
Yeah, there is some versatility there, but we aren't seeing a ton of Alistar here in this league right now. So this composition, the Deep Cross are bringing out, definitely mixes things up a little bit, going back almost like a throwback to Meta's past in that top and in that support. However, maybe it's going to be enough here to throw CTBC off their game. On the opposite side, as CTBC have set up for a comp that certainly favors them, that certainly favors their style, having to pick blind in a couple of roles, they should be happy with what they've accomplished. They already managed to have a lot of comfort picks and champions that can open up a lot of damage. And it's an exciting CTBC comp. It seems like they don't vary too much. He called them the muscle, and well, what do muscles do? They flex. We're going to see if they're going to be able to do that this game against the side of Deep Cross, who have certainly come prepared as well. Nightstar, looking at these two comps, who do you like better? They're both 5-0 teams.
Yeah, both of these compositions are incredibly fun here. But, I mean, I love the backline combination coming in from DCG, although I do love this gangplank pick here, being able to create such a really oppressive zone to try and play around. I think with these teams are very evenly matched when it comes to draft, but I do give the edge over to CFO because of their ability to have those small edges when it comes to micro plays.
Yeah, and that might be all the difference, right? This could be a game of inches going forward. I'm curious to see if Deep Cross can step up a little bit into this and take a surprise win, or I guess anything would be a surprise because both these teams haven't lost yet, so somebody has to go down at the end of it all. I'm really curious how it's all going to turn out. Some things we kind of expected, the Jinx Aphelios flip, the Xin Zhao versus the Lee Sin, those are standard in this case. And of course, these two mid lane champions, pretty standard for these two players. And that's the lane matchup I really want to keep my eye on is Nesty going to outplay Mission? Because that is going to be insane.
Yeah, and I think the big thing going forward aside of CFO is that they have the ability to play through mid and bot lane in this instance. They have decent setup coming in from both. You have a little bit longer range of catch potential with this Syndra over the Veigar. Although if you are going to be running into the Veigar, that's where he gets a lot of his value. So that'll be exciting to see when it comes to some of these mid-game team fights. But for the most part, through Syndra, you also are going to be able to get a lot of mid priority. So we'll look for CFO to play around that mid priority and try and look for big plays early on around this Xin pick.
It looks like we are waiting for the game to load up and us to get onto the Rift, and there it goes. The final game for week number 2, and boy, is it going to be a slobber knocker. Brains versus Brawn, who's going to come out on top, and who is going to be handed their first loss on the split? Two new organizations coming into this league, snapping up the power players, and Nesty rocking some very fashionable jammies.
I think you're pretty familiar with this skin.
Yeah, as I am an avowed Yordle spammer in TFT, and everyone knows it at this point. It's the only kind of Veigar I recognize.
Interestingly enough, with the different skin, we also get to see a different summoner choice. Usually we've seen a fair amount of Predator when it comes to the Veigar. This time around, he's gone for Unsealed Spellbook, which may allow him to survive that level 6 burst. Getting that exhaust or barrier or heal might make the difference in making sure he survives some of these traits.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty interesting micro variation there. Now,
interesting.
CFO, CFO are really taking aggressive stances, and they've punished in 3 different roles right now. As Hana moves down towards the bottom side and starts off on his Gromp. He just says, "Hey, give up. Let me lane. Let me lane." Certainly not taking a moment to waste and getting aggressive before the minions even hit the Rift, and that is the long leash there for Woody and Kriskata. It does mean Atlan and Koala can sit there in the brush and wait and bait at the moment, and I think they might try to get the jump on him with the fast level 2 or level 1. That's not going to happen, though.
Leaky is trying to trade his health bar. He wants to avoid that auto as much as possible against Rest, because that's the big thing. You get that extra burn from your passive, which makes the trade a whole lot better in your favor. And right now it's just them trading auto attacks. Eventually Rest will win out on that trade because he does have triple potions along with biscuits. As the Gnar, you're not going to go for the biscuits because it gives mana. That wastes like half your stats there in that case. So eats the barrel chain as well.
That was so fast from Rest.
There we go. This is what we want Rest to do. This is what we expect to see from our best top laner. And Leaky concedes. Has to concede level 2. Hopefully, I mean, he's going to hit level 2 shortly, but it's just a matter of, it feels like you've already lost so much of this lane already.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a tough one for Leaky right now. And, you know, obviously the experience gap is there too. And Leaky's opted into this matchup, but I think we should start to see the pushback. Nesty, he himself is getting pushed back. Does manage to waddle away from the Scout of the Week. Bit of a rare miss from Mission on that one. But, you know, Nesty is he's a slippery Yordle for sure.
Yeah, all 3 of these lanes are going to be lanes to watch, which is not something you would say, but Hana making this move up in his top lane as Rest is very pushed up.
Ad burns a flash for pretty much nothing. That was a really good trade there for Deep Cross.
Very, very well done there, taking advantage of where that wave was positioned. Couldn't get that wave crashed, and because Gemini was bot side, he had to do it himself, and that ends up having to pay the flash there in that instance. It does mean Gemini has a pretty sizable individual lead, as he is camp up here in this instance, and will be able to get the double scuttle. Also looking to seal away Raptors, perhaps, as he's going to wait in the bush. He's going to get a goon.
Spy Hana. Oh, waiting and baiting, and there we go. The jig is up. He was in your jungle all along. Koala is coming up here as well, and Mission was actually caught out in the Vigard cage. Otherwise, that could have been a little worse for Hana, potentially. But he's out of there. Unfortunately, has to give up his camp.
Yeah, good posturing coming in from Nesty to really stifle the rest of that play from going south in that instance. And it will just be Hana having to concede a lot of the jungle. And that's a nice lead gain by Gemini with the golden EXP.
Oh yeah, it's a good start. You did talk about how this every lane is one to watch, and I think that's very true. It's not a normal statement to make. Usually you want to identify 1 or 2, but I feel like there is just so much explosive potential everywhere here. Up top side, things have settled down just a little bit, and Leaky has built up a big lead off the back of Hana's earlier intervention. But at the same time, you can see this mid lane seriously pushed in for Nesty. Hana could try to make a play on it. Mission, you know, he has Flash, but no other inbuilt escapes. He would have to rely on a Scout of the Week, and there's the cage. Scout of the Week does land, but he's sitting on the outside and waits just in time to follow through, and the Flash is followed. Oh! Mission, is he going to get away? No! That's first blood to the Vigar, and Nesty says, my 2v2 is better than yours.
I mean, when it comes to mid-jungle 2v2 against a mid-support, I think the mid-jungle wins that every single time. They're able
it's a little stacked, to be fair.
They are able to get the wave crashed in, and while Mission doesn't miss a whole lot, at least it resets the wave state, and I mean, he just has to flash way earlier. The fact that he just doesn't respect it is, I mean, perhaps he wasn't expecting Mission to be there, but there's really no reason for Nesty to just drop the baby cage like that without a reason besides someone else coming over.
Yeah. Still, though, that's the play. You know, want to try and shut down Mission. Definitely one of the biggest threats on this squad. And Gemini is going to take advantage of the back timings to start off the Dragon, so CFO will get something for their trouble, bringing Atlan and Mission as well. This is pretty telegraphed, but there's not a whole lot that DCG can do to stop it. All the same, though, I think they will be pretty happy with First Blood and the tempo. Again, the swing up topside was so huge here. And on the back timers, you see the difference in items as well, with Leaky just coming out ahead after that earlier intervention and keeping Rest on the back foot.
Yeah, and now he does, he still has Flash while Rest does not, and that's why DCG are looking for a roam play up into this top side. They have more than enough lockdown for it.
Yeah, that's going to be the Gnar against the wall. The barrels and the cannons do not do enough, and they just walk through the fire. Cool guys don't need to look at explosions, and 2-0 for DCG. So far, Brains are winning in this one, Nightstar.
They are. Indeed, they are. And it was a little bit telegraphed, I will say, from DCG that they wanted to make a play, but the answer's coming.
Yeah, although they turned the damage on a great flame.
Oh, that's a
chomper
reset.
use. Can they actually do more? The unleashed power is going to be enough to finish the job. But Woody's still threatening. This is going to be at least a plate or two. I feel like trading that, though, 1 for 1, that's not bad on a dive. Meanwhile, Rest is not going to get a whole lot of rest in this one. Hana and Leaky, big Mega Gnar, ground pound, good night.
Yeah, and this follow-up kill on Rest is absolutely devastating, because now he's going to lose even more waves to that tower. He's going to lose a lot of EXP, and this Gnar is going to be incredibly annoying to deal with, especially now that he's probably has Hull Breaker completed, which means he can just continue to do a lot of this dirty farming because he gets the extra resistances. And I mean, Rest knows all about dirty farming, and he's about to get done dirty coming in from this Gnar.
Yeah, by the way, while that was all happening, DCG actually were able to, not cleanly, but sneak away the Rift Herald, but they do lose Woody in exchange for it. I think they will be willing to take that trade and have the sacrificial cow in that case, but yeah, at this point, Hana is kind of like Leaky's lane support. You know, he's been sacrificing a lot of his own jungle in order to do this. He's still at, like, even on levels with Gemini, but he's just not been able to keep up in the farm game. But he doesn't need to, right? I mean, the longer this game goes, it's going to favor the Xin Zhao anyways from an item and stat standpoint. But Hana is just dead set on helping Leaky shut down Rest. Delay and deny this gangplank. They're going to try to do the same thing to Mission, neutralizing 2 of those threats. Then what have you got? It's Atlan. It's just the Aphelios. And of the 3 carries on this squad, he certainly is the weak point. As we mentioned, he's been stepping up, but still, I really like this game plan from Deep Cross. They have done their homework. They're playing the 3D chess right now as best as they can.
Yeah, and the big thing here, as we get to see Leaky actually establish a freeze, that'll be absolutely critical here and just deny more away from this gangplank, is the fact that they've identified what are the 2 carries that can possibly play the game and make things difficult for us. It's the Gangplank and the Syndra. They have the range. They have the abilities to deal with us, but when it comes to this Aphelios, there's almost no way for him to play the game against Jinx and Veigar. So we need to worry less about him. Of course, he has that pop-off potential still. It's not like he's a 0 damage threat, but the opportunity to capitalize and really snowball this game off of stifling those 2 carries first just really skyrockets.
Absolutely. Going to be able to cut the wave down a little bit as it pushes in. That forces the back. No opportunity for CFO to make a play down bot, and Hana was there waiting in the wings. They need to use this Herald, though. It's been a little bit of time that they want to go ahead and put that one on the ground. Looks like... where is Hana on the map right now? Looks like he had gone back. Oh no, he's going to stay with the team right now. I think they can drop this, take advantage of the timing. This is actually really smart. They're going to get some plates off this for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be... Okay, so Crusada actually... So interesting enough, he goes in, gets the 1 auto, which guarantees the fact that he will get the gold split with Hana. And it also means he doesn't have to stick around. Overstay his welcome in that instance. 20 seconds until that next dragon does spawn. Leaky getting more damage down. Hull Breaker gets some harass down before the Mega Gnar expires. So this is all in all really, really nice from DCG. They've set themselves up. Yes, the gold lead isn't like crazy or anything, but that's credit to CFO being able to lane very well, and that's what we expect this roster to do as well.
Yeah, identifying the threats and trying to neutralize them. Now Gemini's going to try and force the issue here, but the baby cage comes down, and Gemini unfortunately just can't do much. He can't break through those bars. That just denies it. I mean, it's an interesting bit of CC that the Veigar packs in his kit. It's a very frustrating champion kit to play against. Now, CFO will be able to take out this dragon, but they may not get away with it cleanly. Here's Crusada looking to try for the snipe. That would be very optimistic. Nesty sniffs too far forward, and that's the opportunity. Whoa, he flashes the wall! And he may not escape as Mission follows him forward. There's the cage. He tries to limp away, and I think he's going to do it. Woody, meanwhile, is also tanking up, and
Hana?
Hana is going to sacrifice his life for the cause to Atlan.
Well,
I still think that's maybe not worth because he didn't have to, but Nesty got out.
Yeah, that was absolutely not worth, because if they had gotten the dragon, then you can make the argument, right? You go 1-for-1 dragon for kill. But in this instance, the side of CFO, they were the ones to secure themselves that dragon, which
leaky.
means, oh wow, that damage.
I think Rest is getting angry.
And that is without the Trinity Force completed. We're going to see the replay. It is just going to be them getting that smite, and I mean, DCG are just late to the party. They're not grouped up, and I mean, this escape from Nesty, very, very good. But he does have to expend a lot to get out. Stopwatch, heal, flash, everything had to be tossed out, and then Hana goes for a very optimistic, per se.
I think Hana forgot that he'd been spending most of the early game just like hand-holding Leaky. Like, there are Lee Sins who can get that execution, but you are not one of them right now.
Yeah, the state of the game does not allow you to one-shot the Philios right now. It is not very easy.
Yeah. Well, even the brains make mistakes sometimes. That is going to be advantage CFO, but the gold game is dead even, and it is the Hextech Rift. Oh, it's so fun to see.
Yeah, going for an angle here. We'll see if okay. Hana now spotted out. Will most likely kind of diffuse the play here, although it might also force CFO to just back off of this turret, as they do have level 6 on Woody.
Oh, they want to get Atlan. That's going to be the headbutt pulled and the knock up for days. They just take him down. Nesty was waddling in as well, but meanwhile, you've got Leaky being fired down on top. He has no Meganar, no flash, and no health bar as he's taken out by Rest. A little bit of turnabout is fair play there in the top side.
Risky teleport.
That is a little risky for sure. Mission did not opt to ult. I think he was afraid of Nesty's R button.
I mean, he didn't quite have lethal there because of the fact that it is Merc Treads coming out onto Nesty, so the extra magic resistance is going to be enough to keep him alive, but at the same time, takes a very large chunk of damage, and it's really just an exchange of sides. DCG attacking that bottom half of the map, and Leaky left as sacrifice, but now going to play in this mid lane. They will disengage as that Gangplank ultimate does come down. Very long cooldown expended, and we get to see the replay on how this top lane went down.
No vision at all right now. Leaky overplayed his hand.
He gets a little overly excited in this instance. Didn't have the backup from his team, and a nice flash forward from Gemini guarantees the knockup, and that guarantees the kill as well.
It was still a little bit closer than I think CFO would have been happy with, but at the same time, they do manage to start turning it. Trinity Force has come in for the Gangplank. And of course, they do have the Dragon Stack, right? There's going to be a Hextech Rift, so this is a really good one for a team that wants to dish the damage. You're going to get that extra chain slow, the old static Shiv style ability. And that might make it a little easier to hunt down some of these deep cross members. It's a very important soul to try and stack on. Shelly popped a little bit out in the river, but this should be enough to take tower.
Yep.
And there it goes.
It will be enough to delete the tower. Nesty will be able to answer on the
Second
flip side,
charge?
but they don't have an answer for the second charge. Now, do CFO try and continue to push the issue?
I think he's trying to stack Narbar. Although he doesn't have it in time, this is a little bit scuffed. He's going to back away.
Doesn't have flash.
He's going to try to just throw Big Ben at him, I think. That's enough to send a message.
It's another one. Do they continue to chase? That's the question. Hits 3 for 3. You know, downtown,
Meanwhile,
not bad, but Rest able to answer on the flip side.
Yeah, so basically the job of both these top laners is going to vary a little bit. Rest is going to be able to be involved in lanes while not actually being in lanes, thanks to that cannon barrage, but Nesty trying to stay safe from Friscato. Ooh, a little bit of a risky run here. Pops the cleanse, that's why you pack it as a jinx. But it does open up CFO to start on this. Oh, Hana takes the Hex Gate?
Sure, if he wanted to go there.
He left Nesty out to dry. That's a dangerous situation for Deep Cross here. They're limping away. Meanwhile, Rest has cut them off. And the barrels are there. This is going to be dangerous unless they can take him out first. They do actually pop the barrel.
Cut off.
I think Rest is going to die, but Hana does as well. There's no way they can contest this dragon right now. Nesty's still trying to do the work for Skada. Got the kill credit on that one, but can they clean this up right now? Gemini with the Crescent Guard. It's Atlan that takes down Woody. Kriskata and Leaky has Meganar. Koala. There he goes.
I don't think he can chase, though.
They can't take Dragon. That's the critical thing.
Yeah, and I mean, when all is said and done, it's an even trade, 2 for 2. And it means we get to have a rerun of this exact fight because no one's able to take the dragon, which means that objective is still up. And that means both teams are interested in trying again.
This was...
I think he wanted to auto the ward, and as a result, he autoed the portal. A little bit tragic.
Oh, here we go again, by the way, down bot. DCG secure that fast. Get the dragon.
Yeah, they just turn on it immediately. CFO not quite there to respond. And it's really unfortunate because as we look in the replay, you can also see how many blue wards they invested into this fight to try and set up for this dragon. And it's going to kind of come down all for naught. As Crisada, he gets the reset and understands he can't go any further. Leaky almost baits himself in.
Just a little bit, but they were able to hold on for the time being.
Okay.
Okay. A lot of damage coming out of Hana in that one. Yeah, actually really impressive damage numbers on Hana considering he set himself a little behind earlier. So as we get closer to this 20-minute mark, the game kind of swings on a knife's edge. It's a 500 gold lead for CFO, but Deep Cross have managed to cut off the Drake stack. They've secured the first Hex Tech. We could be in for quite some more game yet here, Nightstar.
Yeah, and this Hex-Tech Dragon is pretty spicy when it comes to everyone in this game. Because of the extra ability haste, it means that Nesty can continue spamming out the baby cages. Also, a lot of his abilities are pretty low cooldown once he gets more and more levels, so he's going to be spamming out the really all his damage abilities along with that Event Horizon very, very readily. And then the extra attack speed will help out Cristada in just pumping out more damage. He's got a very, very high damage build, and the extra attack speed, of course, will help him get that first reset.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Very valuable dragons to keep securing, and both teams certainly wanting to pick them up, so we'll have to keep an eye down in that side of the pit for the rest of the game. Baron also hit the Rift now, but at the same time, nobody is going to be rushing the big purple worm. Taking a look at the item spread, just about everybody's on their mythics at this point. But the supports, of course. We had seen that a little while ago.
Yeah.
I feel like Kriskata on this Kraken Slayer is going to be...
He is primed to pop off.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's going to be a bit more of a threat than Atlan at the moment. That... Also, his summoner choices, I think, have paid off a little bit more. Cool. Yeah, you take red buff. That's fine. You can do that when you're Syndra. You're allowed to grab them in the Pokeball and toss them wherever you want, even if they reset. Remember when you could do that to the Baron? Good times. Oh, Cannon Barrage.
That's an ult invested.
Could be the turn. Gemini actually gets turned away, but look at the low health bars. Kriskata trying to limp back, and he's walking away from everything, but not the final shot from Atlan, and CFO go on the charge to take down Nesty. He throws down the cage, but Gemini says, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
Yeah, and Leaky, I mean, he had the teleport, but didn't pull the trigger fast enough. And it was really nice engage call coming in from CFO. They're going to try and transition this into the Baron buff. We'll see if Hana can pull off a steal or stop the Baron attempt.
They see him coming a mile away, though. Unfortunately, that ward right on top and nothing doing. That will be Baron, and CTBC Flying Oyster gonna feel pretty happy about that. They do lose a tower, I believe, that Leaky just took down, but we'll take that trade.
Damage in that last fight. Okay, damage graphs coming out, and I mean...
Gangplank online.
Yeah, that Gangplank doing a lot of damage. A lot of that coming in from the ultimate, of course. Hitting 3 members, and doing a lot of work with that.
Yeah,
but
this is where that damage comes in.
Yeah, the slow that comes out creates enough there for them to continue to chase after. And here's the thing, they do expend a lot of resources to make this play happen. So while DCG carries are also summonerless, the side of CFO force, I mean, that's pretty much one of the few tools they have to force the fight. So thankfully, Koala does have his flash back up now, so look for him to be the main playmaker. And now Koala does have a decent flank, but he could get caught out.
Yeah, Leaky's on top of a Mega Gnar bar, almost full.
Ooh,
Gemini reveals himself. I feel like Koala's cut off here, but Rest is also there. This is a bit of a wonky situation. I think Rest is going to get turned on. Let's see if he can actually hold on. Huge ultimate to cut down some health bars, and now Gemini's come to the rescue. Oh man, this game really just turns on a knife's edge.
Oh, this is so damn exciting. Both teams are playing really well and trying to take advantages of the openings that they are being given. Now, Nestea really making a point to secure this blue buff. I think, okay, so Cristana actually gets it, which is a little bit unfortunate for Nestea, but at the same time, you like the extra mana. Ooh, okay, this could be a big pick.
Mega Gnar!
That is a massive pick.
Yeah, that's going to turn into Hextech Drake really quickly right there. Unfortunate for Leaky, he had run out of Gnarbar and he stepped just a toe out of line. So, optimistic, Jinx Rocket Steel. We haven't really seen those paying off a whole lot, but timing just not there. And CFO go up to Soul Point. The next 5 minutes are going to turn quite a lot for this game.
That will be incredibly tense for this next fight, which will either happen around the Baron buff, or it's going to happen around this Dragon Soul. So, okay. Spawning out Koala. Woody goes ahead. Just ground pounds him and says, see you later.
He's still able to roam through, but CFO definitely flexing at the moment. Going to let this slow push with the Baron-empowered minions take over and try to open up more gold on the map, try to open up more of the DCG jungle. Already kind of owned it at the moment as they have the priority. Working on this Baron power play. They'd love to break into the base, but it's not as simple as all that, and DCG can still fight back.
Yeah, and the big thing here is now Leaky, when he's forced in a position to group up with the team, he's put in a really difficult spot, right? Because all of a sudden he's lost a lot of the effectiveness coming in from your hull breaker item. Yes, it is incredibly stat efficient when you're sitting on a side lane by yourself, but the opposite is true. When you are grouped up with your team, you lose a lot of stats, and now they're going for yet another pick attempt onto Rest. He kicks him towards his team, but the follow-up's not quite there.
Oh, look at that damage!
Hana could be dead.
Hana walks away, but he needs to have some help from Leaky and Woody, and all this damage, they have to spend so much to get him. Oh boy, but they do in the end.
They are able to get the pick. It's not going to turn into anything. It's really just a moment of frustration, you might say, coming in from DCG.
Stops the push,
because
I guess.
This gangplank has been a pain in their behind when it comes to starting some of these fights because of the zone control provided by that ultimate. And while Rest has died 4 times, he's been a very critical part in being in CFO able to set up these fights.
Yeah, I mean, you can't let that scoreline fool you, right? Rest has certainly been one of the strongest members of this team, and he's received a consummate amount of Deep Cross's attention, and that's one of the reasons he's 2-4. But Gangplank definitely dishing the serious damage now. Everyone from Deep Cross getting in position. It's going to be a Baron in a minute 10, and then a minute after that, it is Soul Point for CFO.
And one of the things, of course, we do have to keep track of, it's been a little bit late, 27 minutes into the game, but we do need to keep track of those Nestea stacks. Last it showed, it was 175. That's fairly low stacks, considering the time of the game. You're looking at about 10 a minute. So you would be expecting about, well, 270-ish there. So he is very far when it comes to getting things stacked up here. He's not going to have that same pop to him, especially when you look at his build. Going for the Zania second, it's a very much utility-focused build here. And that means these baby cages have to land on multiple members and have to be precise.
It also means that the heavy lifting is going to have to be done even more by Cryscata right now, and he has been targeted out quite a bit. They have the setup to let him dish out massive damage, but he's still only a 2-item Jinx. We need to see this Infinity Edge come in, and he's just not at the same level that Atlan is at the moment. So DCG, they need to buy time. They also need to finish a fight, but they're running out of it because there is Baron on the Rift. There is going to be another Hextech Drake. There's really no way to handshake this right now because CFO are forcing the issue.
Yeah, only sitting on 10.5k gold for Cryscata. It's going to be a little bit... he's getting close to that Infinity Edge, but not quite there.
Hana. Yeah, nowhere to go, and that means no smite fight. That also opens the floodgates. Goodbye, Cryscata. Rest is taking so much of this right now. Double kill comes in as Mission evaporates Woody. Gemini takes down Misty. And yeah, Leaky knows. Wave the white flag. It feels over.
That is indeed the game right then and there. Leaky tagged by the barrel as well. That means Rest is going to have the ability to run him down. Gets yet another slow, but the objective isn't the Gnar, it's the Nexus as they turn their attention towards that Nexus. So you can see Rest, the absolute superstar of these fights, even though the KDA does not show it. That's going to be them being able to finish off the game. They're going to try one last-ditch attempt, but it's too little, too late.
CTBC Flying Oyster come away with their 6th victory and stand alone atop the PCS as the only remaining undefeated team. Who can take them down? So far, the answer is no one.
And as much as you'd like to outthink the other team, when the other team has good enough brains themselves, not necessarily geniuses, but then they have the muscle to just outfight you in those key moments, that really is what makes the difference. And in this game, it was indeed the brawn that overcame the brains.
Absolutely. They were able to put DCG into the dirt off a couple of mistakes. And you know, all of the time spent to keep Rest down did not do enough. That gangplank was ridiculous. Nesty was never able to get up to the damage level he needed. Mission was finally unleashed on those ultimates, on the Scatter the Weeks. They comboed up well. The Aphelios of Atlan did work. Everything it needed to do, everything that CTBC needed, they got. It just took them a little longer. I do think this was probably the game they were challenged the most, and that is a credit to what Deep Cross Gaming were able to accomplish. But it just seems like there is just the slightest of gaps in some of the skill level here that allowed the Brawn to overcome the brains.
Yeah, and I mean, the side of DCG, CFO, they were really able to identify the key target in these fights, and that was Cryscata. Because you look at the build coming in from the Veigar, he didn't have a high damage build, so it wasn't necessary for them to jump onto him, and he was also behind in stacks. So all those things combined meant that there was one target that you were concerned about, and that was the Jinx in the hands of Cryscata, and he was really pressured in these fights, and he just couldn't survive and endure through all that.
To top it off, too, I think this Gnar pick from Leaky, well, it obviously got set behind very early. They turned that around, a little bit of help from Hana. Once he was pulled from the side lanes, he just wasn't as effective. I mean, Hold Breaker's a great item. We talk about it a lot. Everybody loves it. Everyone in the top lane, absolutely. But yeah, it doesn't offer you the same level of stats for the 5v5. Gnar is obviously a very situational 5v5. We saw the Gnar trap a lot last season when teams were picking it. And then you kind of had to be perfect in the engages. Otherwise, you just weren't very useful. And this is the downside of a champion like that, is that you can fall really far behind and not get enough done in those team fights. On the opposite side, Rest just, I mean, he kind of carried the day. You're right, the KDA didn't show it. That's not the whole story. Rest was monumental, demanding so much of DCG's attention.
Yeah, and I mean, to sum it up, PCS NAR strikes again. So,
yep.
I mean, it was clear that DCG wanted to take advantage of a Hullbreaker top laner, but when your Hullbreaker top laner, with those extra Hullbreaker stats from being by himself, loses a 1v1 to a Gangplank, you know the Gangplank is just a trillion times better as a champion, and it just becomes unplayable from a game perspective because you can't put that Gnar in a side lane and be like, you have Hullbreaker, you destroy turrets by yourself. Nope, that's not the case.
Yeah, and it did feel like Deep Cross at that point kind of ran out of their preferred number of options, and they were kind of forced into these 5v5s that was always going to get a bit away from them. They had late game potential with the Jinx pop-off, but then Atlan started to pull ahead, and you did start to see a little bit of the experience gap between the rookie AD carry and the more experienced one. Again, it feels almost unfair to keep calling Atlan the weak point of this team, because it's just by default. He's still really good, and he's exceeded expectations. It's just that the rest of his team is absolutely stacked with talent. And this is what's so scary about CTBC, is that they just don't have a bad player in any role.
Yeah, this is what makes CFO such a scary roster to deal with, right? They have so much firepower up and down the line. Yes, you still have to say that the bot lane should be the focus from any team. But I think DCG identified their win conditions in that you want to slow down the solo laners first, because they have the opportunity to take over the game. And then when it comes to these team fights, that's when you can deal with Atlan on this Aphelios pick, which is low range into, you would say, the better range coming in from DCG. But you get to see the damage charts. There's not a lot coming in from the back line of DCG. Nesty having a really underwhelming performance this time around, barely out damaging his support, by the way.
He was able to stay alive, and I will give him that credit, which is not easy to do against Mission, especially on a damage-dealing champion like Syndra. But that's the only credit I'll give him. I think this was... It feels harsh to say, this was Nesty's worst performance so far, and Rest wins the MVP on Gangplank. Absolutely heard that one. 35% of the team's damage on the Gangplank. Everybody else get out of here. The Pirates coming to town.
I was really concerned that they would, over-index into the KDA to factor in for the MVP, so I'm really happy that Rest does get recognized for his performance. He got shut down a little bit during the early game, but he drew so much attention that also allowed this Aphelios to farm up and be that potential pop-off in the later portions of the game. But then these Gangplank ultimates were just really absolutely fight deciding. Right when it came down, it was like, oh, fight's over, because you have no way out, and it just makes the rest of the fight easy as can be.
Well, and it was just so much shred, right? Like the issue that the DCG comp had is that they didn't really have like true tankiness, right? Like Alistar was their biggest tank, because the Gnar is only situationally tanky, and everybody else kind of getting shredded down. The Lee Sin could try and withstand it, but at this point, if you're Hana, you were just looking for like the kick whenever you could. Take a look at today's results, and I don't think we see too many surprises there. Impunity continuing to grow and extend their game run to 2 wins right now. Beyond Gaming also taking the win at the beginning of the day, but falling short against a very clean-looking J team, at least most of the time. PSG taking that Meta Falcon team, and then our match of the week. Man, CFO looking so good. Taking a look at our standings, and now the picture starts to get a little clearer.
Yeah, we can see that our standings have separated into our top 5 and bottom 5 here. There's still plenty of games to be played. I think we'll have a clearer picture after the first round robin, because of the fact that PSG, while they are 5-1, again, they've played against literally the bottom 6 teams. That's been their entire schedule, which means this next 3 games are going to be so damn exciting, Pyra, because they are up against the top of the table. That's the real test. is this PSG Talon team ready?
That is the question, and we will find out because coming up next week, at the end of the day, they'll face off against J-Team that did away with their rivals Beyond Gaming. That's the game I'm keeping my eye on. I want to know, Nightstar, is there any other one you're watching out for here?
I mean, I think for the most part, there's definitely a clear seeding difference when it comes to these teams or these matchups. Perhaps a little bit of spice could come out from the Impunity DCG game, since Impunity have been performing better, and DCG are showing flaws. If it comes down to expecting a lot of damage coming in from your mid laner, maybe that's an area they could try and exploit, because Nesty in that last game struggled to do damage.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think that is one potential in there, but Impunity are going to have a mountain to climb. Frank, of course, are going to try to do the same against the side of Beyond Gaming, but definitely looking forward to that PSG J-Team matchup. But man, it has been a week of games, jam-packed schedule to make up for some shorter weeks that we had, or a shorter game session that we had in week number 1. But I mean, that's about it. We had what a banger to close this out on. I'm still buzzing over that one, Nightstar. It was just on a knife's edge the whole way, but what a great couple of weeks we've had here in the PCS. It is good to be back, and it is good to be seeing the new blood and the new organizations putting their stamp on all of this. But that is all the time we got. So, on behalf of the PCS, the broadcast partners, everybody, myself, Pyrotechnics and Nightstar, Clement, Hysterics, all of us, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week. Have a wonderful evening.